Is that a bird?
No, it's a plane.
Nah, man, it's Captain Kurt.
Oh, wait till you see Captain Kurt. You're gonna be like, fuck.
What's good? It's your boy
What's
Captain
good?
Kurt. Man, Uncle Ray in the house. Where's Frederrico at?
Frederrico took the night off, man. I worked his ass off today, bro.
Oh man, I
He
seen
worked
you
too
were
much.
putting in work. I seen you dropped a lot of reactions over the. You always are on it, bro. Frederrico's always working.
He's always working. That's why I raised his pay. He's getting $100 a month.
That's
He's
wild.
good.
He ain't
good.
cheap. He ain't cheap. I guess that is cheap, but he's got a spot to live, bro. You're still throwing.
He's
$100
not
a month?
paying rent. He's not paying food. He's not fucking paying me for water. He uses my pool and leaves the shit dirty. Doesn't clean the motherfucker. So
Yeah.
I think $100 is fair.
Hey, it's more than worth it, bro. That's wild. That's wild. So anyway, church is obviously not here yet, but it ain't no big thing. Me and Uncle Ray are here to entertain you until the time being.
That's a fact.
But anyway, so I had a question. So we talked recently on a live. I think it was actually the last live I did, and we talked about hip hop and all that. So do you think there's a bigger trend of violence now than back when you're I think at least 6 years older than me. So was it more violence or less violence? Well, you got Keefe D talking about Pac was killed by Diddy and yada yada yada. So and then you got the Julio Fulio stuff that just happened. So in comparison, do you think it's more violent now or then?
It's more violent now, 100%, than it was back then, and it's because of stupidity. Everybody's trying to be fucking famous, and they don't care how they get there.
Yeah.
So for the Julio Fulio situation, for example, they caught these people so quick for one reason and one reason only. They recorded, they have camera footage of them doing everything from the beginning of this scheme all the way until the accident, until the situation happened. It was recorded throughout the whole thing. So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, stupidity. Back in the day, we were a little bit more sneakier when we did our shit. We were a little bit more low-key. Not everybody needs to know what you do in the streets. Not everybody needs to know.
There was less technology too, though, because they follow them every step of the way. And he was posting on his Instagram story too, right?
Yeah. But back in the day, what we had when we lack in technology, we had in people being snitches. People in the inside just ratting you out just to get a better deal, to take you down, or do whatever the fucking case is. But right now, it's just these guys are out here with loaded guns and no brain to use it. And it's scary.
Do you think it's a change in the music though, or do you think it's just a change in the cult, like the environment? Because I think the environment is definitely different. I guess maybe that's
the
a
environment.
hard.
I think the way
because the ghetto is still the ghetto
right now. Absolutely, and real recognize real. So these people that we have on camera with loaded guns saying, "I just killed somebody," or I just robbed this person, or I did this illegal thing, or I did this illegal thing. These idiots that get on camera are the ones that are just focused on themselves. They don't care about the gang. They don't care about the crew. They don't care about the streets. They don't care about the rules. They only care about what's going to make them get more likes, what's going to get them more money in their pocket to take care of what they need to take care of. They don't give a fuck about none of that. And those are the ones that get stomped the fuck out in the back of a fucking Wendy's. You grab little kids like that back in the day, and we'll beat the shit out of them. You over here flaunting all this shit and trying to get this block hot. And then when the cops come or anybody comes through, you're nowhere to be found, and we got to deal with the fucking consequences. So dudes like that, we stomped them out back in the day.
Yeah, but I think back in the day though, the penalties and also the action is so nowadays you stomp somebody out in a suburban town, you're done. Like there's somebody inside's calling a cop on you. You ain't got to worry about it. The ghettos aren't much different nowadays. Like it's a lot different. I feel like,
but you have to understand something. I'm going to get a lot less time if I stomp somebody out than if I shoot somebody.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I mean, I'd rather do 5, 10 than do 25 to life.
Yeah, but these dudes
rather,
are rapping about it. They're rapping about it,
because
making
they're
disrespectful.
Exactly, Kurt. Because they're fucking dumb. They're idiots. They're not using their brain. That's not real nigga shit.
No, you're right.
Like real dudes in the hood, all these old heads that I know that I grew up with. We talk about this all the fucking time. Like these kids right now have no remorse. They have no, that's why it's more dangerous right now than it was back then. Back then, we had one thing that these kids do not have right now, and that is called respect. They don't respect fucking nothing. At least they're in the streets, there was some sort of respect that was given. There was, even if we're killing each other, even if we're fighting each other, even if I'm one gang and you another gang, there was still that little bit of respect for each other's in each other's pockets sometimes. Right? There's no respect. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about their mothers. They don't give a fuck about their kids. They don't give a fuck about nothing. All they care about is how many likes did I get on that video? How many views did I get on that video? Money, 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 money. What's going to make me rich? And that's it. And that's a problem. And then we have all the rest of the youth idolizing this type of shit.
Well, I don't think
a million years would I've ever thought that a nigga like 6ix9ine was going to come out of prison after snitching, being able to walk around a hood. Never in my life I've seen that.
Yeah, you're right.
I've never seen that in my life. If you guys seen it before, and I'm talking about like 98, like 96, 95 around there. If you guys seen that before and it was accepted in the hood, then I'll shut the fuck up. And I guarantee nobody could find no footage of it because it's not going to be any.
Well, you know what's crazy, bro? Then this is the other side of it. There's a lot of people that don't understand that. They see, oh, rapper Julio Fulio was killed, gunned down, or whatever, and they hear about that he does rap, and they label it as a rapper that was gunned down. So that's all they hear about it. They don't. It's way bigger than that, bro. You know, Little Durk was also involved in a lot of that stuff.
Yep.
I didn't. Yeah, exactly, bro. All those dudes have been involved in that inner circle and that diss track back and forth. Like not just your average diss track. I mean, I'm talking about dead loved ones in it, like not just a basic track. So that's where it's changed. I think respect from then to now. I think that what you said was spot on. Is respect is the difference from hip hop now to hip hop then.
There's none. And like, if you sit and you start thinking about how everybody moves nowadays, most of the most successful fucking channels on YouTube, not all of them, but most of them are people that are bringing drama into their lives. People that are posting their dramas and their heart and whatever into their lives. All the bullshit that you should be keeping that shit to yourself. But they want the dramatic because it brings the negativity, it brings the views, it brings everything. We're human. It's human nature for us to adapt to something, like something violent. If you're driving down the street right now and there's a car accident, what's the first thing you're gonna do? Turn the fuck around.
Yeah.
We're attracted to it. It's in our nature to be that way. It's about how to.
But when you watch failure though, see, that's for me, it's hard because for me, sometimes I like to see where people fail because then that helps me to understand how not to take that route. You know what I'm saying? So if people don't share their experiences of failure and experiences of success, sometimes it's hard to see the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not use a resource?
What I'm saying is not in the sense of talking about some issue that you have and trying to talk it out on stream or wherever. That's different. What I'm talking about is people that for no apparent reason wants to start negativity or start with somebody for no reason, just because they want the views, just because they want the likes, just because they're doing it for the clout. And then they had those same people have the nerves to come around and talk to us like we're clout chasers. And that's what pisses me the fuck off about it the most. It's like, yo, without us, there won't be no you. We gave you niggas the blueprint to how to do this shit. You're the ones that are fucking it up.
Right.
I know a nigga that sold cocaine for 20 years, never got locked up a day in his life. He's retired in Miami. I'm not going to say his name, but it don't matter. It don't matter. Like
The internet changed a lot, bro. Like the internet influence is different. Like, okay, so everybody makes mistakes in life, right? I think everybody has said things on the internet that maybe they shouldn't have or they regret. But I feel like nowadays it's either you have to either believe everything on the internet or nothing at all. There's no in between. You put something out that made me kind of interested. You put the fact checker thing out, right? That no Irish. So check me out. I'm glad we were talking about this. So you said, what are your thoughts? And then you posted uh uh something about that there was slaves, Irish slaves or whatever.
uh,
And then you posted, I think, 2 pictures or maybe 3. And the last one was a screenshot of a fact check. And it made me cringe. And I'm going to tell you why. Because one, you asked the opinion and then you posted that picture. And that picture makes me always wonder, like, it made me think about it. How come people that like conversate back in the day, conversations were so different. Like I could talk about the way that I thought about something, and you could talk about the way that you thought about something, and they could be completely different. And a crowd of people listening to us conversate are going to learn from our conversation.
and
Now,
you know what that's called? It's called
what?
barbershop talk.
100%.
That shit went
100%.
out the wind. That shit went out the window when these niggas started dyeing their hair and fucking putting diamonds on their foreheads.
Yeah, but it's
The
still that's
barbershop
still
talk is not
around.
there.
It's still around.
It's still around. But how did you learn about the barbershop talk? When you
Being
were
in the
small,
barbershop.
you were inside the barbershop.
In the
You
ghetto.
can't be in a barbershop looking at your fucking phone.
Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
go inside. You got to communicate with people. You got to see different people's point of views. You have to be open-minded if you're going to survive in the hood. If you think one fucking way, you're not going to make it out that shit. You gotta learn how to survive, and the only way that you know how to survive is being open-minded, giving shit a chance, understanding other people's point of views, and when they say something. I don't care if people agree with me or not. I put a post up. That post that I put up, I put it for one reason. I did the
that
redneck
fact
grave.
check thing, but that fact check thing just shakes me up because there's a lot of people that they will live and die off of that fact check. They will say, I have fact checked this and you're wrong. And everything in a conversation for that person is out the window. And there's a lot of people, I know a lot of people like that because I could have that conversation that you're wanting with you, regardless of what that fact check says, and say, I think that exists in all different types of culture. I wouldn't just pin it.
I see the whole, that's why I needed to be
more.
I needed to be a little bit more, I needed to explain the context more than what I did.
Yeah.
So what it was is I was reacting to a redneck rave. Some lady said something about Irish slaves. Yeah. I have heard about this conversation. I've had this conversation once or twice. And it was always, every time you look at the facts, if you Google it, it's going to tell you in the United States, no, they weren't. Right. There was no such thing as Irish slaves in the United States. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about in the world. But when you're going to say something like that, and you're talking, because they were talking about race, they were talking about the black people going to the redneck rave and being family and all that other stuff. But there was one thing that this lady said that I didn't agree with. And I was like, you can't really bring the Irish into this because that has nothing to do with the situation. Right now, we're talking about 400 years of black slaves, 400 years. Right. And people say, oh, that was 400 years ago. Cool. So then why is it that I'm still dealing with it right now to this day?
Because you know what's weird, dude? That's so crazy. We're going down this route. I think when history won't be accepted, then I think history is going to repeat itself for the end of time. I believe that things that happened 2,000 years ago happen now. They happen in a different. We all have the same personalities. Dude, we could get deep with this. So like, I don't think that it'll ever end because I don't think that the human brain is designed to understand it. Right.
Right.
So if you're constantly flooded with it, constantly pushed in front of your face to think some certain type of way or be against something all the time, and you don't truly want to accept what it is, I don't think it'll ever go away because you have to accept it in order to kind of figure out a way to change it or figure out a way to get past it. Right.
Right.
America doesn't accept racism. That racism doesn't exist in England. I mean, it does, but not at the rate it does in America.
Not at the rate it does in America. Absolutely not.
Why?
Because we're the driving force of anything social media.
Yep.
Most of the crazy shit you see, where's it coming from? It's coming from
Social
us,
media.
from our own
Right.
people that are in this country. It's
Right.
coming from us. So when the rest of the world looks at us like we're crazy,
yeah,
and then we have people fighting back, no, we're not. Have you seen us?
most of the world doesn't use our servers, bro. Most of the other countries have their own internet servers. They can access our stuff, and they do, but I think China ain't even allowed on our internet. They don't even roam over here. They have their own.
Trust all the videos that I've seen, bro. Trust
Yeah.
me, the world knows.
Yeah,
The
they know.
world knows how crazy we are.
Yeah,
And it's cool, and I understand it. We were not supposed to have internet. We were not responsible enough to have internet, but we have it. So
Okay,
the internet's
so-
a beautiful fucking thing. The internet is a beautiful thing if used right. We just
Okay.
never would taught the tools to use it right.
So you take two adults that are completely addicted to the internet, right? And they have a child. That child is then sent to Australia, right?
Mm.
And it lives in the outback. No cellular devices, no nothing. Does that child still yearn for social media and technology?
Why would he? He's never born with it. It's never in his face.
But
He'll
do you think?
be able to survive perfectly.
Well, do you think that technology is strong enough to like imprint in DNA as because addiction is addiction, dog. There's addiction to so many different things.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. That's a fact. But what we do with the internet, what we do in social media, it's a learned act. This is nothing that is you can't biologically be like that. If you're born,
so you could get rid of it.
You could get rid of it by just putting the phone down.
Yeah. Well, some people you can't just put the phone down.
Then they have to talk. An addiction, like you said, like what you just finished saying, an addiction is an addiction.
Yeah.
They're gonna have.
It's everywhere. It's
help.
on the TV. Because now you could take your Roku remote and turn your TV on and go on YouTube. Now you could get in some cars and you just have to have a Wi-Fi connection in the car, and you could go on YouTube, play a video, listen to audio, no video. But my point is now we're at a time in the world where technology has become it is such a necessity without being a necessity, if that makes sense. Like we rely on technology so much, but in all reality, we could definitely survive without it. We should.
What's really changed? Money is still accepted everywhere, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So then what really's changed? We could get out of it if we wanted to. When I was 10 years old, I didn't have internet. I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't have a flat screen TV that I could talk to. I didn't have a watch that I could talk. I didn't have any of that.
I don't think we could get out of it.
I wouldn't say perfectly fine, but I came out.
I don't think we get out of it. I think it would create at this point, I think if that were to happen, it would create such chaos and turmoil, and crime rate would be sky high. How would people pay bills?
But that's the thing. It's not about getting rid of it, Kurt. It's not about just completely demolishing the internet.
They're about to get rid of checks, bro.
Teach us how to use it right, or teach ourselves how to use it right. How to have self-control that you don't have to have that phone on you 24/7. How does a drug addict that has been doing heroin for 20 fucking years become sober?
Yeah,
he has to put in the fucking work, and he has to get himself to that point.
Yeah, but I think it's by design. I think it's meant to do that.
Okay, but if you let it do that to you,
right?
Don't let it do that to you. It's just like we said. It's just like an addiction. And an addiction can be broken. There's many people out here that are sober right now that were on hard drugs for many fucking years. So
that's
the way that they could kick that addiction is the same way. It's a phone addiction that we have.
Yeah,
we cannot live. Bro. When you wake up in the morning? Bow.
Yeah.
Straight to the phone.
Yeah.
That's why I like it that I'm not working them that much, because the only time I could use this phone is to do my thumbnails and to post my shit. And then I put that bitch down. I got shit to do in the house, man. That lawn is not gonna mow itself.
Facts.
I gotta clean the pool.
You ain't gonna weed eat looking at YouTube.
Exactly. So shit got to get done. Shit got to get done. People need to grow the fuck up, learn how to use this technology that we have that is beautiful, and to become fucking back to humans. I'm tired of seeing the top of people's heads every time I walk in a room. I'm tired of it, bro.
I agree.
It's sickening every time I leave out of this house. And motherfuckers are in Walmart walking like this.
No, that's nothing, bro. That's nothing. Me and my wife and like my daughter, and we took one of our nieces, and it's a dad and his two kids at Busch Gardens, bro, and they got lanyards with tablets on, and they're walking looking for shade to look down at their tablet, walking through Busch Gardens.
I just paid $150 tickets to take you to Busch Gardens so you could be on your phone.
All three of them, dad too.
All three phones would have been inside that motherfucking lake that they have in the beginning of Busch Gardens. Do it. Now what you gonna do about it? Sit and bitch and complain, or go have some fun?
Oh, I would have threw that, but I would have hired somebody to steal them or threw them off the thing. Dude, I would have never let him come.
I would have taken my phone, gave it to a stranger, tell her to record it, and record me breaking their phones. Don't come into Busch Gardens or to any of these events and shit like that and be on your phone the whole time. That's crazy.
You got to have a point where you draw a line. I mean, nowadays, like I want my kids. You know,
some parents, Kurt, for real. Some parents, that's their babysitter. Here, watch this, so I can go and do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Yeah,
that's what's raising the kids now is these phones.
Yeah, facts.
It's crazy, bro.
Facts. No, and you know, it's one thing to have that there for a child to use or to understand technology, but you're right. There's a point where you got to say, hey, look, we're not doing it, and it's hard, dude. A lot of these kids, that's why I'm talking about this, is a lot of these kids don't do what kids used to do anymore. And even when you try to get them to do that, the problem is no other kids are doing it. So I've seen, like, I went through it with my son, trying to get him, encouraging him to understand, like, there is other things to do outside. Like, you know, remember when we used to be like, man, we're bored, bro. I'm bored. And oh, you're bored? I couldn't say that around my mom. Outside I go. You bored? Okay.
I'm put you to work.
Yes. So outside I went because I knew I was about to have a whole bunch of stuff to do because I said I was bored. And there was kids in the neighborhood. I just really didn't want to have to drink from a hose and be outside that day. It was too hot. But my point is my son go outside. There ain't nobody around. There's kids all through this neighborhood. No kids go outside anymore. They don't want to play outside no more. They don't ride. They got all these bikes in the garage. They don't ride them.
See where I'm at in my area. We have neighbors, and every time I come outside to do something, now that the kids are in vacation, they're outside playing basketball and doing things. So
they don't know nothing about two-hand touch in the street and tackle in the grass.
Brother, please.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers won't survive back in our days, man. They won't survive back in our days.
No.
Plays suicide and handball and all types of around the world.
Bro, I remember
we did so many dumb shit.
Yeah, I remember going. Do you remember like when it would flood, riding your bike through the flooded like streets?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Riding out through the flooded streets, going out when it's flooding.
See, I was raised with snow. So we had all types of fucking crazy fun. Granted, you get back home, you can't feel your face, you can't feel your feet, you can't feel your hands, you can't feel shit. But that was the best time of your life. We used to go on top of my roof. I lived in a 5-story building, and my roof door to get to access to the roof was always unlocked because the lock was broken.
Right.
So all my friends used to come over. We used to go up because where my block is, I live in a block and it turns this way, so it's very tight. So it's like a good fort to have if you're gonna have a snowball fight. But we never fought each other. It was always, 10 points if you hit that motherfucker waiting for the bus right there. And then you just come and take it and wow. And then you hide underneath the roof, wait a couple of seconds because this man is bitching a storm right now. Yeah. He's looking up trying to see where it came from. You wait a couple of seconds and then you look to the side. Okay, he's not paying attention. Come back up, wham, and hit him another time. 10 points for the head. 5 points for the chest, 2 points for the feet.
Bro, we did mud pies and eggs. Mud pies and eggs. So if there's a mud puddle, we got you. I remember hitting Eddie the ice cream man. I'm sure Eddie, rest in peace, Eddie, because there ain't no way that dude's still alive. But he was an old Mexican dude, and he had this dope little ice cream truck. He had all the little danglies hanging around that thing. Dude, and I threw an egg one time. And I mean, we played baseball. I should have known better. And I threw an egg right through that window, like where you order the ice cream. Dude, he got out of that thing and chased us through the neighborhood.
Oh, I
But
bet. Fucking
so I wish I had snow, because snow wouldn't have got me in as much trouble. Mud and eggs get you in a lot more trouble than snow. We can't throw rain.
so I have rest in peace to my cousin Christian, rest in peace to him. So he used to take AA batteries and stick them in the snow
No.
and then start hitting car windows with it.
Mm.
And my dad came out of work one day and churned. He didn't know that was my dad's car, and he just went flat and cracked my dad's window dead in half. When I tell you, my dad is 5 foot nothing.
Oh man.
This man almost grew 8 feet of how pissed he was, because it's not like he didn't know it was us. He knew it exactly. He knew it for a fact that it was us.
Right.
And boy, we had to work that off. Boy. I had to pay for that window somehow.
You were right there when he threw it.
Fuck yeah, because we were throwing it at cars. I was throwing snow. This dumb motherfucker was throwing battery snows, and I was just like, "Oh, this dude is wilding."
No.
And then I was just like, I knew I saw it in the corner of my eye. That's my dad's car. But by the time I was going to say something, by the time I was going to say anything, the ball was already out his hand, bro. Before I could say anything, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" Yeah. And it cracked his windshield. I was just like, "Oh man, I'm gonna hit this shit."
He could see you guys anyway, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he knew.
Absolutely. But he knew that me and him go up there and throw snowballs at people. I've got in trouble a couple of times doing it, so he knew. And then I was like, "How can a snowball break a windshield, Dad? That didn't make any sense."
Yeah.
And he was like, dude, I got grounded for a week. I was cleaning shoes.
And you didn't even throw the snowball.
And I didn't do shit.
Hey, that's crazy.
He was able to go home like nothing fucking happened. Everything was cool. Like, nigga, I'm here by myself. So so my punishment was I had to wake up in the morning. I had to turn on his car, turn on the heater, take the snow out the steps, salt the fucking steps for him, make sure everything's good, clean the snow off the windshield. Everything's nice and toasty for him. And this is 5 o'clock in the fucking morning, bro. 5 in the morning. And then I have to go back to bed and wake up in 35 minutes to go to school.
Yeah.
It sucked, bro.
Yeah, that's shitty, bro. I'm going to hold on. I'll send you this. Hold on real quick. I got to send you something real quick.
What's going on, Vibe Gang?
Yeah, let them know, because I seen you been dropping. Dude, you drop a lot of different music. You always have, but it's like when people start giving you hell about doing that, it's like you go even harder doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because why not? Would you drop today? I know you dropped 5 reactions probably today.
I did. My new thing that I'm doing is called The Vibe of the Culture. It's like a talk show type shit that I'm doing now. I'm on episode 3 right now. I did one of those. I did XG. I did the Eminem, the new drop that Eminem did today, or Complex did today for Eminem, the face-off between him and Slim Shady. I did some Samson. I did some Blackpink. It's all up there, bro. I try to work as much as possible. Stay fucking busy.
No, I feel you. You do. That's what I'm saying. You put in a lot of work, bro. You do more than I don't know how you do it. Like, even when you were working a full-time job, it blew my mind, because you would still put out a lot of content, and I would scratch my head like, how is he putting out all those videos? And people told me, oh, get OBS. It's so much easier. The hell it is, bro. You still got to edit everything. I mean, but you just put your intro, your video, and you're out of there. And I realized, bro, shout out to it's Jerry. It's Jerry. Man, I'm gonna say it wrong. I know I'm gonna say it wrong. I'm sorry. Larry. It's Larry.
Yeah, my man Larry.
Larry Belafonte is your intro because I heard your song today and I'm like, yo, I didn't know that. Like, I put it all together today.
That's my
Is
guy
that,
right there, bro.
is he the one that sings the ravioli song?
No, that's a K Legend. K
Okay.
Legend's the one that does that. K Legend, Larry, Aries, Clip Mob, we're all like in a little click true mob shit. And those are my dudes right there. Those are stand-up dudes. Larry Belafonte, one of the best flow motherfuckers out there. Great rapper. K Legend. You heard K Legend's track. That boy's
Yeah.
insane. That boy's insane, bro.
Yeah, he's like I was shocked. And Larry's dope too, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I was sleeping on a lot of these dudes. Well,
And you know
that's
what's crazy? That
what.
beat, that song that he made for me was out of love, bro. He just did something that he felt in his heart. He did the song and he just said, "Yo, I got something for you." And he just dropped it on me like that.
Yeah, he
And
did
that
a
shit,
couple
dude.
other people too, right?
Yeah,
Didn't he do a
he
No
did.
Life Shack
He
one?
did No Life Shack, which I still got to get to because I want to do all the ones that he's doing because it's like a series type of shit that he's doing. That he's shouting people out and showing love and all that, man. But he does a 420 thing. Every 420, we go live on my page and he drops a mixtape and we react to the mixtape. We listen to music, we smoke. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm around good people, bro. These dudes are family. These are almost close to being blood right now, bro.
Yeah, Larry was showing you love. I seen him in another stream. I seen him in Wolves and Locked Wolves. And he was showing you love over there. I'm like, yo, I started putting it all together. I'm like, wait a minute. That's the same Larry Belafonte from the rundown. I said, and that's the same Larry Belafonte that sings Uncle Ray's song. I'm like,
That intro, bro. I heard it. I got a reaction of me hearing it. You can see it. It's fucking amazing, bro. And just the words that he was saying, it was like it paying homage and shit. And it's just like, dude, I've never in my life would I thought that was ever gonna happen with me. Like somebody's gonna really like put their lyrical ability and just do something for me like that. It's an honor to have these dudes around me, man, for real.
yeah, no, and he was like, man, Ray's been with me from the beginning, bro. Like it's
That's a
cool to
fact.
see it's cool to see artists engaging with the fans in other chats about certain folks. Like anybody, just to see an artist show love to anybody about another reactor. He at least respects our craft. You know what I'm saying? Like he
Facts.
respects the time and the effort put into doing these. Because yo, I don't expect people to agree with everything I say about it. It's not meant to be that way. It's meant for me. Like uh I'm just recording what my opinion is on a song.
Right.
And for artists to respect the craft all across the board, because I see him in other reaction channels while they're listening to music that's not even rap. That's an artist, bro. That's the difference.
Right.
There's a difference in the craft. Somebody said rap and songwriting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those two so I can't remember the person that said it. What is the difference? I don't think a lot of people understand that there's a difference between a rapper and a songwriter.
Okay, so the easiest way that I can explain it, or the easy way that I see it, Eminem is a rapper.
Hmm.
An artist is completely different than what a rapper is. Eminem can't do country. Eminem can't do techno. Eminem can't do anything else but rap. That's all
Okay.
he's good at. That's all he knows how to do.
Yeah, but
Okay,
hold on though. Hold on before you just elaborate on that a little bit because I kind of disagree with that because I believe that Eminem couldn't do a country song because of his sound. But I believe he could write something. I don't believe that he could sing country music.
what I'm talking about is his passion. His
Okay.
passion is going to be that rap. He's not
Okay.
going to move from there because that's what he's absolutely good at. So he's going to stay in that rap lane. But at the same time, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying he chooses to stay on that rap lane. So that's
Okay.
a rapper. An artist to me is a completely different word. An artist is a person that has multiple genres of music, or multiple streams that he does the fan appreciation, the fan interaction, and that's an artist to me. Somebody that is going to give you a crazy rap song, and then they're going to come back and they're going to drop a fucking country album on you, and then they're going to come back in reverse, and they're going to drop something completely different from a completely different genre of music. That's a multi-artist. Like that is what I call an artist. Eminem was born to be an MC and one of the best MCs out there. But I don't think that he would defer from rap and jeopardize what he loves to do to expand and do something else. Not saying he can't do it. I'm almost guaranteed that he probably can. That man could stretch words and he could change his voice in 30 different fucking ways. I'm pretty sure he can. He won't, though, ever. He hasn't done it in 25 something years. He's not going to start doing that now.
I agree.
So that's how I defer the boost. Now, a songwriter, you said songwriter. So I heard artist for some reason. A songwriter, Eminem's absolutely a songwriter. He has a whole bunch of songs in his shit, in his discography. So, but I was deferring to artist and rapper.
No, I'm saying, do you think that there's a huge misunderstanding? I believe in hip hop nowadays that a lot of people compare hip hop to songwriting, right? They throw shade at a lot of this rap because there's no hook, or there's not it's not catchy, or it's not this, or it's not that. They don't look at it for rap for what it is. They look at it for songwriting. They expect it to be my difference is what I'm trying to say is do you believe that there's a significant difference between a rapper that's just a rapper and a rapper that's also a songwriter?
You're gonna touch different people. You're gonna pretty much go to relate to a different audience than just the rapper is gonna do. That rapper is only gonna be attracting the people that just like to hear rap. This person that does everything else is going to attract a whole lot more audience to them. Right. So, I mean, it is a lot more work to do it that way, but that's what I love about artists. Artists that do multiple type of shit, because you're giving me something different every time you drop something.
Well, remember we talked about battle rap last time, right? So that's what also kind of sparked my thought about this. So I asked you, I said, do you think these battle rappers could, compete with, you're like, they'd smoke them. They would roast these artists but they couldn't do it on a beat. And I mean, they could, but that's just not
what it was. Is people portray battle rappers can't rap on beat. That's the conception of battle rappers.
No, they can rap on beat.
They absolutely rap on beat. And it's not only about battling somebody. There's a guy, Sue Surf. He's a battle rapper, one of the best battle rappers out there. He has a couple of tracks out there that is fucking dope, and he's lyrically rapping, not dissing anybody, not throwing punches at people or nothing like that. He's just rapping, but he has double, triple, quadruple entendres. He's got all this type of shit.
That's a perfect example then. That's rapping. That's technically rap. Rap, that's not songwriting. He's writing a rap, right? So then that is completely different from an artist that's, let's say, and I'm going to use just the mainstream rap. In my eyes, is more of a song written rap, if that makes sense. Like they're trying to.
It's what it is a rap with ads in it. Okay. A rap and you add ads in it.
Yeah.
So they're trying to push an agenda with what they're saying. That's why most of these mainstream rappers, they most likely, if they were independent, they won't be saying half the shit they're saying right now. But since it pushes the agenda that specific record label wants to be pushed, all you got to do is put a fire ass beat behind it, and it's going to make money. The kids are going to listen to it. They're going to love it. But at the same time, you're brainwashing these kids to think the way you want them to think. When you talk about
but what I'm saying is like, how can certain artists have a different understanding of what rap is, right? I feel like a lot of people think rap is meant to be, sometimes it's nitty and gritty. Sometimes like that's kind of what helped me bring it back to that a little bit. It's not always designed to be the prettiest thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not always designed to be the most
It's pain.
uh,
It's pain poetry.
yeah.
Rap is a poetry that you're gonna have the dark. You're gonna have the ugly. You're gonna have shit that people is not gonna want to hear because it makes them feel uncomfortable. You're gonna have that, but what's the beauty about it? The passion about it, that you're putting all everything that you're feeling ever, you're putting into that. Whether you were in the hood, whether you were not in the hood, it doesn't matter. If you're a rapper, you always have something to talk about because you're human. Humans have shit going on in their lives 100% of the time. It's just that half of us don't know how to put it down on paper and rap it.
Well, that's how rap started. That's how it originated.
That's exactly how rap started. So
Bro,
man,
remember Eminem and Whitey Ford's beef?
yeah.
Who else? Limp Bizkit also had a beef with Whitey Ford
Because
too,
of
right?
Whitey Ford.
Yeah.
The whole, it was a triangle fucking explosion between the three of them. So Eminem was gonna go at Whitey Ford.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit said, "Oh, put me on the track. I got you."
Yeah.
And his producer, I forgot his fucking name, but his producer and
somebody else,
Limp Bizkit was gonna come in and say, "Yo, we're gonna get on the track with you. We're gonna take Whitey Ford the fuck out of here." When it was time to record, when it's time to write the bars, they backed the fuck out, backpedaled, and the next thing you know, Eminem sees them on MTV together, hugging and kissing and shit. So that's when he took shots at all of them. He said, "Fuck y'all over here trying to set me up. I'm gonna kill all of you." And
hey,
what did he do?
Didn't he go after him again just recently too?
Ooh, Eminem at Fred Durst or Whitey Ford?
At both of them in the new album.
I have to go through the I'm still trying to break that shit down, bro. That shit is fucking
I could have
complicated.
sworn he said something about Fred Durst, and I thought for sure he said
I
everyone.
think oh, okay. I think what he was saying was on Guilty Conscience 2.
Yeah.
That he was saying this album is for all these people that I already murdered.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So welcome to my demise. I'm taking care of who took care of you back in the day, pretty much.
Right.
Eminem is a gangster, bro. Give it up for Eminem, man. Fuck y'all, nigga. I don't give a fuck what anyone says, bro. Eminem is a fucking G. And if anybody got a problem with it, can suck my dick. I gotta turn my AC on. Hold on.
Hey, yeah, do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Do your thing. Tennessee's got some rain right now. Hey, did you get my text, bro? Tennessee's got some rain right now, so we're battling some rain. Right now, we got some rainstorms. But we'll see. We'll see how it's running.
That's right.
Yeah,
I hear.
Yeah,
I was having the same issue when I went live on Saturday, bro. That it was storing so fucking bad, and I was like, I really hope that this shit doesn't fucking just cut off in the middle of the stream, bro, because it was raining bad the other day. Frederrico, cut the beat. Shout out to you.
I appreciate you, T. Triple T also dropped the $5 super
Triple
chat.
T did.
Yeah,
shout out to Triple T, man.
Yeah, appreciate you, T. Frederrico cut the beat, man. He's sleeping right now. He ain't cutting no beats.
Passed out.
Yeah. So yeah, bro. I think there's a huge difference between a songwriter and a rapper. Like I think rap is in its own class, and I think there's certain artists. I think there's certain no matter the size of the artist, and this is what I'm saying is that they're able to twist those two together and make a song that is also a rap, if that makes any sense. Like making catchy hooks and being able to put down a solid rap verse is not it's hard to find nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Like it's different. Like the old Bone Thugs and Harmony albums, none of those songs sounded like they were supposed to be catchy ever. Dark, evil. Right?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I mean, go back and listen to some of that old shit. It's nostalgia, but you have to listen to it so many times in order for it to become catchy. And I feel like that's a lost art, bro. Appreciate you, Ordsboard React Attack. He says, congrats on 15K. I don't always agree with you, my dude, but I got respect for you holding it down. Stay the course. Shout out to Vibe Reactions. Hey, appreciate you, buddy.
Shout out
Shout
to
out to
you.
Ords. Yeah.
React attacks.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. I think it's just different. I think music for me, I gotta go back to that spot where I found a lot of different music all the time. I was in a much better mind state. I think music definitely changes your understanding of your own reality. If
If
that
I
makes
send
sense.
you if I send you a couple of artists, would you take a look at them and do a reaction on it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Send them to me this weekend, and I'll definitely.
I'm gonna send you a couple of them that it's like not what you're probably used to listening to. And some
Okay.
of it is rap, some of it is not rap, some of it is just regular, just singing R&B, shit like
Yeah.
that. But I'm gonna put you on some different type of shit that I've been getting into lately. Because
Well, I know you're
it's
also not about all that nonsense either. Because look, I'll be real with you. I've recorded reactions that they start talking about all that just ridiculous shit. I just shut it off. I stop because I
oh no,
can't.
like I've you know how many donos I had to send back because they want me to react to some crazy ass people that I've heard of and I know
Mhm.
what they are about, and I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. Sorry. Like my
Yeah,
page is positivity. That's why I the first reaction of somebody that I don't know, I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna judge it off of that. And I'm gonna be like,
yeah,
if I'm not fucking with the message, if I'm not fucking with what they're saying, I'm not gonna ever do a song of theirs again because it's
right,
not about what you guys like. This is for me to understand outside of the hip hop head that I had for 20 something years. This is for me to go and branch out and listen to different shit and just listen to the music instead of just listening to the music. You have to go and live the music. You got to put yourself in the position of the artist and enjoy the story and ride with the story and just become one with the song. And that's why I'm passionate about when I do my shit is because of that. Because I could put my everything that they're saying, it's just like I'm registering it and I'm trying to adapt it to my life. And then
right.
when it hits, that's where you get the stank face. That's where you get the emotion. That's where you get the screaming. That's where you get all that. I'm passionate about music. In anything that I do, music has to be a part of it.
Right. No, I'm with that. I just feel like music has such a it definitely was a trigger point for me in recovery. Right. If I heard some stuff that I was used to playing in the club or here or there, it was that made it rough, bro, and that's where country rap kinda took over because there was a lot of stuff in this lane that was negative, but for the most part, it was all positivity, just some country boys doing their thing, so I really liked it. I knew there was fakes, I could see there was, like, they weren't country or they weren't this or they weren't that, and it's like, how do you judge a book by its cover? You only know what you're presented, right? So you
Right.
can't really look too deep into it. But for me, I think hip hop and rap and country rap and southern hip hop and northern hip hop and east west coast, I think it's all the same, bro. I think it just is separated from different songwriting abilities. Like that
That's
really
all
what it
that it
boils
is. Because
down to.
every state in this country has a different sound. A Southern rapper is not going to sound like a New York rapper. A New York rapper is not going to sound like a Cali rapper. We all have different stories to tell. We have different environments that we lived in. We've dealt with different type of situations in the hood or whatever the case was. So you have different stories from all these people. It's about how that artist delivers it to you. As a
Facts.
consumer of music, I'm worried more about what story you're gonna tell me and what new information I'm gonna learn from another area that I was never in, that I
So
was never raised in.
the presentation is the most important. How you're
It's
giving it to me. Like,
how you're giving it to me. I have to feel that
yeah.
you could take the best bars in the world and give it to a person with no passion, and that rap is gonna be shit.
Well, this person, it's funny you say that because Home Free Fanatic said, "Thank you, Uncle Ray, for doing my request for my little brother's death." Home Free is a good example of that because I didn't know you reacted to them dudes, but those dudes are able to convey their message and do it like unbelievably through acapella. And it's insane
It's
that
crazy.
yeah, what's his name? Austin? Is that the one with the deep with dude?
Austin Brown,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. And what's the beatboxer's name? Or the one, not the
I
beatboxer, but
don't,
the little guy, dude, I was so bad with their names. The
yeah,
one dude, the one dude that's bigger, that has that kind of looks like Al Borland. or not Al Borland, the Tool Time. What was the Tool Time guy's name? Tool
Tim the
Man
Two Man
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yeah, what was the guy that was Al? Wasn't it
Oh, dude,
Al?
Al. I think that was not the one over the fence. Was the one over the fence Al
No, the
or was
one
it?
that worked with him. No, that was Mr. I don't remember. That was Mr. somebody, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson was over the fence.
Ah,
Mr.
yeah,
Wil-
yeah, 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 yeah.
the guy that worked with him that wore the flannel, bro, the red and black lumberjack, that dude from Home Free looks like him.
Absolutely.
You know
The
who I'm
chubby one
talking
with
about?
the chubby one with the beard and the
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. They're
The one that does
twins,
the
bro.
Boys to Men. He does the Boys to Men covers really good all the time. It's usually him starting them out.
I ain't gonna lie, man. He
He
got
wears
me
the
moist.
glasses.
He got me moist. One reaction.
Bro, they're dope, bro. They're dope.
That boy, I got uncomfortable.
Hey,
I got
appreciate you,
uncomfortable.
Jeep and John. Dog, that's wild. You know,
Home free,
Home
I
Free.
got you, bro. That's coming tomorrow, baby. I got you, man. I appreciate the love, my guy.
Hey, some of them are hard to get through. I might go back and do some of those. Dude, they were just hard for me because I ain't gonna lie to you. We're a lot alike when it comes to this. It's hard for me to get in a vibe to do those certain types of songs over and over. And them Home Free fans want them every day,
Oh
in
yeah.
and out. And it just ain't like I can listen to it if it comes on every now and then, but to listen to that stuff all the time, that just ain't me. I can't front
See,
that. I,
I use home free because I meditate. Part of my recovery, I told myself that I was gonna meditate more and
yeah.
just so when it comes to meditation, I got Angelina Jordan, I got Elvis, blues Elvis, or gospel Elvis is the best, but blues I use a lot. And then I got Home Free, and then there's this new group, Queens, Citizens Queen. They do the same thing that Home Free does.
Okay.
So I got them on my playlist when I'm in meditation time, when I'm just sitting on myself in the bathroom, door locked, candles lit, and I'm just soaking in the water, and I'm just having that time to bring everything down and calm myself. That's the best music to fucking listen to because
You ever watch
you
Famous?
feel it.
You ever watch Face Famous's reactions? That's that. I think that's that dude that breaks him down. I think that's him,
No
bro.
disrespect, but I barely watch anybody's reactions because I feel like if I watch somebody's reaction without even wanting to, I'll take something away from what they say or a characteristic that they have, and
Yeah.
without wanting to, I start seeing myself do it on my shit. So I just told myself in the beginning, I started to see that, and I said I'm not watching nobody else's reactions because
Ah, that's hard.
I want this to be as unique as I can be in front of this camera.
Even after you record them, like even after you've already done one, you don't go through and maybe check out another song, like the same song. He said, "I don't want."
Nope.
That's how artists do it, bro. Like that's how some rappers don't listen to their music. They only listen to their music, nothing else. While they're making an album or whatever.
If I start doing that, because when I first started, I was watching a lot of No Life Shack, and I was watching a lot of Stevie Knight and Screwface, and I was watching all their fucking reactions, and then I did a video and I said something in a way that sounded exactly like Screwface,
Mhm.
and then I had to rewind it like a couple of times, and I was like, oh no, fuck that. And that's where I was like, no, I can't do it. I just can't.
I was looking at the chat, my bad. Johnny Depp don't watch his movies. I don't That's smart. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Do you like rock? You'll enjoy listening to new Brazilian singer. Lucas, I can't even say that. What is that? Lucas what?
Intolissimo.
You know that?
No,
What type of language is that?
Brazilian.
That you just spoke?
I was just pronouncing his last name.
That sounds like
It's
Italian.
it's Spanish, it's Spaniard-ish English.
That's
Brazil speaks a
Italian
form
then,
of
right?
Spanish. In a sense, I can understand exactly what an Italian tells me. For some reason,
Well,
I could just put it together. Well, because the language is so fucking close together, bro. Like, if you know Spanish, you'll understand. You won't speak Italian fluently, but you can carry a conversation with somebody.
so okay, this is a good question then. Do you think at one time every continent only had people that were just meant for that continent? Like, do you think at one time there was only Italian people in Italy? only French people in France. Do you think at one
Oh,
time it was really
I
ever
mean,
even
like,
like that?
I believe back in the day, before we really started hitting it hard with technology and travel and everything else, I believe at one point every country had its people in it and nothing else, except the United States. As far as I know, the United States, I
Yeah.
mean, for forever we've been having a whole bunch of people that came from other countries here forever. So
Do you think the United States was kind of like a prison though? Like, does that make any sense to you? Because for me, I've always thought about like Indians own this place, right? But what if settlers come here like they said they did, but they didn't come here to settle, they come here to drop people off. And they just it was kind of like, hey, we don't want you in Italy. Here, come over
kind
here.
of like what they did, kind of like what they did in Cuba. They didn't
Yeah,
want their criminals, so they just dropped them off in Miami.
here you go.
Gave them
Exactly.
a
Why would
$100 check and a
Yep.
blanket, and they said, have
Yep.
a good time over there, guys."
Bro, if me and you ran Germany, or me and you ran Israel or Cuba
There'll be
or
a lot of
Korea,
fuck shit
wherever,
going on. There'll be a lot
and
of
and
fuck shit going on in that country.
and I'm like, Unc, I know an island that we could drop all these idiots off on. We just got to convince them to get on this boat over here, bro. Load them up on this boat and we sail them out of here on their cruise. And meanwhile, they port over here in this island that nobody knows about. And we just never load back up the boat and we can drive the boat back. And back then, like you said, there was no technology. So what are you going to do? You're not going to pick out your cell phone and call your family, and your family's going to look for you and they're going to be like, I don't know. I have no idea. So my thing is
Never get
how
in a
come
boat.
but how come it's the only spot that people chose to settle in was America? Why did everybody decide they're gonna leave? Like we couldn't have always been just the best spot to live.
They started.
That's
They started that when we started to become greedy, and this is one country that you can make the most money in. Once that
nah, that
started
makes more
fucking,
sense.
once that started happening, oh shit, I could leave this shithole that I'm living, and I could come over here and make more money than I could ever see in my country. Okay,
Yeah, bet. Yeah, yeah.
so of course that it's a human act. It's not a race act. It's not a religion act. It's a human act. I'm going to go to a place where I could survive and my family could survive. Everything that we do is a human reaction. And people are making it seem like it's more than what it is. No, if you're a piece of shit, guess what? You're just a piece of shit. Ain't nothing going to
Right. Yeah.
change that about you.
Yeah.
So that human reaction is just go to where the money is, where I can survive, where I can live a better life, where I could be happy. That's what it is. But I
So do
believe
you,
before all that happened, it was every country for itself. There was nothing connecting us to nothing. You do what you do over there in your piece of land, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do in my piece of land, and that's what that's how we're gonna run it.
so
But
do
then
you
once
really
we
believe? Do you really believe though that the Indians really lost all this land because they just lacked weapon sophistication? I think that's really what it is, dude. I
I
think
think
they
it's a
were
number
over
I
here
think it's
trying
a
to
numbers game. I think it's a numbers game.
shooting slingshots and shit, and they come over here with these black powder rifles and are like, nah, bro.
I guarantee
You
if it
guys are
was
out of here.
one on one, I guarantee if it was one on one, and that man is good aim with that slingshot and it hits that motherfucker in the eye, he ain't shooting shit. You catch him and you break his fucking neck and eat his throat. That's how we
Well,
roll.
did you see
But
that video that Ryan posted about the taller people in the background? Did you see that?
I saw the video and it freaked me the
That's what
fuck
made
out.
me
I
think.
threw my phone underneath the car, man.
Well, that's what made me think about it, dude. You know what's crazy is my wife. When we first got together, we stayed at this place that supposedly was on Indian burial grounds, and she always had this really tall Indian dude that was like 8 foot tall wandering around the property. And I looked it up, bro, and there was like an 8 foot tall Indian, like he was like 8'5", and
Crazy.
he was in that tribe. Well, then you got that headrest on, that headset on, right, or whatever that is. So now you're looking at what, 9 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
what
crazy.
if those were Indians in the background and it was something going on in the South? Because you got a bunch of wars that have happened all through the South, right?
Right.
And if Indians and if you go back to like Pilgrim, they say they teach you in school that we took over blah 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 the Pilgrims versus the Indians, blah blah blah, whatever, however you want to word it. But what if it was really it was settlers versus the people that lived here? Like that's what I'm saying. Like how can we all look past that? I still can't get over the fact that America was built by just being bullies. I mean, it's
Pretty
true
much.
though.
Pretty
So
much.
like it's funny to me sometimes because like I'm all for keeping America closed off and not letting people in here. But in my brain, I see why the Indian people are like, yo, what? Y'all come in here, pushed around, told us we had to stay in these little Indian reservations, and then said nobody else is allowed to come in. Like, what? We're trying to sell our maize and shit, bro. What are you doing?
The Indians got the best weed though.
We're the land of the free, bro. Home of the do whatever the fuck you want. And that's facts.
Well, to a limit, because you can't get arrested.
If you got enough money, it don't. I'll never forget this, bro. One of the first times I ever got in trouble, there was this old black dude sitting in the corner, and he told me, he said, "Do you got money?" And I said, "No, not really. I got a single mom." He said, "Stop getting in trouble." I said, "Well, of course." He said, "Don't matter if you're white or black. Don't matter anymore." He said that whole police court shit. He said, "You're a white boy coming in here with tattoos on you and you ain't got money." He said, "Good luck." And that stuck with me, bro. And I see that more and more every day. Like it was never it's now about a class of people. And that's scary, bro. They link
Mhm.
certain types of people into certain classifications. And if you meet a low class uh stereotype, that's the way that they're going to treat you. And that's horrible, bro. Horrible.
It's my wife said it right there. I wish I could go back to trading and bordering. I wish we could go back
Yeah,
to a simpler fucking time though. Because
yeah,
right
I agree.
now, right now, that this whole entire not even it's not even us only, bro. Like the rest of the world is fucking going nuts too. There are some
Nah,
crazy
yeah, but
motherfuckers and shit.
bro, but
Yeah,
be real.
we win the trophy, but evil is not doesn't know an address. Evil is going to be wherever evil is going to be. So the rest of the world has its evils and it has its fucking problems. But I guarantee that means all this comes from us. We're the ones that created all this racism, greed, and all this other shit. We're the ones that feed it. We're the
Yeah,
ones that give it food every single day so it could grow, grow, and grow. We
right.
never back in they came back and sat back and say, you know what? It's not good to think this way. It's not good because if you're raised in a way of no matter what anybody tells you, you're always fucking right, even when you're wrong. That kid is going to sponge that shit up, and that's what you're going to get. Somebody that's going to come at you with a whole bunch of bullshit. And no matter what facts you show them, they're going to say you're wrong. And they're going to keep on being ignorant. And they're not going to want to learn because they're comfortable in their own fucking shoes. They're comfortable
Right.
for the person that they are because that's all they knew how to be. Nobody sat them down and said, hey, idiot, this is not the way to go. You're going to make yourself look stupid. And I'm not going to bail you out when you get in trouble and shit happens and shit pops off. Because
Well,
people right now, it's too much,
yeah,
bro.
but how come? But it's weird. Sometimes it's so weird to me because, like, I look at other parts of the world and they don't have the issues that we have. So then, to me, I start looking at just pure on hatred, and I think hatred plays a really big role into all this, right? So then you start going back and you start thinking about like reality and where we're at in today's mind state of humans. The shit that just happened with Trump makes no sense, right? So we just talked about the stereotypical how people look at the economy and how people look at civilians and hey, low class, middle class, high class. This person's gonna mesh well with this. That's an algorithm.
Mhm.
They've created. They've taken the internet algorithm and they've applied that to real life. They have used it in banks. They use it in car lots. They use it in correctional institutions. It's called classification. You have to actually go into a classification spot, into a jail, in order to know where you should be housed in order to be with other inmates. So they do that in neighborhoods. There's people that can't live in certain houses because of what they've done 25 years ago, right?
Yep.
and not even it being no child charges, just you could be a criminal. You could have been a thug and selling dope back in the day on your block, and did some stupid shit and got a charge, and now that
Right.
charge, you can now no longer purchase this $25 million house, no matter how much money you got, because of the neighborhood won't allow you in that neighborhood, right?
Right. Because of
How
your
does that
threats.
shooter get through that crowd? How does that dude with that type of, I mean, you could look right at, and that's what's weird to me, is do you put that image out because everybody's going to go, yeah, of course that guy did it.
Well, what do you think?
That's confusing though, because why do you allow that to go that far? I mean, I've listened to all these hearings. I've listened to
Right.
all this shit, dude. And if that was me or you on that stand, hey, bailiff, go wrap him up, bro. We're gonna go put him in this tank back here until he can think about it for a little bit. And if he can't think about it, lock his ass up and throw away the key. They wouldn't have played this. I can't recall. My documents ain't in yet. Like that, all that spinning in the circle thing, and
you know why
come on,
though?
dude.
I believe it's because visuals are everything in this world right now. Everything is visually. If you see the guy that was up there in that roof, if you would have been walking down the street and you would have seen him, would you feel threatened by him?
Say it again. Say that one more time.
If the guy that did that took the shot at Trump,
Yeah.
if you would have seen that same guy walking down the street with you, walking down the street, and he's passing you, would you even think twice of him being a threat to you?
Yes and no. I would have definitely, if I'm just walking past him, no. No. If I'm just walking past him, no, I'd have been like, oh, excuse me, and kept going. Yeah, no. Not at
Right.
all.
So, and then you go and you get a person that has tattoos, that has gold chains, that has their hat backwards, and they have face tattoos, and they have shit. And he's walking down that same block. I'm not gonna say that you're gonna be scared of him, but did that threat level just go up in your mind? In your mind,
Yeah, it went up. It went up because of not maybe more knowledge of what could get bad. Like, yeah, you see
exactly.
tattoo. Yeah, the dude's been through it.
Everything's perspective. Those cops are fucking idiots. They saw that kid. They probably didn't see the gun, but they probably saw him, and they looked at him. He's not a threat. It's all visual. That's how we judge everything, is visually. We don't
Yeah,
sit
but
back and be like,
I know a
why
guy.
are
Yeah,
you going? Why are you going up that ladder, and why are you laying on that roof? We're not asking that question. We just saw something, and then went the other way with it.
yeah, but
Because
I
he
know a
wasn't. He
dude
didn't
that's
look like a threat.
ex-military. I know a dude that's ex-military, and he's a super big stoner now, and he trolls a lot. But he made a valid point, bro. And this is what he says. He says, if I'm Secret Service now, Secret Service, they don't need any. Dude, if I'm Secret Service and I'm sitting there and something looks off to me, and I need to use what I need to use to eliminate that target, I don't have to call nobody, right? So these guys are sitting there and they see this target, right? The people in the crowd could see him laying up on his belly up there. You mean to tell me that none of those officers put a target on that dude with a sight and seen him? He said, bro, I would have hit my radio one time and said, is anybody crawling on the roof around the president?
Nope.
3,
Bow.
2, 1, pow. He said, oh, hey, Jeff. Oh, if that's Jeff over there, sorry about that. Oh, no, Jeff, you're good. Hey, I got somebody down over there. And then at that point, if he shot the wrong person, then I guess we got to go deal with it in court. But then nobody would have got harmed, bro. Like, that's what I thought the Secret Service was about. I thought that's why people don't make the choices that they make to try to do no dumb shit like that. Because if you're playing games and you got an airsoft gun and you're laying on your belly on that roof, your head's going to get splattered. And that's what made me think, like, bro, that's how it should have went.
It should have. But
Every time.
It's a lot of things that you have to put in play there. He didn't have officers and he didn't have Secret Service or snipers in every single roof that were surrounding him, which he should have. There was a lot of people, more people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You have 300 people in this rally, and you have seven fucking secret agents and couple of snipers for 300 and something people.
Mm.
I mean, it's impossible to see everything. But what pisses me off the most is they saw them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They were
They
pointing
knew he
them
was
out.
there. Yeah,
They were pointing
yeah.
them out, but I believe it was like if it
For an
wasn't anything
hour.
else, if it wasn't anything else, it was more of there were so many things going on that they just fucked up and they didn't pay attention.
Bro, you go, hey, president, you ain't coming out here right now. We got some dude pointing a rangefinder. We don't know if it's golf or not, but if he peeks over that thing, he's got anything other than a rangefinder in his head, he's gone.
What you're saying is you think it's a setup.
No, I think they just let him roll. I think they let that dude do what he had to do. I think that happens more often than we know. I think there's plenty of people that get that.
I've never seen it that way.
No,
Never
maybe
seen
not.
it that way.
I think they would have got him before he goes up the ladder, right? Check me out.
Absolutely.
Hear me out. What if, and this is all speculation. What if this dude brings this ladder out there? He gets the ladder set up and then he goes back to his car to get his backpack, right? Because you can't be carrying a ladder and that at the same time. And that's why they didn't spot him right away. Well, my thing is this: if anybody carries the wrong type of bags into those conventions, they're not supposed to let him in. How did that dude get a ladder anywhere near the president, especially 150 yards? That dude had to have had that ladder set up out there. That means they did zero security. You're supposed to prep those things out for what, 5 days before the president gets there? Nah, that's a lot, bro.
So you saying that these are Bideners and they were just like, fuck Trump.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, bro. I don't see nothing.
I don't think they were trained to do
that. Makes more fucking sense.
Because they said they were hot. They said they was hot outside, so they went inside that little convention area and were chilling. And they said that there was a lot of resources pulled from there to go take care of somebody else at another location. So in my mind, I feel like a lot of those dudes have never had to protect people in that type of environment. So they were just nonchalantly just like, whatever. Nobody's going to try it because we're the Secret Service. And that's why when it happened, they tackled Trump out of his shoes because they really didn't expect anything to even happen, let alone that. I mean, who expected that to happen? But I just don't think they had the proper training. And I think that's why that lady won't say nothing, because she's the one that instructed them. Hey, just do your thing, bro. You guys just got to go cover Donald Trump for a little bit. He'll say what he's got to say, do his thing, escort him where you got to go, and then we're over. Move on. And it didn't happen. Because it's weird to me that the dude has no political side. Like the guy that did it has no political side. And somebody else pointed something out. If that bullet lands, right? Let's just rewind back. That bullet lands. At this moment, your president is going to be two people that nobody voted for, because Trump won't be here. So then you'll replace Trump with whoever, and then Biden drops out. So now it's Trump versus whoever. So what is that? What would you call that? What was that attempt at? Communism?
No, I don't think
Why
it would
not
go that far.
If you took Trump out, then you would have to replace him with who?
Whoever he had running with him.
So then and Biden falls out, and then now two people that none of the American people wanted are now facing off against one another.
Well, then we're gonna have to get two new motherfuckers in here. As long as it's not Kamala Harris, I'm good.
And then you know what was crazy to me too, and people were giving me hell about it, and I don't care. You know who Julius Caesar is?
Yeah.
Julius Caesar was born, they say, on either the 12th or the 13th, 100 BC, right?
Mm-hmm. And Trump got shot July 13th.
Yeah. And it was weird to me because, like, they say that the Roman Empire never fell, that it was kind of like a metaphor, right? And then I've seen people put it together, and it makes sense, bro. I looked this up. I went back and investigated all this. So 100, when you're doing 100 BC, you count down backwards, right? So 100 to get to 80, you would have to go backwards. So he was -58. He was essentially -58 when he passed away, right? Well, that was in like 42 BC.
Right.
100 years from 24 or whatever, 100, if you take when he was born, that's 100 BC, and you add it to 2024, it's 2124. And there's all those people that say that the new world of 2124. You ever heard those theories? But you ever heard those theories? Yeah, there's a book There's a whole that was written years ago, like years and years and years ago. And it's about what the world, it's predictions of what the world will be like in 21, 24. And it's
Right.
crazy because they're very similar to the world we live in right now, but it's predicted to happen 100 years from now. Well, if you do the math and you do that BC stuff when Caesar was born on July 13th, if you go 100 years negative from 21, 24, it's 2024. That's right now.
Holy shit.
So what if it wasn't just a coincidence about the
You
date?
can't be doing that shit to me, Kurt, man. Now you got me over here thinking I'm scared. I want to go under the bed, bro.
Well,
Can't
you
be doing it.
well, I feel like leaders always repeat themselves, right? Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And if you look at a lot of the greats, I mean, Alexander the Great, there's people all you can all put negative stuff on a lot of different leaders that were labeled in the world, right? But most of them were killed, or most of them were deemed as crazy, or most of them were deemed as so
Because
this
they're going against the curve. That's why
it's
they're going
never
against the
changed.
grain.
It's like that right now. That's what my
And it's
point is.
the craziest part of it all is that it's so you could see this. Like this is clear as day. They're doing it in front of you. History repeats itself over and over and over and over again. Everybody that we had that was in some sort of a power control part that controlled this country, they were good dudes. They were fighting for us. They were making sure that everybody was okay. Everything was
Right.
good. And they always got taken the fuck out.
Well, that's
Because
why
it didn't fit the agenda. It didn't fit
yeah,
their agenda.
yeah, but you hear people talk about like a spiritual war, right? I've always because I mean I believe I have faith, but like the whole Bible push and all that, I run from it, right? So when people hear spiritual war, most of the time I would just I'm out of here. Well, then I started to like get older and mature a little bit and understand like maybe there's more to what they're saying. Maybe they're not just pushing a religion on me. Maybe what they're trying to say is that is the war that we think is being fought in our main minds of life. It's not about this or that. It's really good or evil. And like I thought about that and I'm like, well, that makes a lot more sense because what you think can be really good looking at it deep down inside, it's no good at all, bro. And I feel like the whole time that the world has been apart, we've fought this same spiritual war for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. And we went through so many different leaders and so many different generations of people. And none of this shit's ever going to change. You just got to fight for your family and yourself to try to make it better. And then if everybody does that as a collective whole, then the world would become a better place. And I think once you start realizing that shit, dude, it opens up your brain. Like the open mindedness starts to like,
Yeah,
it's
and that's
weird.
just what it is. That's all that it is. It's just a battle between good and evil that we consider our life. We're the ones that are fighting ourselves. We're the ones that are fighting each other to try to prove a point or make the money or be richer than this person or have more views than this person or do this and do that. And until we learn that, hey, why don't you just do what you do? Forget about what everybody else does. Notice something real quick. And I noticed this when I got out of the situations that I was in. When you hang around shit, you have a shitty life.
Mm.
You may have the money, you may have the girls, you may have everything. But inside, you know if you're happy or not. No matter what you're portraying outside, you know if you're happy or not. Once you get away from the shit, once you get away from the drama, once you get away from everything, you jump in. And now all of a sudden, yeah, you got a little bit less money. Yeah, you don't got all the women. Yeah, you don't got all the jewelry. But inside, you're a whole lot more happier. We have to find our own happiness. We need to start looking for what's going to make us happy and open up our eyes and open up our minds and open up our ears and just scan the room.
Yeah, but
Wherever you go.
would you say that our leaders just simply they create relief? I think that's the best. The comfortability of having a leader around is what is what I think Americans yearn for. I think any human needs some sort of leader to feel comfortable around in their territory, right? And I think that's why Trump is so appealing to a lot of people. A lot of people say, "Well, you can't solve a spiritual war with a leader," and I get that. I understand that, but I think what and I don't care who anybody votes for, but what I feel is I think there's a lot of people in America. See, I don't care who my leader is, right? And I know you don't care. Knowing your personality, you don't need anybody to lead anything. Ray's got it. He can handle his own. But I know America as a whole doesn't have that same confidence. I think that there's a lot of people that need confidence that there's somebody at the helm and leading us through
Well, I
the
mean, but
darkness, right?
now let's go back and let's pop a U-turn and go back to what we were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Why do you think that most of this world right now doesn't have confidence? Listen,
The
when
internet.
you scroll your phone, you see
Mhm.
people with perfect bodies in our
Yeah.
minds. You see
Yep.
people with beautiful cars, with
Yep.
huge homes. So we start looking at that, and then we look back and say, "Look what the fuck I got. This is shit. I want that. That's what I'm yearning for. That's what I want." And we let the greed and the selfishness and all the seven sins hit us all at once. And at that moment, it's your choice. Are you gonna run with the crowd, or are you gonna make your own fucking lane and make yourself happy and the people around you?
Yeah,
Instead
but
of
what do
trying
you
to make
think
your
drives
pockets
that?
happy.
Yeah, but what do you think drives that?
Our
The internet.
greed, our
The
no,
internet, though,
of
right?
course. The internet's the main thing that drives all that shit. That's our bloodline right now. Our bloodline is the internet. Without the internet, if all the phones right now, as we talk, cut out, there's gonna be people losing their fucking minds.
Yeah.
Everyone's not gonna know
How
what the
long
fuck
do you
to
think
do.
that would last for? How long though?
Before what?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay,
If the world right now shuts phones down, you don't got no more phone.
nothing. No form of
That
communication at all.
no form of communication. You ain't got nothing. The internet doesn't work no more. It's shut down. We
You
turned
gotta
the
write
switch
letters
off.
and shit. You gotta write letters or go to the library.
You have to do it the way we did it before.
Yeah.
Get used to licking stamps, my nigga, because it's gonna be a rough one for you.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Pretty
saying.
much. And it's just like we won't know how to function. Only the ones that already lived a life without the technology and had a good life without it, those are the only ones that are gonna be like, oh well, back to the hustle. Put your jacket on, put your boots on, and get the fucking step, and let's go to work.
I mean,
Those
this
are
is
the ones that are gonna
crazy.
go back to it.
Do you think it ever goes to that?
Oh, I don't think it ever will.
You think we'll depend so much on technology that will be one of our
And
strongest infrastructures?
it just keeps on getting better and bigger. It keeps on
Well,
expanding.
you heard that freaking crazy theory about why our internet shut off, our cell phone shut off a couple weeks ago, right? You heard about that?
The when AT&T and all these people had issues with that shit. Yeah, I didn't hear the theory about it, but yeah, I was there when it happened.
Okay, so right after the Trump attempted assassination happened, they put out all that information about that company that kid did an ad for, right? Blackstone or whatever it was. Well, supposedly that's an investment firm, and that investment firm took a huge financial blow when that happened, and they drew out their investment, so they updated uh the system, and when they updated the system, it knocked all the customers out that were attached to that
Oh,
Blackstone. Yeah.
BlackRock.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. So then AT&T obviously corrected it within the hour, but still it showed that a lot of this stuff come internally. And I don't know. And that's speculation.
Yeah,
That's a
right.
conspiracy. That ain't, I'm not saying that that's true, but I'm just saying that that stuff started coming out immediately. And there was documentation showing that this company had shares into AT&T. And I'm like, oh my goodness, bro.
It's a muddy world, baby. It's a
It's
muddy
all a lie,
world.
dog. That's facts, bro. Remember when you would go into those old shops in the Bronx and you would think it was just a sandwich shop? No, bro. Go through that back door and it's a whole new world back there.
Oh yeah, they're gambling in this corner. They can sell you cocaine over there. They got. Oh, I mean, that's how the whole world is built.
That's
They're not gonna
America.
tell you. Because if they tell you that, then they're going to have to tell you the total amount of money they got now. And then they don't want to do that. They don't want to tell you how much money they're really making.
You
I
think
think
it's
there's
all?
a number out there.
Do you think it's all smoke and mirrors, and there's certain people that have tried to lead us into understanding that, and they've gotten rid of them?
100%, 100,000%, yes.
So all this shit that
You never could believe what you see and what these people tell you. They could tell you whatever they want you to tell you. I'm going to tell you the story that I came up with these 20 people, and that's the ones that you guys are going to believe. Because your favorite rapper is going to say it, because your favorite artist is going to say it, your favorite your actor, your favorite podcast host. We're going to make sure that they get paid to tell them what the fuck we want you to tell them.
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, rest in peace, Tupac. Why do you think we didn't know sooner who killed Tupac? Why do you think it's taking this long?
I believe it's a lot bigger than people think. I don't think it's just a Diddy, Pac, I'll give you $1 million to get these guys out of here type of situation. I think it's a lot bigger than that. Diddy was involved in a lot of things business-wise and has connection with a lot of businesses that I'm pretty sure he has the number to the people that run this fucking shit. The people that really run this shit. And I'm pretty sure that they got him in. They seduced him to however they could seduce him. And now you got little pawns. So when you see these artists and you see these actors and these people pushing an agenda, I almost can guarantee they're under somebody's thumb doing it to push that agenda. They have to have that. Without the lifeline of the internet, your message or whatever you want to do ain't going to go get through.
Well, check this out though. I watched a little bit and paid attention to how, like, when the shift in power happened 4 years ago, I watched how that was when a lot of people started to speak up. And it made me wonder, like, it made me think, why all of a sudden do all these people feel like speaking up? And a lot of people said it was because that Cat Williams interview. A lot of people said it was because of this interview, or Ellen, or all these different
there was
theories.
rappers and there was people saying the same shit for years. People are acting like this Tupac and Diddy thing is new. They've been saying that Tupac got that Diddy got Tupac killed. That's been around since 2009, bro.
I think it would have killed hip hop. I think hip hop would have died at that moment if they would have put out the information now, or then, that they're putting out now. And the reason why I say that is because I feel like the East and the West Coast shit, I feel like that's what created, or that's what allowed Southern hip hop to thrive. I feel like when all that East and West Coast battle rap was going on and it was in the height of it, I feel like that's when a lot of people that were listening to hip hop got away from that. And that's when they started finding Southern hip hop. That's when they started realizing that the South makes that same type of music and there wasn't as much violence involved in it. And then if they would have eliminated that whole battle and beef between that, then I think it would have fell apart, bro. I think rap wouldn't have been what it is today if they would have released that P. Diddy had anything to do with Tupac, because none of the artists that we come to know now would have ever had any shine. P. Diddy would have been gone. Who would have been what would happen?
If you name all the artists that P. Diddy had that made him that.
It was both sides though. It was both sides. Think of it like this. If I paid so-and-so, it's going to affect both sides because it comes back to Biggie. I'm sure Biggie's going to get tied into this.
Well, I mean, if the whole Biggie and Tupac situation, there's so much stories out there about what really fucking happened that, to be honest with you, I don't think nobody knows the fucking truth.
I think they would have killed. I think that East and the West would have killed everybody. I think everybody would have been like, I don't think Ice Cube
at that time, bro. At that time, bro, if one person from California stepped in New York, they were not going to make it back to California.
Snoop wouldn't be here.
The same way. If a dude from New York would have gone to California, he would have not made it out of California. It was too much tension, and that time the South said,
"Yeah,
let's go.
100%.
It's our time. We got to go out there." They wrote a brand new sound, and sound is important no matter what anyone tells you. If down South rappers didn't have that Southern twang when they rapped, It was not gonna be Southern rap.
Nope.
They came up with a new sound and made something. Hey, this is turn up music. This is fuck all that bullshit. We over here trying to have a good time.
Facts.
So the South was in a different type of time than West and East, than New York and Cali. That time right there. And the New York rappers was trying their best. They were working and putting out albums and putting out everything in that moment when that shit went down. But it wasn't enough. There was so much tension between them.
But do you think like LL Cool J, or not LL Cool J, Ice Cube and Snoop Dogg, do you think those dudes that were so entwined into that beef right there, do you think those two guys would have even made it out and been where they are today had they released it then? That Pac got killed by that.
Absolutely, because Snoop Dogg didn't need Pac. Snoop Dogg didn't need anything.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying he needed it, but what I'm saying is, do you think it would have been a similar war to what we got now with like the Julio Folio and the Youngin Ace, to where it's literally gunplay now? Like, okay, now it's hits. Okay, bet. Do you think it would have intensified that rap beef so hardcore that they would have killed each other like one after another? Not just, oh, there was a hit and it was unknown how Tupac died. Do you think it would have changed everything if they would have announced it then?
Oh, it would have not changed anything, because back to what I was saying. Besides Biggie Smalls, who did Diddy sign? That, you know what made him his money? His clothing line, his TV shows.
Yeah,
he's not making money off of rap, and I don't understand why people are not understanding that. He hasn't had a good artist since MGK.
No, yeah, I agree.
MGK was his last good artist. What was Bad Boys doing back in the day besides Biggie that people were going crazy for? Nothing.
It was the money. Yeah, it was just the money. He just had.
That's why he had to come out and get Sean John. That's why he had to go and get liquor. That's why he had to go and do other things besides rap, because he was not making his money towards it. Yes, he had Bad Boys. It's still being signed by Bad Boys. It's still a big deal because it's still Bad Boys. This is where Biggie made his time, his shine. One of the best rappers in the fucking world is Biggie Smalls.
Right. I agree.
But at that time, it would have not changed shit. Situations would have been different for certain artists. They probably would have gotten more shine being out of the situation.
Right.
If it all would have went down and Diddy would have gotten arrested, and rest in peace Tupac and Biggie and the artists around that area and that time, only the true motherfuckers that are good at what they do would have came out of that with no problem. They probably would have launched faster at that time. Sean John made a lot of money.
Do you think this exposes the industry for that, though? That it shows that
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Do you think that it shows that the industry will put it on the back burner and kind of act like we don't know nothing about this, depending on how valuable that person is to the? Because I feel like the reason Diddy's getting exposed right now because the shelf life is up. He's no longer that pocket. He's no longer.
You no longer fit what we need. So now we're getting you the fuck out of here.
Yes. 100%.
You telling me that Diddy was doing all that crazy shit back in the fucking day, and now all of a sudden, why? Diddy had, before all the accusations, what was Diddy doing?
Yeah, but I'm sure he was tied into a lot of funding for a lot of these artists that you'd have no clue about, because look at his son. I didn't even know his son could rap, bro. But his son's friends with so many of these different rappers, and they're hedge funds. And I was watching how he would dump money into certain accounts and he would put money into certain pockets. So I feel like all that's done dried up and they don't need him for that money no more. So they're like, oh yeah, what about this recording and that recording? Like they just been snakes the whole time.
Ever since all these artists started coming up with their own clothing line, with their own alcohol, with their own everything, these rich leaders like 50 had G-Unit gear, 50 had, but 50 surrounded himself. He positioned himself the right way when he came in. He made a decision, and Eminem made a decision to work together and say, I like your style and I fuck with your style. Let's do something. and 50 blew the fuck up. First album out, blew the fuck up with no problem. And every problem that 50 had, who started it? 50. And who finished it? 50.
Yeah, that's facts.
Because he's not going to be in nobody's pocket. No matter who you are, he's not going to be in nobody's pocket.
Yeah, but
And
wasn't he Nas's bodyguard? Wasn't he Nas's bodyguard before he was even an artist? Like before you knew who 50 Cent was?
50?
Yeah.
He was no, I don't believe he was nobody's bodyguard.
I'm gonna look it up. I think that's what his job was in before he become
Well, he got signed with Run DMC and he was doing music with them. And then he got signed with Columbia and then they dropped him because he got shot. And then that after he got shot and everything came out, he dropped a mixtape and that got to Eminem and that's when they started working together. So I don't know what part of his history was that he was a bodyguard for Nas. I never heard it. Not saying it never happened. I just never heard it.
No. That's why I'm trying to make sure. Who was 50 Cent?
That's a fact, Matt Huff. That's a fact. Snoop was a businessman way before. Snoop would have got out of that situation and probably would have fucking done a whole lot more than what he did.
I would see that's a urban. See, that's funny. I say that back in the day, bro, when somebody would say something, it was an urban legend. Like it wasn't immediately a lie. Like it was do your own research. Now here I am fact checking what I say, and that's crazy to me.
Yeah, like I said,
bro.
somebody in the chat said, like I never heard that. I'm not saying that it's not true. It never crossed my timeline. I've never heard that he was his bodyguard. I know his history from when he dropped his first mixtape from signing with Shady, and then after that, that's all he wrote.
Learning from what I just looked up, though, it does say that Mike Tyson knows the man who shot 50 Cent.
Yeah, they're friends. I forgot his name, but yeah, he's friends with him. That's why 50 Cent bought Tyson's house.
Yeah, his name is Daryl Homo Brom. That's a wild name, dude. HOMMO. That's fucking Homa.
I forgot his street name, but yeah, that's why 50 was petty as fucking both at Tyson's house and said fuck it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Ken Shamrock was a 50 Cent bodyguard. That's wild, bro.
Really?
Yeah, it said Ken Shamrock on being 50 Cent's bodyguard. That's the first.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
It's an interview on Vlad TV, and he talks about being a bodyguard for him.
That's crazy, bro.
Bro, could you imagine having Ken Shamrock as your bodyguard?
I'll be safe as fuck, bro. I'll be good. I don't have to worry about nothing. He don't even carry a gun, bro. He'll fuck you up in a minute.
Dude, you see his weed edibles are shaped like a bite out of an ear?
The what?
His edibles, his gummies, it's the bite out of the ear.
I heard that. Yeah. Tyson.
That's
shit.
crazy, bro. Yeah. They're like shit.
That man is fucking nuts, man. I'm telling you. But I love Tyson now. I like the way he changed it up because I was there in Tyson's prime, bro. And he was a bad motherfucker, bro.
You see what he's about to do to Jake Paul? You see all the rules he implemented? Because the dude did what he did?
I thought they canceled the fight.
Oh no. No.
He was supposed to fight. He was supposed to fight him on my wife's birthday.
Jake Paul did him dirty or whatever. So he was gonna fight. He had no problem. They said, an ulcer. So Jake Paul just on his own accord announces that the fight is canceled because of Tyson's health. So then Tyson sues him for a bag, bro. And he says, if you don't want the lawsuit or whatever, I'm going to rearrange the fight to the rules that I want, and we're going to do it in November. So it's November, but it's
see, I heard he got sick and the fight is over, so I stopped even paying attention to it because I don't want to see Jake Paul fight. I want to see him get knocked the fuck out.
Oh, you're going to, because guess what? One of the rules that Tyson said is there's no card. It's not going to a decision. They're fighting until somebody hits the pavement and the mat, and it's 13 rounds. and it's lighter. It's 8-ounce gloves. It's not the 13-ounce gloves. He wants harder punches. He wants longer rounds. He wants 13 rounds. He wants no decision. It's by knockout. So
And
there ain't no,
that's Tyson's rules.
that's because he backed out and canceled the fight without Mike Tyson agreeing to cancel in the fight, which was against their contract. Yes, that's by his rules now. Unless he
Let's
wants
go
to get
ahead
that lawsuit.
and we might as well get it out the way now. Let's give a 10-second moment of silence for Jake Paul, because Jake Paul's about to get knocked the fuck out by
Tyson was cool.
Man.
Bro, this is the crazy part. And he was talking about it. Mike Tyson's like, bro, I'm cool. I was like, Jake Paul understood. Mike Tyson's done enough interviews now to understand when this dude goes into that fight mode, it's just who he is as a person, right? So Jake Paul already knew that. He had seen that side of him. So when he canceled Tyson from fighting, and Tyson's like, damn, I got an ulcer, but I'm ready to go, dude. This guy don't understand. I'm a killer. It was offensive to him. So now he's offended this man that is a trained killer, that is the greatest to ever step in the ring. So now he's like, okay, little Jake, you think you're tough and you want to cancel the fight and act like, I'm just looking out for Mike Tyson. Nah, now I want longer round.
That motherfucker's gonna knock the bleach out his hair, bro.
Yeah, he is.
That boy's gonna go to sleep first round. I believe Tyson. Now, this is the crazy part. This is what's going on. Jake Paul represents this generation. 100%. He's never
gonna hurt.
He's out with a president like Tyson.
No.
Tyson might be a lot more positive now, and he's not on drugs. He's not a psychopath, a fucking pit bull right now. You see his videos, he's eating shrooms and laughing and having a good time, and everything is fine. But the minute that Tyson put up that video of his training, I said, Jake Paul's going to die. There's no
when
more
DMX.
Jake Paul.
When DMX comes on, he better just be like, okay.
He better shut the fuck up and say, you know what? I'm just gonna lay down in the ring and I'm gonna let that nigga win, because he's not gonna hit me.
When he comes out with no shoes on and a white towel, bro, just say, hey, I'm out, dog. I ain't about sitting in this ring and watching my whole life.
And that's what it is. When you hear and that motherfucker comes out with that towel around his head,
over.
Boy, you better get the fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. Jake Paul, I don't give a fuck how old Mike Tyson, he's still got that dog in him.
Well, I've watched so many interviews of his podcast when he's eating mushrooms and he's tripping his balls and he's telling his whole idea behind fighting, and he's going in depth on why he fights and the mindset that he gets in when he's ready to fight somebody. I don't know what Jake Paul is thinking, bro. And not only that, I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he tried to I would have called and be like, Mike, I fucked up, bro. I'll pay you whatever we need to pay to get this shit canceled, but I'm calling this shit.
That man Tyson said, when I'm in the ring with somebody, all I could think about is me eating your fucking face. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna fucking kill him. And that's all I had go through my head is I'm gonna kill him. I want him to feel pain. I want him to die. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And he's gonna knock him the fuck out, bro. I'm telling you. Tyson's gonna be playing around in the beginning. He's just gonna play with him.
Oh, and hey, you know, another stipulation of the fight is he wants random weekly drug testing up till the fight every week.
For what? For Jake Paul?
Yes, Tyson wants some drug tested for performance-enhancing drugs.
We're gonna do this blood for blood, tear for tear, my nigga. We're gonna find out who is the one, and you know that Tyson's gonna kill him.
Yeah, he said, I'm sending my own person to do the test too. I am not allowing you to let your little lab do it in your little fight league. He said that he wants that shit to be he wants him to really fight a real boxing match. He is now to the point where, like, dude, I played your game. We were gonna jump around in the ring and play this little game for some money, and you fucking challenged my integrity that I couldn't fight. Now it's over, bro. He's gonna embarrass this dude in November.
I'm telling you, like I said, he's gonna play around in the beginning. Tyson's just gonna tap him a couple of times. Jake Paul's gonna fuck up and land a hit in his jaw. And that 20-year-old pit bull is going to ignite. and it's a wrap. After that,
Bro, you know who I want to see him fight? I want to see him and Mayweather fight. I want to see Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather fight.
that'll be a good one.
That and I seen a Mayweather.
Who's your favorite
fight.
boxer? Who's your favorite boxer of all time?
Oh man, dude, it would be hard to take it away from Mike. And I didn't like Floyd Mayweather for the longest time, bro. But I paid a lot of attention to him lately, and just the dude's. I mean, he is the boxing boxer. Like I think between Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson, it would have to be between them two.
I've always been a Tyson fan since because he's from the hood, bro. Like he's from Brooklyn, so. Yeah. It was a different connection with Mike Tyson because everything that we
Cleveland, right?
Tyson,
Cleveland Street.
First.
What did he call it?
It was in Brownsville. I know he was in Brownsville.
There you go.
Yeah. And I've always loved Mike Tyson. I've seen every fucking fight. My dad always orders the pay-per-view. We always have a gathering and watch the shit. I am a huge boxing fucking fan. I stopped watching it because it just got corny to me. But
Uncle, you about to get hit with that rain.
We might hit. Oh no! Don't do that to me, please.
Yeah, we're about to get it. Listen, bro.
Fuck.
Before my wife, so Ryan got hit with that rain. That same rain. Well, maybe not the same rain, but that's the issues we're having. We're just gonna have to do. Ryan will be here again. We'll have to do it another time. But I knew it was coming. No, I knew it was coming for you. My wife's been texting me. She's like, "Oh, severe storm warning on the way," and I'm like, we'll be all right.
It's gonna hit me first, and you're gonna get the drizzle.
That's why I'm bringing it up now because I noticed you start getting crackly and your internet starts getting crazy. So I'm like,
and that's the crazy part about it. It could be a light rain, and I still start getting problems with the internet here. And we got the best internet in the spectrum. There's gonna be a company that's probably already up your way. That's called Open Infra, right? They're going to say, we're putting fiber in your area. Tell them to take that fiber and stick it in their ass. Don't let them play you for no fool, bro. And I'm telling you right now, they're going to, but it's a sweet deal. They'll hook it up for free. They'll do all this for free. And when they hook it up to your house, you'll run an internet speed test. It'll be through the roof. Go to try to use your internet. Don't switch. I was smart and I kept Spectrum and let them come in, but I didn't leave Spectrum. I hooked that thing up to my PlayStation to update something. It said 2.5 hours. I said, what? Yeah. So I unplugged it. I hooked it to my Spectrum and I plugged the Spectrum into the hardwire. It was like 12 minutes. That's crazy.
But and they're coming your way though. That's why I'm warning you because they'll get you. They're free. They're real sweet, but they'll waste a whole bunch of your fucking time taking off work to let them do this. Usually, and do that.
I have a sign that's in front of my house that says no soliciting, and I have another sign in my bedroom that says Glock 45. I wish the nigga would try to come in here and try to fucking put anything in my fucking house. You ain't doing it unless I want it. I ain't gonna do it, and I'm gonna hire a professional. I've lived that. Try to do shit cheap, and it always ended up being more expensive. So I'd rather just hire a professional, get the shit done professionally because it comes with a warranty. Whatever they fuck up, they got to fix. I'm good.
Bro, you know what? It's crazy. Yesterday was I did some of the most asinine shit at work. I do nitrous systems so basically race cars are sending in their intakes and I'm putting nitrous bungs in them and I'm welding them up. Well, somebody took the short route and said, "Hey, we're gonna take it to somebody that gives it. We'll do it at half the price." Oh, I got 3 of those on Monday, half the price deals, dude. It is harder to fix somebody's fuck up than it is just to pay and now they're paying full price and some because I have to fix all the problems, dude. And that's facts. Quit taking fucking cheap route, bro.
And that's why I always tell people, even when I was working on cars and shit, I tell people, I was like, yeah, I could put cheaper parts in your car and I'll see you in 6 months.
Yeah, that's facts, bro. Well,
because they're cheaper because they're made, the quality is not there, and they're just putting shit together just to make the part. They're not really paying attention to the performance of that part. So
okay, this is a good question for you. You've been in that industry for a long time?
17 years.
Do you think the quality of our parts for our automotives change with the leader? Because you've seen at
I
least 2 different presidents in that time. Have you seen a
I see
difference in
I've seen a difference in the pricing with the leader. I've seen when Trump was president, for example, a synthetic oil change was $79.99. And now if you get the same car and get a synthetic oil change, is $134.
that's why. That's crazy.
So
Yeah,
that
but
jump right there is ridiculous.
okay, so that brings me to this. Do you think that because of the rising costs, that's why people tend to put the cheaper parts on their vehicles? That's
Oh,
they've all
absolutely.
and they've always been around. Like I remember back in the day, you go to Napa and it was good, better, best. Good,
Yeah.
like that was your options. Like now they don't even give you that option anymore. They're like, this is
They're
a
gonna
high
get
dollar one and this is a low dollar one. That's all your options.
that third option in the car industry. That third option went out the window.
Yeah,
It's
100%.
either we're gonna make the money
Yeah,
or we're gonna make some money and just to make a customer happy. And I have no problem. Like if you look at the pricing when shops buy parts, corporate shops always, if I buy a ball joint that is $29.99, right? And I'm buying it as a shop. When I sell it to a customer, I'm tripling what I paid for to make that money back. Because I have to pay commission, I have to pay for the part that I just bought, and then I make a little bit of extra fucking money,
right.
profit for the store. These privately owned shops have legal right to charge you up to 4,000% of what they paid for a part.
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
So when you go into a shop and you need brakes, the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is how much driving do you do? Who's in the car with you? Shit like that. Because depending on what you tell me is depending on the price that I'm going to give you. Automatically, if you have kids in the car, you're getting the expensive part. I'm not trying to put no cheap shit in this car, and then that part fails, and then there's an accident, and God forbid something happens.
Right.
So
Yeah,
that's
no,
going to
that's
be the
fact.
price. But if you come to me and you say, oh, I'm 21 years old, I just got this car, I don't really give too much of shit about you.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
understand you're in school, you're probably working a part-time job. You don't have a lot of money. So why am I going to give you a higher amount when I know you can't afford it? I'm going to give you the cheaper part. And I'm going to feel a little bit better because I know that you're probably going to fuck it up and you can defend yourself better than an older person with kids in the car. So I always try to put in consideration everything when I'm trying to sell something to a customer. When these
Yeah, for
prices
sure.
went up, there was no way that I could help anybody. Even the cheap parts were expensive. So, and it was, but when Trump was president for 4 years, guess what? We had the best 4 years in my store. The best 4 years. Everything was cheaper. Understand something. Oil goes up because the delivery drivers are paying more gas to get the oil to the shops. So that's the reason why the oil goes up and your oil changes go up. It's because of that. So you control the gas price. You control the majority of deliveries for food, which breaks the bottom dollar out to these businesses where they're not spending as much for the delivery. Then they could bring down the prices cheaper for the customer to get more clientele. It's how it works. In any business you could think of, that's how it works. The hospitals, they have a delivery service to bring all their equipment and all the shit that they need to do. If a syringe costs 10 cents and gas went up $4, that syringe just cost you $1.50. So it's all a money game. It's all a money scheme. So if a president comes here and fixes this shit, I could see this pricing go down so much that it's going to fix what we've already fucked up for 4 years.
Bro, remember when we ran out of toilet paper?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck was that about? Like, there's so
People were
many
nervous.
things that I still, yeah, but it's still like when you look back at all the shit that's happened over the last 40 years, it's like, how are
Because
we not okay?
no matter what's going on, Kurt, ain't nobody want to walk around with a dirty ass.
No, yeah, you're right. Hey, at this point, dog, I just want to see something different because I don't even remember what it was like to go through that. Like, that's the traumatic part about this world that we live in. It's like I don't remember what it was like to struggle to not buy toilet paper, because now the struggle of not buying anything is real. Like before, I was like, oh yeah, babe, let's go do this, let's go do that. Like it wasn't no thing because You could travel. It almost costs just as much to drive a car as it does to fly in a plane. It's cheaper to fly in a plane, but not for much longer, bro. Gas prices are back on that climb again.
Yeah.
Like, so how is it? How can you be at peace? Like we talked about it in the beginning. You said you believe that, it's about being at peace with yourself and being happy, and that's what helps the world to be a better place. But when you have a world that is in such a fucked up, it is so different than
That's why I say it's never going to happen. That's a dream of what the
that
world could be.
percentage though, that 400% increase on our food and everything. Like you see the video of the guy that ordered Amazon, whatever, and then he ordered it a year later or whatever, and it was 400%. In my eyes, I see that as a lot of big problems, but I see that it's technology, bro. Like I've thought about this for a long time. I think technology has pushed our life so far forward so quickly, and that's what we're dealing with. This is that economic crash. Like I don't understand how they keep up with the supply and demand for shit because of technology. Like people buy shit just to break shit on TikTok or just to, create a trend. Like when Tide
And when
Pods
I
and
when
people.
I when I see those videos, bro, I'm like, between my wife's car, my car, and car insurance, we're paying like $1,100 in just cars a month. And these people are buying $500 fucking PlayStation 5s
To
just
smash
to
them.
fuck them up. And I'm
Yeah.
just like, this is the problem.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
the biggest problem in the world right now.
Well,
A
think
kid
about
could
it
have
like this.
used that shit,
The
man.
small mom and pops that are just washed away now because the big corporations push them so quickly because they had to, because of this big powerful thing called Amazon. So
Right.
that's the way I look at that. It's like they pushed all this shit away, and now the only resource people have to buy anything is to go where? To the internet. And if you can't find it in your local store, which there's not many more of those anymore other than big department stores, go on the internet. So
How
how do
about
you
how
ever
about
take that shit away?
how about you go? Damn, I lost my train of fucking thought. But it was around the sense of what you were going right now. Oh, Redbox. Redbox used to
Yeah,
be the shit. Now
gone.
you got Hulu, you got Netflix, you got all this shit.
Yep.
Why would I want to come out of my home, get in my car, drive to the 7-Eleven to go
You
get a
wouldn't.
movie when I could just look for it on fucking Amazon? I could do everything on the internet. I don't even have to leave my house to make money. I don't have to leave my house to do groceries. I don't have to leave my house to do anything. And that it's a scary fucking thing. It's the most scariest thing because
Well,
you
it
start
boils back to money. It's money. Yeah,
money.
it's money. You want to
Let's
beat
get rid.
China. We want
Let's
to
get
know
rid of
more.
money. Let's get rid of money and let's see what happens.
That's what I feel like the moon. I feel like the same thing with the moon, bro. I feel like it was at that time, it was a race to be the first people on the moon. And here we come being liars and fucking using CGI and doing what we had to do because it was money. So now, prime example, we want to be the first people to do this. Look what China just did. They created a 4 million megabyte internet connection. Some private internet company created the fastest internet connection ever. Like nobody could
Like you
even touch
you
it.
you you think about going on Pornhub, that shit just pops up on your phone.
But that, yeah, and so quick that what is the need for that? But that today now is the most valuable form of knowledge, and it's knowledge of the internet.
It's a scary thing. Like I don't I that's why I like the country life that I'm living right now, because I'm still in a rural area. So yeah, we got internet, yeah, we got all this, but it's more of a country life. I see more people outside here than I've ever
Mhm.
did living in Tampa.
Yeah,
Like more
facts.
more people are doing things out here. It's still a
Tending to their
somewhat easy
garden,
country life. Yeah, like today,
sharpening their
I walk out of my
lawnmower
house.
blades.
I walk out of my house. My neighbor is fucking planting roses around his walkway. So
Yep.
it's things like that that I'm like, I just need to keep on moving every time it gets populated and it becomes a city. There, you saw what they are doing down on on 40th Street, I think it is. No, the Walmart that is right by me. They
Mm-mm.
already got they already got a huge ass Target. They already got all this shit. They're building apartment buildings around my house, my home where I live at. There's
Yeah,
spots
that's
they're building
wild.
these low income apartment buildings. So
And they skipped right over
unfortunately,
they skipped right over a lot of shit and put that there too because
yep,
the highway is gonna go right through it. That's what that's
right
wild.
through it,
Bro. Yeah,
right through it. We are the
yeah,
lot. Well, if you look at the road by where I live next to the highway,
yeah.
if you see how they're constructing all that shit, and you kind of could see the plan that they have already
It's
set
an
up
off ramp.
for this
It's an
whole
off
area.
ramp. Yeah,
Yeah. So you can already see what they're already setting up before they build anything.
yeah.
They're building so much shit around us. Like 4 years ago when we moved down here, it was rule. I'm talking about there was nothing around here. Shit was closing early. You could barely find a place, but I liked it because it was peaceful. I was able to actually go outside of my yard and think. And now I go outside of my yard and I'm hearing fucking civics burning rubber in the fucking road and doing all crazy shit. And I'm like, here we fucking go. Here
Yeah,
we
for
fucking
real, bro.
go. And
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
like,
wild.
I just want to keep on moving to rural areas and get the fuck out of it. I don't want this city shit no more. I've done too much of it. I don't want nothing to do with it. I love my little country life. Quiet. My pool's in the backyard. I'm quiet. And nobody bothers me. I don't bother
Yeah, but
nobody.
there's gotta be for me, there's gotta be a happy medium. I don't mind living out in the woods and living away from civilization in a city like that, but if I gotta drive more than 20 minutes to get to any type of store, I'm starting to get
But
uncomfortable.
that's exactly
Fuck
why
all
when we
that.
first moved down here, it was beautiful. We had things. It's not like we didn't have anything, but everything that we had was only a 10-minute drive or 15-minute drive. But it was
Yeah.
still calm. There was not a lot of cars in the roads like that. Like 12 a.m., 12 p.m. down my road, when we first moved down here, you could barely see cars in the road. It was so quiet. Now there's traffic jams in the corner, people trying to do U-turns where they're not supposed to be
Is it a
doing
lot of
U-turns.
foreign people? Do you get a lot of foreign people that are moving in?
No.
Bro, there was 3 houses built, every one of them are foreign. I have no idea what language they speak or nothing. I have no it might be a form of Spanish that kinda looks Spanish, but I don't know. I
I
couldn't tell you.
I've seen more I would say more like Mexicans will be the majority that I see that has been moving in around here.
Everybody that I've asked, like, hey, well, we come from Tampa. My neighbors that just moved in a couple years ago come from Tampa. You're right, bro. All that is pushing into this area. Yeah. And
Yep.
we were kind of talking about like all the migrants that have infiltrated into like New York and all those areas. Like
Oh boy.
people
And you know
forget
what
how bad Florida is.
you saw what they're doing now in New York
Uh-uh.
with
Uh-uh.
the migrants? So
Uh-uh.
I read that now the migrants they're putting them in even shittier in a shittier part of New York in the hood. Now
Hide them.
they're pushing them all there. So
No
you
way.
already know what's gonna happen. You already
No
know what's
way.
gonna fucking you're
No
gonna take
way.
you're gonna take all these psychopath criminals and you're gonna put them in the midst of a whole bunch of psychopath criminals. What do you
Yeah,
think
that's
is
not
gonna
good.
happen? It's gonna
Criminal
blow the fuck up,
organization.
bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god.
There's
I'm
gonna
like,
be a
thank
huge
God.
criminal empire of both sides battling each other in the streets of New
It's
York.
gonna be bad. It's bad
Oh,
already. I went to New York for business, and when I went over there, thank God I stayed in Manhattan, so it wasn't as bad. But I took a trip to Brooklyn, and I was like, oh my God, this is crazy.
bro, a lot of people give old Ron DeSantis a hard time, but I'm so glad we got the Grady Judds and the Ron DeSantises and the freaking that Florida would be just as bad. And it is at times. I think there is certain areas in Florida that are just as bad with that. But I
Oh yeah,
believe that our politicians in Florida and their
want to help
signs,
us.
bro, do you see the sign coming back to Florida or leaving Florida? The new one they changed?
Oh, I didn't see the new one that they changed. No.
It says something when I don't know, I can't tell you, I gotta Google it now, but it says something about that. It's like, sorry you're leaving Florida. What does the new welcome to Florida sign say? It says, welcome to the free state. It says, welcome to the free state of Florida. Uh, right on our sign now. And it says leaving the free state of welcome to the free state of Florida. And when you're leaving, it says leaving the free state of Florida. Ron DeSantis, governor. Oh, Ronnie D don't play, bro.
You gonna have dumb motherfuckers coming from other states say everything's free out here? That's how dumb we are right now. They're gonna think that everything's free in Florida. So you're gonna come over
good
here
luck.
asking for shit. Good luck with that one, motherfucker. If you ain't got a car and you ain't got an AC, you're gonna have a struggled life, brother.
You could have a stroke.
fact.
You're gonna have a stroke, a heat stroke.
Oh my god, I almost caught a couple of them when I first moved down here. I didn't understand the clothing wear out here.
No,
I had to
and the
get used to
humidity.
it.
You didn't know about that humidity.
No, that humidity slapped the fuck out of me, bro. I inhaled the fuck out of that shit when I first got out the car. Oh my god, that shit was horrible. I was like, why am I breathing fire, bro?
I hate when other people try to tell me Florida ain't humid. Dude, people in North Carolina were like, "Oh, you're from Florida. It ain't even humid." I'm like, "What? You guys are walking around in 72 degrees, beautiful. Maybe 50% humidity. We're pushing 82 right here. This is great." I said, "Go to Florida where it's 91 with 100% humidity, and you can't even walk to get your mail without your ass crack feeling full of sweat." So
brother,
good
I literally went down my driveway to go pick up the garbage can top because the guys that picked up the garbage left it on the floor. I went to go grab that and come right back up. I had to change my fucking shirt. I was drenched from front and back. I had a whole pool in my butt crack, my nigga.
I know.
Ants and it was disgusting.
Bro, I went from welding inside at night in a climate controlled facility to welding during the day outside again. I know all about that transition.
For 17 years, bro, I was outside in a hot ass shop. So if it's 100 degrees in the shop, it's 120 degrees. If it's 100 degrees outside, it's 120 degrees in that shop.
Metal.
I'm talking about I'm a bad sweater. I am dying over here. That's why I drink so much water. I've made myself get used to drinking so much water to stay hydrated because it's impossible to do that working in a shop. It's impossible.
Oh, I watched your video that was talking about like your last week at work and you transitioning into doing this. I was happy for you, but at the same time, I thought about it. I'm like, man, those are the days I look forward to, but I dread because that's the moment that I'm going to become fat. You think about that ever? Like you used to be active, sweating, all that fucking running around.
Try to keep yourself busy, brother, because I had the same worries. I'm like, but I'm losing weight, which is a good thing because before I quit my job, I got on a diet and I'm trying to lose the weight. So I went from 299, 310, and I'm down to 288 right now. So
yeah.
I'm losing the weight and I'm trying to make sure that I don't gain it again because I know that if I let loose, I'm gonna be 400 pounds in this bitch.
And you're tall, bro.
Oh, it's good, man.
On the camera, I didn't think you were this tall, and you are a stockier dude. When I seen you, I'm like,
I don't play around. I don't play around, brother.
No. Hey, and yo, it was so cool in Tampa. Like when I don't know how nobody didn't see you quicker. I'll be real with you. Because when you walk through, bro, you are a lot bigger than a lot of people that you're standing next to, like height wise, not fat. Like you're just a stout dude. So when I seen you at first, I'm like, that ain't even Uncle. I'm like, oh shit, that is Uncle Ray, bro. Because you don't in a camera, the internet that goes to show like the internet and reality aren't really what you think it is at times because you're gonna talk all this and think this and expect this and see something completely different, and that's literally what happened. It's wild.
Yeah, I dude, when I was in the back of the line and I hit T2 up, because he told me, yo, hit me up when you're in line. And I was like, I bet. So I hit him up and Ryan's manager, T2, started coming towards me to come and get me.
Yeah.
As I'm walking, bro, I see everyone looking at me and all of them were like pointing at me, and I'm just like, I am so uncomfortable. I was so uncomfortable because I'm not used to that shit. I'm used to being.
Well, it was like a Where's Waldo thing. Well, that's funny you say that because it was a Where's Waldo thing. So like, everybody was kind of. We all knew who Uncle Ray is, who Vibe Reacts is. So when it came across, hey, where's he at? Everybody that was involved in that whole thing was looking for you. So once everybody got eyes on you, they're like, all right, back to the party. We got Uncle Ray. He's good. So that's why it
Yep.
was cool to see and to hear you say how it did, because it was all eyes on you. There was probably 15 different people looking for you in all different directions. And when
Oh,
we all
but the love was so real, bro. Like I
yeah,
had people come up and be like, I'm waiting for my girl. My girl went to the bathroom, so I'm outside the door waiting for her. And some dude comes out the bathroom and he's literally not paying attention to shit. And I'm just looking around and shit and just drinking my beer. And he's doing this as he's walking out the bathroom. And then he kind of bumps into me. And then he looks up, he's like, oh, my bad. And then he did a double take. And he said, fucking Uncle Ray. And he just like, and I went, I got so fucking like shocked, like, what the fuck? And then he was like, yo, what's going on, Uncle Ray? And it was all love throughout. We did a couple of laps around the whole place, me and my wife. And it was people stopped me, wanted to take pictures and just talk and just tell me, yo, I love your videos, man. When I'm feeling like shit, I just put one of your videos and I'm good. And shit like that. And it was so, but it was more attention than I've ever gotten in my whole entire life. So I'm just like,
it, man.
I'm over here kind of like, play it cool, brother. Don't start crying now, man. They're gonna look at you. They're gonna be like, your Uncle Ray's a bitch. Don't cry, my nigga. Just chill, relax, and just take it all in. My wife was eating this shit up though. She was like, yep, that's Uncle Ray. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's bro. You know, it was cool. You got to do it in like a in a very personal venue too, and you got to experience everybody. That was really cool. It was fun to watch that whole thing happen. Like you got to meet my older daughter. That was cool, man. It's cool how Ryan kind of puts his friends and his fans and his supporters and the reactors and anybody that he has a connection with in that type of environment, so that we're in order to like we could feel that. And that's, dude, you know how many times I ran around backstage and had people tell me, hey, you're not supposed to be back here, and I'm like, like that feeling of being able to do that. People,
Bro, it was
it's
so
unexplainable, really.
it was so crazy because it was like I came to his concert as a fan. I love his music. He's in my neck of the woods. I'm gonna go. I have the opportunity to go. I'm gonna do it. And it was just like when I got there, he showed me. So the first thing he did when we went backstage, he was like, "Here, Uncle Ray," and handed me a joint. Said, let's smoke. Let's do this. He like, take that home with you. Don't worry about it. And we lit up and started the whole cipher and talking and everything. And I'm just like, every time he got up, yo, Uncle Ray, let's go outside. Uncle Ray, let's go do this. Hey, Uncle Ray, let's go. And I was just like, I felt like a superstar. And then I was like, don't get ahead of yourself, brother. Just relax. And it was an experience. It was an experience that I don't ever think that I've ever was ever gonna experience in my life. And that's why I'm grateful and I'm also in debt to Upchurch and to you guys, because you guys made me feel like something that I didn't think that I ever was going to be.
Right.
And you guys made me feel wanted and appreciated. And when he shouted me out in the middle of the concert, I was just like, holy fuck, this is crazy. And I was like, I don't know how to act. I don't like Vibe Reaction stood home that day, brother. I was all like in awe of everything that was going on. Like all my senses were like at 100. And it was like the best time of my whole life. So to me, I'm in debt to Ryan just for the way he made me feel going to his concert and the way he treated me. I'm in debt to Ryan for the rest of my life. I never thought that was ever going to happen to me. And so it was a crazy experience, bro.
It's crazy to hear that experience from different people, because I've heard that from every type of person. Like I've heard that testimony from people that have met him personally. I've heard that testimony from people that just strictly listen to his music. I've heard that testimony from people that, I mean, all walks of life, white, black, poor, rich. And I don't know really. It's so hard for me to understand how people can hate on the dude. I get that the difference of opinion thing. I get that sometimes he might have a lot of passion for a certain topic, but The fact that he brings folks together without attempting to bring folks together is a powerful thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
people, there's artists that look for the ability to do what Ryan does, and Ryan does it without trying. Uh,
Because
I
it's
don't.
natural to right church is because that's who it is. It's there's no facade, there's no acting, there's no nothing.
Well, you got to
He
see
is
that though.
yeah,
You got to see that.
absolutely. He is the
Yeah.
definition of Southern hospitality. He is the definition of it. When you can make a person like me that came from the middle of Brooklyn somewhere, and you make me feel like a 10-year-old girl in the feelings department, and you make me really sit back and really just enjoy what's going on at the moment and feel the love 100%. You can't be taught that you have to be that type of person without the music, without the fans, without anything. You just have to be that person. And Ryan, no matter what anyone fucking says about Ryan, no matter what dirt they want to throw on Ryan's name, no matter what they want to say, that man has been nothing but a stand-up Southern dude, and it's nothing but love no matter what. Is Ryan a little out there? We're all a little fucking out there. Who gives a fuck? But when it comes to being a human being, I want to be like Ryan. I want to be able to do things like that with my community that I'm building. I look at him as a role model of mine, because you can't have enough role models. One person can't just be your role model. Different people do different things, and it affects you differently.
Right.
Ryan has showed me that the way to do this and the way to do this YouTube shit and the way to do what I do is be yourself and be as humbled as possible. You're no better than nobody else, and you just do what you're good at and just live your life and have fun with it and be open about who you are. The minute that motherfuckers start putting this facade on, that's how you get the Diddies. That's how you get 20 years from now, get fucking, oh, look what happened 20 years ago. Because you put that facade up and you didn't show your true colors in the beginning. So that's one thing that really resonates with me and Ryan's music and just his videos, just the way he is. It's because he showed me that it doesn't matter how big you are, bro. Don't ever change who the fuck you are. Be who the fuck you are, whether people fucking like me or not. Whether people say my videos are too goddamn long, then don't fucking watch the motherfuckers.
I feel like, yeah, and you know what's funny? It's funny you say that, because I feel like when you, well, for me, I'm gonna speak for me. This is me. When somebody paints me as a certain type of person, I tend to, well, I used to tend to want to push that down their throat. So, like, my example is when somebody would say, "Oh, you're smoking too much weed," I would smoke double the weed,
Right.
like, just to prove a point. Like, motherfucker, I can do me. So sometimes I've always thought, like, man, I wonder if Ryan just rubs this shit into these haters' face. Like, it's easy for me to look at a video and be like, "Ah, I don't agree with him," and just keep going. Like, I don't understand the hatred that is brought to any individual. It doesn't even have to be just him. Uh, I see you get it a lot. What do you have? Raise rants, where you'll go on a rant and you'll go and you'll have the Sunday where you find these idiot comments that are left. It's like those things in life are necessary in order to push people to do better, to work harder at whatever it is. But I feel like there's a moment in history where people stopped recognizing any form of talent or stopped understanding any form of difference in opinion. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why I was attracted to Ryan's music, the song Next to Red and all these songs that he's created and the things that he's done over his career. And he's not gave a fuck. He'll stick a light bulb in his mouth and make the fucker glow and say he believes it glows. And if you don't like that, well, oh well. You probably weren't meant to be around there anyway.
But it's
Because there's people
one of those things, Kurt, that this is the way that I am. If I'm
like
listening to a song,
Frederrico, bro. Frederrico is a perfect fucking example of what I'm saying, though. A lot of people are too afraid to look over in this corner every day and talk to this fucking piece of paper and call it Rico Suave. And then when it's time to explain Rico Suave, pop that motherfucker up on the screen. That's why Frederrico means a lot to me, because that's who Uncle Ray is. Frederrico is who Uncle Ray is, because the quirky, weird motherfucker that creates Fredericos all the time, that's normal for Uncle Ray. But other people are going to
let's
judge
just put
you
it
on
like
that.
this. Frederrico to me is what Slim Shady is to Marshall Mathers.
Alter ego.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's who he
that
is.
makes sense. That makes sense.
And it's up to the point right now that we all understand we're gonna get hate comments. We're gonna understand that people are not gonna agree with some of our views or how we think or whatever. We get that. I get it. And when I sit and will do a reaction to a song, if I don't agree with something that somebody's saying, you know what I do? Just don't talk about it.
Yeah. I know.
Because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that one part that he said. So therefore, trash the whole song because he said one part that I didn't agree with. That's not listening to music. That's listening to something that you could use to get views or just to shame somebody because you're not happy with yourself.
Right.
So when you start picking apart people's bars and start taking some of the shit they say literal, is what makes you a person that shouldn't be fucking listening to music or even have an opinion on the subject because you don't know how to listen to it.
Do you think Upchurch is affected by cancel culture?
No.
Do you think it's just simply his strong stance of not changing his opinion based off of a narrative?
Upchurch is always going to be who Upchurch is. And there's nothing that no one's going to say to sway him to act like anything else than but what he is. And Upchurch is not, there's no such thing. That cancel culture, that shit is a word that has been invented to take control of something. That word cancel doesn't mean shit. That word cancel, we give it the power by saying it all the fucking time and saying that we're going to get canceled if you say this or if you say that. Then what's the whole point of living in the land of the fucking free if I can't freely tell you to go fuck yourself without somebody getting butthurt about it?
Well, presidential debate. Well, presidential election can prove cancel culture to be wrong. Just a simple president election, because if you got a 46-52 or a 46-53 sway on the votes, that just shows you that there's going to be roughly half of the people that are going to agree with you and roughly half the people that are going to disagree with you. So if you're canceling somebody, there's no way that everybody's going to disagree with you. No. So in turn, you actually make them bigger for trying to cancel them.
That's why let the haters talk, because all they're doing is giving you free promo. So let them talk. Let them say whatever the fuck they want. I'm comfortable enough with myself that anybody can say anything they want about me. And I know it's a lie. So why do is it going to upset me? Absolutely. I'm a human being. Of course it's going to upset me. But it's my decision of what I do with that information that makes me different from some other people. Some other people are going to go sit.
I think recovery and addiction for that exact thing that you just said, that ability right there. If it wasn't for that, then I would never be able to accept what other people thought about me.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I used. That's why I self-medicated, because I was too worried about who I was and what other people thought about me.
Once we get out of that mindset of caring so much about what other people think, the minute that we start doing that, these people will be surprised of how much clearer think.
But mine. See, that's weird. I'm glad we're talking about this because I got a question. Does yours ever come with anger?
Yes.
That same clarity will get. Yeah, that's weird. It's like you can't get out of that sometimes either. And it's like that same anger that will come was the same anger that was around with addiction. And that's weird to me.
Because you still got that monkey. We still got that monkey on our backs. Because we already trained our brains to say, whenever shit hits the fan, pop a pill. Whenever shit hits the fan, smoke this, drink this. We already trained ourselves for that. You may stop doing the drug, but you're always going to have that in the back of your mind, man. It's like, fuck, this is getting tough. Yeah, but remember when I was fucked up all the time? I didn't feel none of this. You always gonna go back to that mindset of there is an easier way out of it. You fighting every single day not to go back to that, it's what makes you a strong person. A person that has common sense.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It took some time, but I don't ever think about that. I can honestly say I don't ever think about that it would be easier to use again. Like I know that ain't easier. But what's weird to me,
you know about what the outcome is if you do it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, of course it's easier to use because you don't have to go to work. There's a lot of things that become easier, right? Yeah, I know the outcome. But what I'm saying is the same traits that sometimes were the most powerful, dominant traits that caused me to use will still affect me 7 years later.
And it's gonna affect you 20 years later. It's affecting me, it's still affecting me 10 years later.
I hate that shit though.
It's the worst thing in the fucking world. It's the worst thing in the fucking world. And it's just we have to train our brains to before we snap or before we feel that anger. And you know how when you start to feel that anger come, that you just start getting hot and you start every single thing that anyone tells you is so irritating and you just want to fucking blow. We have to learn how to take that moment and force ourselves to sit back, assess the situation, calm ourselves down, and then attack the situation accordingly without you blowing up a gasket, without you losing your fucking mind and punching something or throwing something or getting a fight in a bar because somebody looked at you the wrong way or anything like that. It's about sitting and assessing the situation, clearing your fucking mind, walking away from everything, and then you will avoid a lot of other bullshit happening than using that anger to just attack because that's what you're used to doing. What are you used to doing when you were an addict? Every time something went hard, attack. I'm gonna fuck those pills up. I'm gonna drink that whole bottle. I'm gonna attack it
or run. Yeah, fight or flight.
So once we learn how to get that training in our brains, and we are the only ones that could do it to ourselves, is sit back and assess everything. Don't always just because somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, Captain Kurt's a fucking asshole," and makes a video. A person that comes out, will come out with a video 2 minutes later talking about what this guy just said about me. Why do that? Why do that? Because you have this anger in you that you need to release, and you're doing it out of emotion. You're not thinking anymore. You're not using your brain anymore. Your heart and your feelings took over the whole entire conversation. So now you're going to wild out. Now you're going to start screaming and cursing and doing all types of crazy shit, instead of just sitting back, assessing the situation, and making sure you don't put yourself in that position to lose your mind again.
Yeah, but we only know that because we went through recovery. Because it sounds to me like the same thing that you're saying is the same exact thing that I would have said, because we understand that with addiction, we had to do those self-inventories and understand. That's why I'd rather be around fucking people that fuck up. I want to be around somebody that tells me I'm wrong. And I want to be around somebody that I can tell they're wrong, because I learn from other people's mistakes. That's why I'm attracted to people that don't have the same opinion to me. I'd rather be a friend with somebody that's going to tell me that the world's round and I'll say it's flat. I'll argue that just to argue that, even though I probably agree that it's round. You know what I'm saying?
But me and you, for the second live you've gone on, and as far as I know, we've had great conversations both lives.
100%.
There has been no dead air. There hasn't been anything. It's because I'm open-minded as well as you're open-minded. You may not agree with some of the things I say, and it's the respecting between me and you. If you come at me and say, "Well, Ray, I don't really agree that Mike Tyson is the best boxer," I'm going to want to hear from you respectfully why. I'm not going to say, "Fuck you, Kurt. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You never watch boxing." I could tell, because if you say that, now I lost my fucking mind over you saying you don't like Mike Tyson.
And now I'm definitely not going to agree with you. Yeah. And now I'm definitely not going to agree.
And then definitely not going to agree, because now defense mode just came up. Now fuck you. But if I sit back and say, "Oh, for real? Like, why would you say, why do you think that he's not a good boxer?" And then you come out and say, my preference of boxer is a person that's more defense than offense, then I'll be like, well, that's understandable because that's your preference of boxing style. My preference of boxing style is force, it's knockout, it's just straight body work. Fuck all that dancing around shit. My shit is about power. That's what I like in my boxer. So now I just learned Kurt likes a boxer that has nice footwork. And you just learned that I like a boxer that has power. No arguing, no fighting, no disagreeing to the point where we got 20 million people on the live stream because we're going at each other's throats. Not any of that. It's
same
me
craft, different sport.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you can't take a debate or if you can't take another person's perspective about something, and that's just how they feel about it, that you shouldn't be in a conversation with a person like that that's going to blow up every time you say something that they don't like. I wouldn't want to have a conversation with a person like that at all. Like, keep them the fuck over there because I know what I'm going to get. So what is that doing now? That's fucking up your money. That's fucking up your reputation. And that's fucking up everything that you worked so hard for to get because you can't control that anger. You think showing that you could get mad like that makes you the toughest guy in the world. It takes a tougher guy to walk away, assess the situation, and not get into some bullshit because he got shit that he needs to take care of outside of all this shit. But you're going to go... No, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. It's just weird to me. It's like that anger, that aggression. I feel like a lot of people nowadays forget that we're all human, bro. And I think one thing stands out to me, and this will forever go with me until I forget it and I'm gone. But you don't know what you don't know, right? And I got to remind myself that all the time. You never know what a motherfucker's going through. I had somebody tell me a story about a dude that ripped his mirror off of his brand new car and he run up to fight him and realized the dude was trying to get to a phone because his daughter was taking her last breaths and he wanted to say goodbye. It's like sometimes shit's going to happen in your life and it's going to piss you off and you're going to be real mad and upset about it, but you really don't know somebody else's situation.
And you know what the crazy part about it all is that after everything that me and you said about the situation, I'm tomorrow I'm still going to have an anger problem. I know what the problem is, but it's just that is my shield. That is what's going to protect my feelings, and that's what's going to protect me. And it's hard to throw down your shield when somebody's coming at you with a sword. So you're always going to put up that. In my mind, I have to put that up because I have no other defense. It's all an ego thing. It's all my mind. I'm the toughest dude in the world, so I'm going to, whoever barks the loudest wins this conversation. And I have to train my brain not to think that way no more. So I still have anger problems, and I'm trying my best to control it. I'm talking to somebody every week. I'm doing the steps that I need to take to get myself mentally better, not to blow up over the little shit anymore. Because
what it sounds like to me though, all right, so I'm trying to look at it through like my experiences through life and my experience through going through what I've gone through, right? And what I see is we still both deal with it, but I learned how to deal with it in certain situations and not be able to control it in others. And it sounds like you have that same understanding. It's something you kind of deal with, but it's something that you don't deal with at the same magnitude as you did before, maybe, right?
Yeah,
you understand
right now,
it enough to kind of control it.
I still get angry quick, but I am not going as ham as I used to go when I get angry. Now it's it's more yelling than anything else, and that's it. And I try to take it back. I'm not throwing fans or punching walls or doing crazy shit like that. I'm more of just, I want to let my aggression out by just screaming and saying crazy shit just to get the other person that I'm arguing with pissed off. And it's a battle. And that's why I love what I do.
That was spite. So that sounds like spite. You were very spiteful. Like you would just throw in just to throw in.
Just to throw in. And now it's more, what helps me the most is doing my channel. All that aggression, all that energy that I put into doing my videos, all the screaming and the talking and everything, mentally it drains you. So when you're too tired, guess what? You're too tired to give a fucking fight with anybody. So just
Okay,
work.
so check this out. So check this out. Everything should be lead by example, lead by example. And I've said this and I stand on this. I feel like the presidential debates, what they do at those debates is what's really is probably the most cringe thing that America does, because it shows that we can't have conversation without slinging insults and discrediting the next person rather than talking about the things that we are going to do in order to better America,
Right.
right? So
Pretty
what
much.
I feel like is I feel like now everybody's so concerned about uh uh I'm better than you and you're this and you're that and I'm this and you're that, and we're seeing leaders do it on live television and get millions of views. Then as humans we see what works and we go, hey, I'm going to do that.
Yep. Why
And
not?
some people have enough understanding of what it is to pull back and stop doing it. And there's other people that think that what they're doing is the right way of doing it and they're full steam ahead.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
wild. That's
And that's
crazy to
just
think.
that's just human nature, bro. It's just human nature. We're built to be this way. Nobody turned us this way. Greed and all that shit started just increasing. The more the greed got bigger and bigger and bigger, the more our brains started just focusing on that green and stop focusing on anything fucking else. I'm gonna
It
get that
really,
money. How many motherfuckers that you hear right now, rapper, whoever, all these young motherfuckers are making what's the main thing that they say? Gonna get that money.
yeah,
They're money motivated. They're not motivated by anything fucking else. It's just money. And with greed growing that strong, and the internet didn't fucking help with the greed. It just showed you shit you couldn't get. Now you have to go out there and do any stupid shit just to get that thing you just saw on TikTok.
facts.
I ain't got the money for it, so I'm gonna go rob this motherfucker because I want that. Because
That's an addiction.
if I have that and I post a picture on it, guess how much likes I'm gonna get? Oh, that's just gonna be fire. All I gotta do is just rob this nigga, not knowing that you're just gonna walk into somebody's house and you're probably gonna get your brains blown the fuck off. But you're willing to take that risk for likes, for popularity, for
I
I'm
feel like they
empty inside
create
of myself, so I'm gonna do something stupid so I can have people that follow me and think that I'm cool now.
they create a bunch of addicts. Doesn't have to be an addiction to drugs. It could be an addiction to social media. It could be an addiction to whatever, in order to sway what they're doing in order to manipulate a
And a
situation.
and a
That's the way it feels to me.
an abundance of anything is an addiction.
Mm.
An abundance of anything you could see. Drugs are not the only thing that are addictive. You get people that are addicted to porn. You get people that are addicted to dancing. That they do it too goddamn much. You got
Playing
people that are
video
addicted to
games.
eating, playing video
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
All this shit is an
Yeah.
addiction. Is plentiful. You
If
can
you
make
don't
anything
go
an
to work,
addiction.
if you don't go to work because you're staying at home and drawing and you're so addicted to drawing a picture that you don't go to work and it's affecting your life, that's an addiction. You're right.
And it's just as long we're all addicts in one way or another. It's just some of us found the help that cleared our minds of our addiction, that gave us an open mind, that we're able to see things with sense. And there's some people that are still inside that matrix that they're not going to get out of because they're on whatever is it that they're on, and it's polluting their fucking brains. So when you back out from all that shit and you see the world as what the world really is, you start thinking to yourself, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I feeding into this? Why am I adding to this chaos that's going on right now? Then you'll see a little bit brighter picture, pull yourself back, and then you stop calling some people. You start distancing yourself to some people. You're more family oriented. You're more, let's go on a vacation instead of buying that $10,000 or $20,000 car. Let's use that money. Let's make memories. Let's be more. That's when you're doing that. But until that happens, it's just going to get worse and worse with technology getting better and better. Ain't nothing going to fucking change. How can it? It's not going to change.
Well, I think like it boils back to this, bro. Like I believe that at the end of the day, it is a way. This is all to divide folks from an understanding of reality. Like if I'm constantly shoving the internet in your face. I'm constantly talking like this is a addiction. This whole thing with addiction thing is interesting to me because looking back years later and starting to pay attention to uh everyday life and looking through the eyes of somebody that's not in active substance abuse, I start to realize that almost everybody that I know that's ever come out of addiction and into life without substance, they take their addiction and they put it elsewhere. So like for me, it's YouTube, making videos. It was fishing for a while. It was I took things and I took them way too serious, almost like my drug. Like I had to make these YouTube videos. I had to stay up all hours of the night to edit these YouTube videos. It was the same thing that I was doing in my addiction. I just wasn't getting high.
You just changed what you were addicted to. That's all.
Yes. Well, no, and then
You're still getting high.
yes,
You're just not getting, but you're still getting some
I'm ignoring
dopamine.
the people around me. I'm ignoring people around me. I'm affecting people around me because of what I'm so hyper focused on doing. And that's the same thing, right? That at at the core, the only thing that was removed from it was the addiction. I was still the asshole. I was still secluding myself from society because I was so hyper focused on doing what I needed to do. So all those things, I started looking around. I'm like, bro, everybody deals with the same shit that addicts deal with. They just don't have drugs involved with all of it.
Right.
How you
Right.
gonna figure that shit out if you're fucked up all the time? You're never gonna figure it out.
When before I started doing YouTube, I was like going through a bad time because I was starting to feel the monkey in my back getting stronger and stronger, and I needed something to focus on that wasn't me being. I was depressed when I got sober. I was depressed the whole entire fucking time, and then I started doing pour painting, and I started doing one. And then
What
I
is
learned
it?
how to do it pour painting. So
What's
the
that?
paintings so pretty much you take painting, different colors, put it in a cup, pour it
Sling
on
it.
the paint, and then just move the paint around and just make designs and stuff like that. So I
Okay.
started doing that, and I was pretty decent at it, and I just kept on doing it. Then I started seeing that I started building a trend that if I don't do a painting today, I'm going to smack somebody. I got to do a painting today because I was
Yeah.
focused more on that than anything else because I
Yeah.
didn't want to focus on the drugs.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, fuck, I'm getting it. And then it came to a point where I had to put that down for a minute. And I was like, I need to stop and I need to just chill with it. And then I found YouTube. I haven't done a painting since. I went
How
ham
many
and I just
videos though? How many videos?
I'm at
3,000?
I'm at 3,000 videos right now.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm just like,
crazy, bro.
let's go all in or don't do nothing. But in the beginning, it was hard. I was spending every minute doing videos,
Mm.
ignoring my wife, ignoring the kids, ignore just videos. YouTube was, and then started to hit me health wise. I had to pull back, and you know what? Maybe I'll bring it down a little bit, and I don't do 7, 8 videos tonight. Maybe I'll just do 5. And I found 5 is a perfect number for me because I don't want to do 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 a day and then run out of shit to do or get tired of it. So it put me to like, I want to lose YouTube and I don't want to get tired of it. So maybe let me bring it back down and just do like 5, 6 a day and just chill with it. And then I'm seeing all these other reactors doing 1, 2 videos a day. And I'm just like, I can't do that. I can't just do 1, 2 videos a day. I'll lose my. So I started panicking when I started seeing all these other YouTubers doing 1 or 2 videos a day. And I was like, where's the work ethic? What put your work in? Like to me, this is a job, but it's a job that I love to do.
Yeah.
Like, let's get in, let's get this money, let's go in there hard. And then I see myself like, yo, dude, you still got to pull yourself a little bit back because now you're getting into that realm again. You're getting into that realm of doing 12 videos a day. You're gonna burn yourself the fuck out. What does
If
an
you
addict do when
in
he does too much
addiction, you
drugs?
didn't see that. Yeah, when you were
I
in
didn't see
addiction,
that.
you didn't.
When
Yeah,
you're an
you
addict,
kept going.
there's no burnout, even though you
Right.
just became a burnout.
Yeah.
But you don't know that. When you're an addict and you're on hard drugs, You think that you're Superman. You think that you're the most rightest person in the room. Don't tell me nothing because I know everything. Are you fucking high? Hell no. I'm not doing that. You start getting the defense mode the minute you wake up till you go to sleep. You're in defense mode.
Did your wife know you when you were in current addiction? Like when you had an issue?
My wife didn't know that I had an addiction until I got sober.
So
she met me with my addiction.
So she didn't really know the personality traits that you that were troublesome for you when you were an
Right.
addict. Because I'm wondering, because my wife didn't know me, like we weren't together when I went through it either. But I wonder how how close they are. Like when you were going through the YouTube shit and you were distancing yourself from people and you were at it and you were painting and you had to get that painting done a day. I wonder how close the Ray was to being that same Ray, just with drugs removed. You get what I'm saying?
That was one of my fears, to be honest with you. I thought me being who I was the drugs. That drug is what made me Ray. And that's how I was thinking. Like without it, I can't be the salesperson. I can't be this funny guy. I can't be this confident. I can't be this. I can't be that. The drugs is what made me. Because as soon as I started taking drugs at a young age, I'm in the cool class.
Right.
I'm with the cool kids. I'm doing this cool shit. I was never cool in Catholic school. But all of a sudden, I got into this drug game, and then I'm the coolest man in the world now. So that gave me the confidence because I'm doing the same drug. Oh, we cool now. And then I was worried. It came to a point in the middle of my addiction that I was like, I can't stop now. This is what's giving me my popularity. This is what's giving me who I am. I made the drugs. The drugs defined me as a person.
Right. Yeah, so I think we all get to that as an addiction.
I never could separate that. I never could separate that. Brother, you always was this person. The drugs just made you feel unstoppable. And it gave you the confidence that you always had, that you couldn't get out without the drugs in your mind. And that's all that it was. And then once I stopped doing the drugs, and once I found out something that helped me mentally with my depression and everything, and I started doing YouTube, it was balls to the wall. This is Ray. This is who I am. With drugs, without drugs, you're going to get the same motherfucker every single fucking time. Okay. And that's why I fuck with you so much, because you're that person. You've never changed up your energy since I've known you. You've never changed up your energy. You've always been that same dude, Kurt. No different.
That's how it should be, right?
People like that is what I want around me. I don't want to have all this other drama and bullshit around.
So hold on though, because you said something that's interesting as fuck. Because you said drugs didn't make me who I was. I'm Ray regardless with or without the drugs. I'll ask you this. Do you think without the drugs being a part of your story, do you think you'd be where you are today or see the world in the vision that you see it in today?
I believe if I never took drugs a day in my fucking life, and I'm 39, almost 40 right now, and I lived this whole life off of drugs, I think I would have found YouTube sooner. I think I would have been who I was. It's just that I needed just to grow up and mature a little bit more to get to that confidence, to get to that person that I am now. I think that I would have been in this YouTube or whatever, anything. I would have been 100% at anything that I would have done. I just needed to grow up a little bit more. I needed to stop following the trends, because even before the internet, we had trends in New York. Baggy pants, baggy shirts, fitted caps, Timberland boots, big chains. You had to have that in order for you to be one of them niggas in New York. And there was only one way that you were going to get it, because your mommy and daddy was not going to buy it for you. And that was go to the streets and get it and hustle and get what you want by your hustle. So, but do I believe that I will be the man that I am today? I'm a whole lot stronger than I am if I wasn't on drugs. I needed that.
I would say the man you are today, but would you see Ray's life in the same, would you see it in the same way? Like what we're talking about today on how like do you think you would understand your anger? Do you think you would understand who you are at this very moment right now without that issue in your life of substance abuse and recovery? And the reason I ask is I feel like without the 12-step, without being introduced to a 12-step program for me, that program and those 12 steps and that way of living with doing the self inventory every night and thinking about these different things, I wouldn't be where I am today. I would probably be in prison without a
I
doubt.
believe
Prison.
I believe we all need I believe that we all need some type of structure, especially when you're coming off of drugs. I never took the 12-step program. I never did AA. I never did any of that. I quit cold turkey, and I did that on purpose. I could have gotten the help if I wanted to. Yeah, I could have gone to AA and I could have done the 12-step program. But I said, as much as you fucked up, you need to go through this yourself.
Did you surround yourself with people that were sober?
Yes. I
What
stopped
did you
hanging out with
surround your
everybody.
did you surround yourself with people that have been through recovery?
Yes.
Because you sound like with you saying that's interesting because with you saying you haven't been through a 12-step program, a lot of the things you talk about and a lot of the solutions to the things that you've said you've had issues with, it sounds like you found them through a 12-step program.
I can only tell you what I think and what I feel.
Well,
So
the
whoever
reason
comes,
the reason I said that is because it almost I was under the impression based off of the way that you were talking is you understand that whole process of about
oh,
like
I understand the process. I understand the whole 12-step program because I did my own research on it, on how it works, and what level mentally do you have to be to conclude the 12 steps. I understood the concept of the 12-step program, but I was still in the beginning stages of my sobriety. So I was still in. I'm not gonna go ahead and talk to nobody because they don't fucking know me, and they just want this. And so I just said I'm gonna force myself to go through this on my own and see what the fuck happens when I get out because it can't be worse than what the fuck I just did.
Would you
So
say
what?
would you say you live that way today? Kind of like by the 12 steps, like understanding that you do have an addictive mind state, you do your resent, like you still, even though you didn't use that program to get sober, that's still like a way of life, essentially.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I base everything or I try to base everything that I do and how I am. And you can easily see the 12-step program in my process. It's implemented in my life, but not to the point where I'm starting to talk to somebody now, and I've talked to people back and forth, like in and out throughout the years, and I've had conversations with people, psychiatrists and counselors and stuff like that. And in my mind, I can't open up to somebody because it feels like I'm forced to be there. So it feels
Yeah.
like I'm forced to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
That's why my therapy is my videos. If I
Bro,
want to
shit
talk
like
about something,
this right here does more for me than any counselor will do.
you don't even know. You don't even know, brother. You spoke the gospel right there. And that's
Yeah.
100%. Me getting on my videos and ranting, it's me letting it all out. It's
Yeah.
me letting everything out that I have in me to get it out of my chest.
Right.
To just rationalize. And I'm a visual person and I'm an audible person. So if I hear myself say the things that I'm saying, I'm able to register it and come up with more common sense things to figure more shit out. So me hearing myself speak, yes, it's therapeutic. It's me letting all this shit out because I could rewatch my video and say, you know what, Ray, you're right. If I'm having a bad day or if I'm having some fucked up shit, I'll edit a video and I'll say something in that video. Then I'm like, you know what? That makes fucking sense. Because at the moment, I'm not thinking about the video that I just did a week ago. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about the anger. I'm thinking about the pit. But then I'll do something. I'll watch one of my videos and I'm just like, oh shit, that, I was right. I should just shut the fuck up and just pull back or do this. So my shit, this is 100% therapy for me.
Well, it's the reason I say all this is to come back to this and like I look at the world and I look at like I'm a people watcher, bro. I'll go somewhere and I'll watch. I'll put my glasses on and just see how people interact. And it seems like the world has sped up so fast and people are in such a chaotic state of mind that everybody almost moves as if they were an addict because we're so hyper focused on everything that we have going on and we're not worried about what everybody else is doing. We seclude ourselves because we're so limited on our amount of time that we don't allow ourselves to experience new things and try different things that we've never tried before because we have so many other things going on, right?
Right.
And I start thinking about that and looking at like the way that the world is going, and I'm like, damn, bro. Thank God that I made the decisions I made when I made them, because now I'm able to step back and look at this for what it is and not panic. 10 years, 15 years ago, bro, I'd have been eating Xanax like they were chiclets.
You telling me? Shit.
I would have been looking for an excuse. Oh, it's about to rain. Eat a Xanax. Oh, it's
I
about
would
to.
have been.
Yeah.
What's good, Bob?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
your boy right here with a fucking another one.
yeah,
I'll be fucking nut punching Frederrico. I'll be doing all types of crazy shit.
yeah.
Oh hell, I would lose my fucking mind because the one
A
thing
whole different world.
you have kids, Kurt. So you know what I'm gonna say right now. With this whole everything that's going on in the schools, with the teachers and the kids going in there, the bullying shit and all that other stuff. I am definitely afraid every single day my kids go to school. Because I don't know what's going to happen and I can't be there to protect them. And I've never felt that way until I would say the past 5-6 years. And that's when I started to feel this, because that's when it started to things started to get really weird really quick. And I'm just like, there's something that's going on in this planet, and I don't know if we're rotating slower so the oxygen is not getting into our fucking head the proper fucking way, and we're just losing our mind. But people have went from not agreeing to full-fledged psychopaths with each other. I think it's the rotation of the earth. Something slowed down or something sped up. Because have you noticed that time has been going by faster?
Yeah.
You'll see a video. You'll do a video at 6 o'clock. You're done doing the edits. You're done doing the thumbnails. You're done doing everything. By the time you know it, it's fucking 8:30. And you're like, where the fuck did this time go? It's going by faster. Something in the universe
internally is yeah.
Something's going on. Because it's just like we went from not agreeing to being complete psychopaths with each other, and I didn't get what time frame that happened.
Bro, Ryan's talking.
Minds.
Yo, when Ryan talked about all this and talked about how he thinks this was going, bro, the internet went fucking nuts, bro. Because what he said kind of started to make a little sense. Because you talk about if you remove time in small increments in every day, how much time do you have over 10 years, right? What if time is being harvested by space? Like that's and I thought about it, and I'm like, wait a minute.
What
like,
I said, Kurt, what I said, something is going on in the universe.
Yeah. That
it's making all this shit happen, bro.
That's why I smiled when you said that, because the way you put it was like, what if the earth is kind of put here to harvest time for something bigger on the outside of Earth? So like if there is aliens, what if aliens simply use Earth to harvest their time? That's why they're light years ahead. I'm like, wait. Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? And this may
we got
sound
leap
nuts.
years and shit, bro.
This may and then they say, oh, we're gonna stop doing leap year. Like, how the fuck are you gonna stop something that we've been doing since I was born? You're gonna automatically just stop it? How the fuck does that work?
Yeah.
Who controls my clock? I want to know.
Arizona don't even do daylight savings time. They don't even
like, why do we use it then?
I don't know. But I feel
nuts.
I feel like daylight savings time is fucked up anyway, because it'll be 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night in Florida, and it's still daylight. But how come it gets dark at 5:30 when we switch times?
I think we're asking too many questions, and we're online doing it.
Think about this though. If it gets dark at 9:30 during daylight savings time, but when you switch your clock back, it gets dark at 5:30. That's 3 fucking hours, bro. Where did all that time go?
It's I feel like we're just a spinning globe that is spewing out time to the universe. and they're using it for whatever it is that they need to use it for. And we're just a mouse inside of a fucking a wheel, just spinning the motherfucker around. That's all that we're doing. And like I said, we saying this shit online, so we need.
Yeah. Well, hey, what
by
are
the
you?
time
Are you free? Are you free all this week?
Every day but Friday. Well, every
Yeah.
day but Friday and Saturday and Sunday. So
Well, I know. Well, I
pretty
know it
much
wouldn't
Wednesday
be.
and Thursday.
Well, it would have to be either probably tomorrow or Thursday or maybe because I know the Taylorville show comes up, right? So
Right.
Ryan won't be able to do it. But I know with this rain hitting him, obviously we got that group thread. We'll get something going on in there and figure out
Yeah.
and figure that out. Cause I know the people were excited for this. I know you were, I was, and I'm sure Ryan was. I know he was, but that fucking rain, dude. I thought my wife was telling me it was gonna rain here. It ain't gonna rain here. I was false alarm.
Thank God.
She was sending me the torrential downpours that Tennessee is experiencing. She's like,
Oh,
ah,
jeez.
she's like, you
Yeah, I
can wait
mean,
if you want to.
that's the problem. Like me and my boy Shakespeare, we got a podcast, and he lives in the Philippines, and they get a lot of weather issues, and he loses
Okay.
internet all the fucking time. So it's understandable that
What's
this
his
weather
name?
shit fucks shit up. Shakespeare.
Okay.
That's my guy, right? He's a
Shakespeare.
reactor and he's a rapper.
Really? I might let me see. I might already know who that does he do like the same does he does all types of music? What's it how do you spell it?
Shake
Okay, Shake what? P
Shakespeare. Yeah.
SPE?
What?
Like how do you
Yeah,
shake
Shakes. SHAKESP.
okay. I was
But the
typing
P is separate.
see I was doing SP. Man. Oh, I see what I'm doing. My bad. Shakes. The no, it don't pop up.
Man, I've been ignoring the chat. What's going on, chat?
Yeah, my bad. Me too, bro.
What's
Me too.
popping, chat? Look, when you have a good conversation with a good dude, it's hard because we talked about what 17 conversations in 3 hours.
Yeah, we talked about it a lot. Well, bro, it's fun talking to you because, like, at the end of the day, I know I've watched your reactions long enough, and I've listened to you give opinions, and I know our opinions are different, right? So, hearing somebody that has different opinions, but yet has come to the same solutions is important for me. So, if I have problems and I can't seem to solve those problems doing it my way based off of my opinions on the situation. What better person is there in my life to be a friend that somebody that's going to have a different opinion and a different outlook on maybe that situation that I can learn from in order to maybe get to a resolution of my problem that I would have never that's where the ego part for me has to go away. Like I
Right.
have to swallow my pride at times and say, yeah, I'm
You
wrong.
took the
Ray's
word.
right.
You took the words right out my fucking mouth. Sometimes we let that ego take over, and we would rather sit there. And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. We'll just sit there and let ourselves look dumb because we don't want to go out and ask for no help. Because that ego, that's another thing that's built in us in the way our parents were, how our parents were raised, and the way they raised us. And I was raised in a Hispanic household, so that bravado, that I'm a man, and that ego shit was put on me really strong at a really young age. Is to have that ego. My worst thing was trying to get away from having that ego. I had to take that ego and put that bitch in a box and throw that bitch in the middle of the fucking ocean. Shout out the bad boys. Because that ego was fucking up a lot of shit in my life. Once I humbled myself and understood, hey, you ain't perfect. Sometimes you're wrong, even if you think you're right. Understand other people's opinions. Let them talk. Let them get their shit out. And if you don't agree, there's no need to fight about it. But it's hard because you're still dealing with that anger. I'm still dealing with that anger. it's hard because that anger brings that ego out of you. And once the anger is controlled, that ego will go away.
Yeah, but I think for me, well, at least for me, I get angry at myself when I let myself down, right? So the only way I was able to tame my ego is I used my addiction to not wanting to give up against my own ego. I tore my ego down because for me, it's more important not to give up at what I said I'm going to do.
Right.
And at times when you get into a situation where you think you can't do it or you can't handle it or anger's about to arise, for me, I just go back to saying I told myself I wasn't going to give up. And that's why I took a lot of what you said about the fact that you were able to get clean and you still believe that you would be the same person that you are now. And I believe you because it sounds like you were just simply using your vices in your life in order to block out the real you because you were afraid of it, right?
Right.
And I was the opposite. I blocked out who I was because I knew who I was and I didn't like who I was, right? We both got there two different ways. We both got there at two different times in our life. But at the end of the day, we both got to one common end, and that's an understanding that our ego will destroy us. And if we use, our life will become unmanageable, right?
Absolutely.
Ain't that crazy, bro? That we're from the same state, but we're two different guys, two different races, two different opinions, but we're able to come to one final understanding that it is what it is, bro. You're going to have your opinions. I'm going to have mine. You might be right. I might be right. But at the end of the day, we're all here for one reason, and it is to understand why we're here and to enjoy our life, bro.
And to add on top of what you just said, because 100% you're right. To add on top of all that is we do what we do because we love it and because we're good at it. And it gives us a certain amount of peace. All these people that come at us and hate on us, like, I'm not trying to sell you a car. Don't buy the motherfucker. I'm here being who the fuck I am. Whether you want to agree with it or not, that's your prerogative. You do what you do. But my job as Ray and your job as Kurt is to keep that boundary between that bullshit and our recovering process and our and what we've worked so hard to gain being sober for the years that we've been sober. We cannot let that build on us. And it's hard because people are saying things to us that if we had a solution for that back in the day, and that's called getting fucked up. When people start attacking us and people start telling us negative shit and throwing negativity at us as addicts, we shut down, we get fucked up, and we forget about it. That was our trend. That's what we did. But if we come over here and somebody comes and says, fuck Kurt and fuck what Kurt thinks of it, da-da-da, I've seen you do this already. I'm not bringing shit up, but I've seen you do this already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool. Handling yourself as the man, you could tell a person by how he handles himself in the situation. And you handle yourself in situations the way a recovering addict handles himself in a situation that found that bright light at the end of the tunnel, that found that stop taking some shit serious, put your ego aside, and be the bigger man. You
Bro, I keep it real. I keep it real too. Also, you know, with talking on it, I'll say it. I also look at that and think, damn, bro, I've been there. And I think, like, I forgive him for it, bro. I forgive him for that outrage. I forgave him for it after he did it. He don't have to apologize for it because I understand where his in my opinion, I can understand where his mentality is. Like, and I don't mean no shade when I say that. That's why I respect the fact that I had to go through what I had to go through to get where I am today, because I understand that that type of attitude and that type of anger and that type of aggression and hate is not going to get anybody anywhere. Me, I'm going to resist it. So what better way to handle it by just accepting it and moving forward, right? That's
At the end,
you're absolutely correct.
at the end of the day, that this computer could turn off, and when you come out of your studio, guess what you hitting? Real life.
Mm-hmm.
Real life is hitting you right there. Your baby's crying. Your wife wanting some attention. Your job calling you because you need to come in early. You got a whole nother life outside of all of this shit. So feeding into all that is going to affect your family life. It's going to affect your job. It's going to affect everything you do because you're dwelling on the negative. Fuck the negative. Take negative, and negative will go fuck itself, because all that negativity is going to bring two recovering addicts. If we feed into the negativity, it's going to feed us into back to our bullshit. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where there's so much negativity around you that one day you're going to say, and one day I'm going to say, why fucking not? Fuck it. Because it's going to break us down if we feed into it. Now, if we ignore it, let the negativity happen, learn from that negativity to not be that way and keep it pushing, is what makes you a better man.
Well, I won't allow resentments to get harbored for long anymore. Like I used to have resentments on me, and I used to hold resentments. I don't let that happen, bro. When, like, yes, people are going to have their opinions on whatever, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, you're right. I'm the one that's got to walk out of this door. So if I have to walk out of this door and anything that was just happened on the internet is still bothering me, I'm not okay with that. So
Right.
the only way I know how to get rid of that shit is accept it for what it is, figure out where I could have done better in the situation, and move forward. I can't
And that,
stay, and you're right. You're absolutely correct. I can't stay stuck in that shit, because if I do, that's what draw me right back to getting on that wagon.
and to circle back around to the beginning of the conversation. And that's where it comes to, we don't know what other people are going through in their private lives.
Right.
So staying quiet and not saying much is always better than feeding into it, because you don't know what this person went through. You don't know what happened today in this person's life. I don't know what happened in today's person's life. I'm trying to learn how to say, okay, this person obviously has an issue, so I'm going to try to stay away from the situation and away from this person as much as possible, because I don't know what he's going through. People lashing out for reasons because there's something bigger going on. And that being said, I love Adam Calhoun. That's my fucking brother. I love you. You're my fucking brother. I love Church. That's my fucking brother. We're all human. We're all the fucking same. It is what the fuck it is. He say, she say, cool. At the end of the fucking day, we have to live with the decisions that we make in front of this camera and outside of this camera. And we're all here to try to help each other grow and help each other be successful to take care of our families. So I would never take sides when it comes to people that I deeply care about and that's done something for me and helped me in my recovery. I will never get in the middle of any of that. Whether people want me to do this and want me to do that, I don't care. It's a bigger thing than just this fucking reaction shit and this music shit. It's a bigger thing. We're humans. We're supposed to be each other's backbone. We're supposed to help each other out when the other one is slacking a little bit. We're supposed to be the one, hey, get up, let's do this. Get on this shit, get on this reaction, get on this track, get on this. We're supposed to motivate each other to do that. But feeding into the negativity is just going to build a bigger monster that nobody can defeat. And it's gonna fucking suck. I want a community that we all could get together, have a fucking barbecue, and have a great fucking time doing it. Take all that negative shit and take all that shit from the past and leave it back there. That's what it's called, the past, and not the present. That's not a fucking gift. That's a curse, living in the fucking past. You got to come into we all got to come into terms. And what's the bigger picture of all this besides whatever's going on right now? We got to be man enough to say, I was wrong. put the ego aside and say, I fucked up and I said something that I shouldn't. That was my anger talking. Anger has no language. It says whatever the fuck it wants to say. Just as long as that person is hurt, I am successful. That's what that is. Why would anybody want to try to deal with that? I wouldn't want to deal with that because I know that I fight anger with anger. And that's never going to fucking solve anything. So I am in the process of trying to be the best person that I could be. And I want to better myself by keeping positivity around me. And if I have to step back sometimes, it's because of that. My mental is more important than this YouTube shit. My mental is more important than anything that has to do with the internet. Because at the end of the day, my wife and my kids are the ones that pay for me letting my ego and letting my shit get in the way of shit. Because I'm taking that home with me. I'm bringing that to my wife. I'm bringing that to my kids. Now I'm the asshole dad and the asshole husband. Now I'm angry at this guy and this guy's angry at me. And eventually it's going to get to a point where we're not even going to know why. It's just something that's just going to build that monster, that negative monster. It's going to build big until it crumbles all of us. Why give it the power that it needs?
Well, I can't answer for that, for the power of it, but I will say, like, at the end of the day, I think that a lot of this stuff is necessary. I think it's necessary, but I think people get so invested in other people's beefs, right? And I myself can be guilty of that. I think any reaction channel that's listening to music and diss tracks can be guilty of that. I think the accountability aspect of what a lot of uh arguments boil down to, people don't take accountability for what their issue is with the problem. Like, nobody
Okay,
wants to
all right.
say
Now I'm sorry.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
wrong.
Now that you said that,
Okay.
when a person takes accountability and that person is dealing with whatever it is that they're dealing with, how easy do you think that is going to be for that person to take responsibility for what they did?
Hard.
So what's easier? Blowing the
To
fuck
agree
up.
to disagree. Yeah, but yeah, I get, yeah, and I'm answering it as a, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's easier to go the negative route and take the path of least resistance and freak the fuck out.
Because your body
Yeah.
hormone, everything in your body that is telling you to burst out is telling you, hey, release this. You're in teapot and you're about to blow a gasket. So release it. It's easier to release it than try to hold it in, turn off the camera, and then start breaking shit all over you because you're so pissed the fuck off.
But it happens like that
stand-
in everything. Driving down the road, even I think that's where I lose. That's why, to me, the internet is so different than reality, because I feel like a lot of times, a lot of the shit that happens here would never happen in real life. And it goes both ways. Like, I've said shit on the internet that maybe I wouldn't say in a real life setting, depending on who I was around, right? I've made those mistakes. So I have to understand that other people are going to make those mistakes and things
Right.
are going to be said, not just in my situation, in every situation in life. But what is the most confusing part about it for me is why so many other people get so invested in it. That's why I get what you're saying. But I think it's so hard to do that on the internet, because no matter what I feel inside, somebody else is going to be offended by what happened. And that's all right. I can't get mad at somebody for their opinions, but people want to change that. And I've come to the understanding, like, now, that you really can't change that. You're really never going to be able to deflate that negative monster. The only thing you can do is do the best you can today and keep pushing forward to the next. Because the more you try to deflate that motherfucker, the more other people just come out of nowhere to pump that thing full of air. And it's like,
Absolutely.
and it's crazy to me, because you think, okay, well, I'm just going to do the exact opposite in order to keep this shit away from me. No, bro, you can't focus on it whatsoever. The more you focus on it, the more you realize it's there. And that's why it becomes so big. That's my opinion on the internet. I think people that focus on it and are so hyper focused to the negativity, that's why the negativity is so big. I've seen a lot of positivity in the chat today because I wasn't trying to look for negativity. If I go back through and look for negativity, I'm going to find tons of negativity.
Oh, you're gonna find it everywhere.
So what's
And
growing the negativity? Is it there's a lot of negativity, or is it the attention to the negative?
the attraction of someone saying something negative is better than a lot of things in this world. People, we without thinking, without even saying it in our own brains, we without thinking go on the phone and look at negative comments. And that's just us looking for negativity. Just because we have something that we need to get off our chest, let the first motherfucker that say something stupid, I'm gonna blow him up on the comments. And that's what we do. We look for that shit. And then when we find it, we find it. And we go at it. Back and forth. And now go and stop everything. Rewind it and see how much time you just wasted in your life doing that.
You think that's competition, though? You think that's competition, or you think that's simply ego?
That's ego. That's ego talking all day fucking long. Competition. Why am I competing with somebody that watches me?
You're right.
They don't do what I do, so they can't do what I do. Why am I competing with you in just words that we're putting in the comment section? But we do it because we want it. We want to have that negativity somewhat in our lives. I've chilled. If I don't know if people have noticed or not, but I've chilled on putting up negative shit as much, like going at other commenters and stuff like that. I'll do it once in a while, but I was doing it like almost every day. Now I just chilled and I'll do one a week and shit. But it's more of a they say something and I'm trying to have a conversation with them. Like, what do you mean by that? Type of shit. And they don't want to initiate the conversation with me. Because all they want to do is wake up in the morning, go on a phone, find somebody they don't agree with, just so they can let out their frustration, looking for that outlet because they know they can't get on camera and do it themselves. So they're going to go in the comment section and look for that outlet just because they're not happy with themselves. So I'm going to make everybody around me not fucking happy either. That's my job for today. And that's how they think.
I played sports, and I just have a hard time believing that competition and ego aren't the same exact thing.
There's healthy competition, and then there's ego. Healthy competition is you playing basketball with a group of dudes, and it's back and forth. You're having a dog of a game, bro. You guys are dogging it out in that court. Crazy. And at the end of the game, great game, man. I love it how you did this, how you did that. In the game, we're competing. In the game, you're my enemy. In the game, I'm going to beat you. When the game is over, bro, good shit, man.
Right.
Next time we're in the court, I want you in my team.
So that's not the same thing?
No.
That's not the same thing, then?
A healthy competition and ego. Ego is you're in the same basketball court, and you're dogging them. And you're killing them. You're talking your shit on that court. And at the end of the game is over. You come back and don't come back in my fucking court. You're trash. You're this, you're that. That's your ego saying that. Because you're a big dog now.
Okay, so I played baseball. So stepping up to the plate in my brain, I can hit your trash ass slider. Your slider is coming. I am going to jump all over that thing first pitch, and I'm hitting it right up the middle. In my brain, my ego is inflated to the maximum because that confidence has to get built at the plate in order to face this dude that throws a 91-mile-an-hour fastball and a 74-mile-an-hour slider. That ego has to be massive. Now, if the ego is seen by that pitcher or by the crowd, then immediately you are labeled as the bad guy, right? But if you're able to keep that ego in check in order to keep it within, then you become the best thing on the diamond because you have confidence and you have understanding of what's going on, and you have understanding that you're better than that pitcher, and you have to think that way in order to hit that baseball.
There's a little thing that I live my life by since I got sober, and it's don't say you're the best. Let other people say that you're the best. It's the only way that you're going to be able to survive doing anything. If you let that ego take over you, that ego is a bad monster to have on your back. And that ego can fuck a lot of things up. Let other people say that you're the best. People that say, I'm the best at this, I'm the fucking shit, I'm the best YouTuber, I'm the best baseball player, I'm the best rapper. or not.
But don't you
Let
think
other
there's a
people
fine
say
line
that.
of that? But don't you think there's kind of got to be a fine line there, because you have to have some sort of confidence?
Why do you have to show it though? Why does your
Like
confidence have to be
I
shown to the
use
people?
rap. I use rap as an example, right?
Right.
I use hell, I'll go as far as saying this. You can say you were the best rapper, but until you compete with another rapper, then you ain't shit.
That's a fact.
So
You
if
can
you're
say you're the best rapper.
so if your ego is inflated, hey, I'm the shit, I'm the best rapper, but you never get on the mic and rap, then how come your competition would, if you were using competition in this sense, right? If I'm a competitive person and I say I'm the best and you say you're the best, okay, challenge me. So what separates that? I still think competition and ego are one of the same. I think champions have an understanding of when to keep their ego in check, and I think that falls across for everything. Like, not just sports, bro. If you can understand to keep your ego in check, you'll be successful in any aspect in life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But if you think about it, somebody says I'm the best rapper in the world, but never had his pen tested and never had anything, it goes back to what I was saying.
It's
Don't
egotistical.
call it's egotistical. You don't call yourself the best rapper in the world when no one is saying that. You're
It's
saying that to
gloating, yeah.
yourself because you're saying that to yourself because you're trying to amp yourself up. I'm the go, I'm the go, I'm the go, I'm the go. You say a lie long enough, you're going to start believing the lie that I'm the goat. But if you've never been tested with other goats, how can you call yourself a goat? You can't do
So
that.
do you think over time though? See, that's the part of me that okay. So do you think over time, if you're I'm the go, and that's the ability that you got to have in order to rap, and that's you're using that to gain confidence in yourself, right? To help pump that ego up in order to perform at your highest level. Do you
Right.
think the fact that nobody seems to put those egos in check at times, and to challenge one another respectfully or competitively, that's why those egos turn into inflated egos, and that's why people really lose track of what they're here for, is because people are too afraid to challenge other people?
People are way too afraid to challenge, and because we don't know what a healthy competition is. We've never seen that. When it comes to rap and hip hop, barely we see that. There's no friendly competition when it comes to what they do. It's always, I'm the best. You have to go in there thinking you're the best at what you are. But like I said before, keeping your ego in check, you could be the most egotistical person. But if you don't talk about it or show it, no one would ever know. So you could be egotistical with putting it on check. Like, I feel like I'm the best. You're supposed to feel like you're the best. You're a rapper.
Right.
If you don't feel like you're the best rapper in the world, then what the fuck are you doing here? But
Well, like
it's one thing saying I'm the best rapper. Nobody can get on this mic and fuck me up. Your bars are weak. And all this other shit. And then when somebody comes at you, you hide inside of a cave and you don't do nothing about it. Isn't that going to mess up your ego a lot more?
yeah, 100%.
Because now somebody tested you. Now you walked away from it and you didn't do nothing about it. So then what are you really here for? You're here for a fucking check. As long as you're getting your check, you can say whatever you want now. Understand something? Nobody's getting tested about nothing nowadays. You could say anything you want, and there's going to be a major group of people that are going to agree with you. And as long as that major group of people is going to agree with you, you're always going to be right.
And that's why cancel culture doesn't exist. It goes back to what we talked about earlier. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to put all this shit together and make it understand, because it all trickles back to one thing. It's like the internet will destroy everything. The internet, the ego, it will destroy your ego. It will destroy your it will destroy friendships. It destroys everything, because people are so afraid to have their opinion on the internet, um, and to have it judged and criticized. Like, I feel like a lot of this rap shit was real foreign to me. And then when you listen to a lot of these artists that they're the best artists in the game, but then when it's time to be the best artist in the game, it's not there. And it goes across the board in every genre. You hear it in every genre. It's like people try to invoke fear, right? People use fear. Hey, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. And rather than using talent, talent is like gone. It's now I'm going to use fear in order to manipulate you to think this type of way. And I'm not going to showcase any of my talent. I'm going to let my fearful tactics speak for
And then
themselves.
and not knowing that what that person is doing is putting up a smoke screen to trick you into thinking something that is not right. So there's
Right.
a lot of people that back up and say, you know what, I'm not even going to get in it because, I don't know what he could do. I don't know what could happen, yada, yada, yada. So I'm just going to back off of it.
You remember those? No, you're good. Good.
Oh, I just lost my train of thought.
No, I was saying, you remember those shows back in the day? They don't show them anymore where like the kid would be left in the park and then somebody would grab the
Yeah,
kid
yeah, 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 yeah,
and
yeah,
they
yeah,
would
yeah,
see
yeah.
how many people even pay attention to it.
Yeah.
I wonder what that would be like now, bro.
The person
Like
sitting in the
imagine
chair will
me and you
probably take the
fighting.
kid.
No, they record it, bro. Imagine me and you fighting in a park and they would and our kids just standing there with nowhere to go. We just got arrested or something for a fight in a park. They would probably record it and try to interview people. It would be way different. The world's a
It's right.
different place.
It's a
They
way different place.
People benefit off of what? What's it called? Benefiting. It's like a tragedy pimp. We're all
A what?
tragedy pimps. A tragedy pimp.
Ah, yeah.
I mean,
That's a good fucking point. I mean, that right there. I mean, that clears it up right fucking there.
if we're talking about Keefy D and Tupac and shit, and at the end of the day, what is that? A tragedy.
Big tragedy.
We're pimping it out. You either now what it boils down to for me is you're either going to do it respectfully or disrespectfully.
And that's where it comes. Everything that we've talked about tonight, that's where it comes. If we could master to implement half of the shit that we've said tonight,
Yeah, facts.
forget about it, bro.
But at
But
least
it's
we're
hard.
thinking about it. At least we're thinking about it, bro. And that's like one thing I can say that I'm proud of myself for is thinking about different ways to act, thinking about different ways that I could have handled situations, and understanding that we're all not perfect and we're all gonna make mistakes, dude. And it just sucks that nowadays in a world where people are so worried about the internet and people are so worried about what people think about them on the internet that apologies are gone. uh that egotistical mindset, it has to be there, because if you don't have it, then guess what happens? The trolls on the internet eat you alive. Like
But
it's a lose-lose situation.
you know what else I've been seeing lately too? And it goes to what you were saying. Like now it's a little bit of more different time. But I'm starting to see now people my age right now, men are more open to getting the help that they need mentally. And they're open to talking about their issues and talking about their problems and holding it in a little, like a lot more than what it was when I was. I would never see a man walk down the street and talk about his feelings. That didn't exist. Or a man that you see him crying because he was just having a bad day and he's just going through it. And you'll be laughed at. You'll be laughed out the fucking building if that happened back in our day.
You ever heard
But
this song? Oh my bad. You ever heard this right here? No, it's funny you said that mental health shit, because this Creek Squad shit's really helped me understand that men in any aspect of life are gonna have emotion, bro. Like, I don't know if you know who Buckeye Creeker is. You say you don't watch much of the reactions and shit. Why does it keep it's not the right one. He reacted to Heavier Rain by Upchurch, and it was pretty emotional for him. And I
right.
always looked up to him for that. Well, have you heard you might have heard this song, Champagne Tundra Upchurch?
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay. It's a country song. It's a slower song, but for me, bro, what it boils down to is this: is men have emotions, right? We're all emotional creatures, but we just hide them well. That ego builds up a wall of emotions. I think if more people understood that emotions are healthy, that's why I turn to music, to be real with you, Ray.
Right.
Because like for me with addiction, emotion kind of went away. When I was an addict, emotion was not a thing. It was just me,
Nope.
me, 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 me.
Yep.
So when I learned to cry over a cool play, or when I learned to cry over somebody's success, bro, I cried during a Jelly Roll concert.
You?
Yeah,
I bought like a bitch when
me too. In
when
Tampa,
when 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 him and M performed. Oh, I was a sobbing little bitch. I couldn't control myself.
I
Like it
cried in
was.
front of 20, 30,000 people though, bro. But everybody, like you looked around and motherfuckers were just crying everywhere.
It's okay. It's
Not
okay
only
to
that, bro, it
cry.
was cool to see a felon win. It was cool to see a motherfucking felon
Absolutely.
win
Because
like that.
that's doing more than what people think it is. That's letting other felons know, hey, just because you have this shit on your record, just because you did some stupid shit back in the day, doesn't mean that you can't be successful and you can't do what you love to do. Now with the technology that we have, why don't we use the technology that we have for doing good for yourself instead of trying to be in the middle of drama and bullshit? You could be using this internet shit to be making money and quit your job, do what you want to do. There's every type of video on YouTube right now. You could
Bro,
literally right now do anything you want on YouTube. Not anything, but the majority of it you can
can I
do on
tell you
YouTube.
this? Can I tell you this? That going to upchurch concerts and watching fucking grown ass men, grown ass women, kids, white, black, Indian, young, old, fucking singing Holler Boys and crying in the crowd, no shame in their game, just spit flying from their mouth, fucking tears rolling down their face. It makes every one of these hater comments not matter to me. Like that's the reality of shit. Like I've learned that through all the shit that you go through in life, there's always something that's going to brighten it up, right?
Right. That's a fact.
And seeing this shit at these shows and seeing like and I'll give the credit to Ryan, but there's other people in the genre that put on these amazing shows, and you see them perform at these festivals, and you see the connection that the fans have with the artist, and you see the connection that these fans have with the music, and it's changed their life. Dude, I've heard more testimonies from people in Creek Squad that their whole fucking life's been changed. You just gave one. Like
Facts.
you spoke about it, and I would have never guessed that. I would never pin you walking through the mall to be like, oh yeah, Uncle Ray's life was changed because of Ryan Upchurch. Never would have thought
Absolutely.
it. Never. And no matter what, nobody can take that shit away from you, right?
Nope.
There we
You could
go.
try. You could try. You're gonna get something real nice in one of your kneecaps because
When
you're not
when
gonna take
those
this away from me.
when those people are crying in the stands, bro, and me, I'm sure I've been one of them, right? When that's happening, that's what I see. I see a bunch of Uncle Rays standing around. All the testaments when people say, oh, this is what Creek Squad's done for me. I might not hear it at the moment, but when I go and I see the effects that it has on people, that's what I think about. That's the shit that matters. None of these comments and these shit don't matter. This
It
internet
doesn't.
shit don't matter.
At the
People
end of the
screaming
day,
and yelling don't matter.
I go down comments and I hear a lot of people with their testimony every time I do an upchurch track, and I see what these people say about him, and how he changed it, and it's like that's the music. That's the whole point of it. Forget forget about the followers. Forget about everything. The whole
Uncle Ray's
you
gone. Oh, you're back.
what happened?
You fell off there for a second.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Yeah, you're
I hope
good.
it's not
You're back.
fucking raining.
But my point of playing this song is this, bro. Do you know who British Bulldog is in the comments?
Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times. Yeah,
He's from across the pond, bro. He's from the UK. He's not even from here. This dude lives and dies up church. Like I don't know him. I've never seen him face to face. I've never met him, but I read his comments. I feel like I understand him for who he is, and I don't even know the dude's real name. I know him as British Bulldog.
right.
But when I first heard this song, I ain't gonna lie to you, it's a slower song. It's not got much uppity to it, right?
Right.
But it's so heartfelt. It's so heartfelt. And I never found another artist in my life that has made me interested and how that person's music makes other people feel. Ever. I can't tell you one time when I was ever interested on how Eminem makes other people feel. I never gave a fuck. How
Right.
how Plies made people feel. But I love when I hear, hey, bro, I listened to Upchurch the other day and I was going through some real shit and my whole life changed. I heard this song. I heard that song. My brother just died and I just listened to Upchurch's whole Pioneer album. Thank you. This is awesome.
See,
Like though that's
see,
crazy.
when it comes to me, I get a little of everybody. I get emotional no matter who I'm listening to. If they're putting out a track, and like I told you before, it's about the delivery of it. You could say the words, but if you don't feel them, it comes out in the music that it's just an act. When I hear Upchurch, when I hear Ren, when I hear
Yeah, Ren's dope with that too.
when I hear all these dope storytellers and these people that you could really resonate with what they're saying, because half the shit they're saying, you've already been through it. You already know what it felt to be in that position. I let the music speak to me in a different fucking way. I let it speak to me and help me fix what is going on with me and really, really understand what the artist is saying, instead of just listening to what the words are or catching a bar or catching a scheme. It's more of what's the content behind all these lyrical miracle shits that they're putting in it. And it's a lot deeper than what they're really saying, because you've gone through so much things in your life that when they say it, it hits you a different way than it'll hit somebody that didn't go through the shit that we went through. So I get inspiration from all these people.
Well, you know what it is? It boils down to this. You like to see people win, because I was thinking
Always.
about that. Like when people are winning, that's when it happens. You know that little Nandy Bushnell? I can't even probably say her name right. The drummer girl that covers the Dave Grohl, Nandy. I think that's how you say her name. She's a little drummer. She's like a little black girl. She's been drumming since she was like 11 or 10 or 3 or something stupid.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
She drums with Dave Grohl. It's like her versus Dave Grohl and blah blah blah. Well, I forget where she played. She played somewhere huge, and there's another girl. My daughter plays a guitar after some like seeing people win. That's what creates emotion.
Let me tell you, my girl just said something right now. She said I played Upchurch cover of Rooster for my dad, and he busted out in tears in 15 seconds. And now let me tell you something about this. This is a very strong-minded man, and he does not like showing emotion at all. I've known this man for 16, 17 years, bro. He does not like showing emotion at all. That right there says a lot about what type of music puts out and what Connect Upchurch puts out for the people that listen to it. I guarantee that her dad didn't know who the fuck Upchurch was until he heard that song. He probably heard of him, but he probably never got into his music. And that's a big deal in our household, just because he is a man that doesn't want to show emotion, that doesn't want to show that he's weak or anything like that. So when I tell you this music thing is real, if you let music resonate in your heart and really use what you hear as a guideline of how to live your life, that's how you fix hip hop.
That's facts, bro. Damn, that was deep.
Now it's
That's
time to
wild.
sleep.
Yeah, no, and listen, dog, we'll get together. We'll run the Champagne Tundra, and yo, I want you to hear this, because it's funny you say that, because this ain't even hip hop, right? But
Right.
I feel like it is. And the reason I say that is because I truly think he's talking about a truck. I don't really even know what the fuck he's talking about in the song. Like, I know he's talking about maybe going to the beach after the summer, getting back to a girl during summer break, whatever it may be. But it's this. It brings emotion,
Right.
right? It shows feeling. It creates me to think about love, which is wild, right? And British Bulldog makes me he'll scream and yell in the chat for this song to play. right? And I never really understood it. Sometimes you can't love a song the way another person loves a song because it doesn't reach you the same way. So all these people that hate on Upchurch and hate on what we believe in and what we stand for. Hey, I got nothing but love and respect for you guys because at the end of the day, you just don't understand. It is what it is.
And it is what it is. Exactly.
I'm gonna run this, Uncle Ray. This is Champagne Tundra by Ryan Upchurch.
Let's go.
Packed up, headed out for the summer, sunscreen, bikinis, and cut-up shirts for a long road trip out to PCB just to get burned and lay on a beach. Hit the strip a couple dozen times, waste a tank of gas to feel alive. And in the black smoke, blue lights and straight pipes roaring, I seen this champagne tundra with the windows rolled down, soaked in rain, chasing beachside thunder. And sometimes I wonder, when the summer's over and the rubber hits the road, where you going? Champagne tundra. Champagne tundra. Chaos in a world full of tears, but the world stands still when its boots on a pier. When everybody's at a bar, not remembering it. I'll be swinging these Wrangler boot cuts once a year, riding white sand, blue sky, tank top, Shakespeare. Smoked too many joints and drank too much beer. Laughed too damn hard, playing guitar loud, getting kicked out of those Regency towers inside of Champagne Tundra. With the windows rolled down, soaked in rain, chasing beachside thunder. And sometimes I wonder.
Yo, Kirk, pause it for a second.
Over and the rubber hits the road.
Yeah.
See that part right there that it kind of dropped, and then he came out and just went up. When he went, shit, that right there is the reason why I love Upchurch's singing more than I like his rapping. That type of passion is not taught. When he came out and he belted that out, you can hear the passion come out when he does it. And that's the reason why I fuck with Upchurch so much when it comes to his singing, because, oh my fucking God, like I get goosebumps every time I hear him hit those high notes. Because he's not hitting just a high note. It's not trained. He didn't take vocal classes and shit like that to get that high. He's using what's inside his fucking gut, and he's just letting it all rip out when he goes that high. And that's the reason right there that this music shit, you have to listen to it differently. You can't just go and just nonchalantly listen to a song and not feel what this motherfucker's saying.
No, I don't.
You're never going to understand the song that way.
No. That's what I'm saying. I don't really truly even know what the hell he's singing about here. I know he's talking about going to Panama City and blah, blah, blah. But I feel the emotion more. I feel the emotion in this song makes me remember when I was 16 going and visiting a girlfriend that was far away. Or going on a vacation and meeting a girl on vacation and having to go back to my hometown and not having a car. Like, it brings that emotion into the music. And it's like, I don't think, that's why I said this is almost like a rap song to me, because it's not rap. It's singing. I guess you could call it singing, but he's telling a story. Yeah, he's telling a story. He's telling a story that ain't necessarily, you can't label that as a country song. What do you label that as? Soul music.
I would say it would be more, it would be more like in the bluish soul music realm of it, because it's not country and it's not rap, and and that's what I'm talking about. You see the conversation that we're having right now. When a person does a song and you can't even put it in a genre, that's different. That's fucking different.
Crazy though, but that's also part of the reason why this genre of country rap doesn't have as much attention, because it doesn't, you can't put a label on what it even is.
Right.
I could ask 10 different people what is country rap, and I'm gonna have 10 different
Because
definitions.
he learned how to do something that is not a lot of people know how to do it, and that's transform a rapper's attitude into country music. He doesn't rap, he doesn't sing country music in the sense of Garth Brooks or any of those big dudes. He's bringing an element of hip hop into country music.
Well, his
It's
rock
not,
music hits the hardest for me out of all of it.
his rock music is fucking amazing.
That if he said it at, I
Oh
forget
my
what show.
god,
I think North Carolina. He said he was just gonna do rock from now on. I'm like, hey, I
bro!
ain't complaining.
If he sticks on doing rock, I'm A-okay, because that man, every rock track that I've listened to, he has destroyed it.
Mm.
So I'm good with it. I'm good with whatever the fuck my man Church wants to do musically. I'm with it 100%, all the fucking way.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Stardust and Cass, for the gift of membership. Good looking. I appreciate that.
Shout out to all of you, man, showing love to the chat, man.
I appreciate the super chat too, Cini. Yeah, man, but I don't know, bro. Like I said, dog, I just think at the end of the day, music is gonna be you can't have the good without the bad. I think people give too much credit on, or too much criticism on music, negative criticism. I think music should just be loved, if that makes any sense. Like, if you don't like the music,
Absolutely.
just keep moving. Don't give so much hate on it. Just keep moving. If there's I've learned this. I've tried to do this for me. If there's a video that I watch of a song and I don't like it, I try to at least leave. Like, you talked about selling cars. You're not gonna buy my used car and tell me everything wrong with it. You're gonna buy my used car and you're gonna tell me a couple things good with it. And you can tell me a couple things bad about it, right? So if you
It's a
can't
sales
find
pitch.
if you cannot find the good in something, you should never be able to talk about the bad. And that's just how I feel.
And that's how I go into every single song that I go into. I open with an open mind, accept it, find what you like about it, and love it for what it is. There's no point of going behind that. Because if you're going to start finding everything that you don't like about it, that's more negativity into your fucking brain. And if you don't, I think if you don't run it back, I think British Bulldog is going to have an aneurysm and slap the shit out of somebody.
Mm,
I just have
he
a
is.
feeling.
He is. He's gonna rage, bro. He goes in these fits where he says he's gonna rage out because he's got a radio station. He's gonna rage out and play like hate streams about Captain Kurt if I don't finish the song. One time I ended it without finishing the song, bro, and I felt so bad I had to go live the next day and play the damn song for him. So,
You're a
but
real
that's
one
the
for
cool
that.
thing. But bro, that's the cool thing about church. Like, is I know other artists do that, but I found that with him. I found a connection to some people that I don't even know through his art. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Through what he's done. And people get so upset that when you give him the credit for that, and I'll never understand it. I don't get it. That's why I love the reaction channels that react to whatever the fuck they want to, and they still say they got support for church. It eats people alive to see that. And I don't get it. I see you get hate for it. I know Locked Wolf got a lot of hate for it, for reacting to Tom Upchurch, Adam, and people were like, which one? You're a fence sitter. They start freaking out on him. It's like,
Oh,
yo,
somebody called me a fence sitter, and I was like, well, I paid $11,000 for this fucking fence, so I'm sitting on this bitch.
motherfucker, yeah,
The
I sit
fuck
on
out
that
of here. I'm
motherfucker.
a fence sitter. I don't give a fuck if you call me a fence sitter or anything like that. I'm not, keyword, I'm not bringing negativity into my life. You do what you do, guys. Go have the big battle in the comment section about who's better and who's right and who's wrong, and do all that. I got to plate of fucking pizza rolls and a nice 2-liter soda. Then when I'm done, I'm going to go eat that shit besides my wife's feet, kiss her good night, and go to fuck to bed. My life
This
goes on.
this might sound crazy, bro, but I go on a lot of road trips, right? And
Right.
I see people broke down on the side of the road, flat tires and shit. So what, we got 143 people in the chat. Uncle Ray, if you were broke
Shout
down
out
on
to
the
him.
side of if you were broke down on the side of 75 right now, do you think 143 cars would pass you, or you think they would stop?
Oh, they're gonna pass me by and laugh.
That's all I'm saying. So at the end of the day, bro, the chat, I got love for the support. I'm not saying that at all. But you don't know, man. People are gonna talk shit in the chat. You don't know who they really are. They could really support you in real life and just be entertaining the bullshit. Are they gonna stop? Wolf said it great. He said if you don't have my phone number to call me and tell me what you think about me, then you shouldn't be talking about me. Right?
That is
I mean,
great analogy. That is a fact. And it's true, I think that's why the people that I surround myself with, I'm so cool with, and we get a good connection is because of that. It's because I ain't got time, dude. I'm 40 years old, bro. I'm fucking old. I ain't got time to fight no more. I'm all fought out, bro. I just want to chill, drink a mojito, swim in my fucking pool, and chill, bro. I ain't got time for any of that shit. So when people give me bullshit because I react to Tom McDonald and I react to Adam Calhoun and I did an Adam Calhoun, Tom McDonald, and Upchurch reaction on the same day just to be a dick. Because I'm just like, oh, I care what you think. I don't.
do you think that one side versus the other, like this political shit, is what fuels this to get to where it is though? Because look, I'll say this. I've never seen this much of a divide, and I gotta pick a side ever in my life, bro. Like
Not
I've been a
never.
fan of sports my whole life, and I've never seen so many people just jump in a corner of a certain person just because they have no other corner to jump into. I've never seen it.
And it's fueled by the spectators. It's fueled by a lot of the spectators. Not all of them, not even a big percentage of them. But it only takes 3 dumb motherfuckers or 4 motherfuckers to say something stupid to get it all riled the fuck up.
But that's the cool thing about Creek Squad. That's what I'll say about that. And that's one thing I'll come back to is that at the end of the day, bro, I've been in a lot of weird situations in towns that I ain't familiar with at these shows. And I've gotten to a bind where I've had something come up. And guess who's been there to back me? Bro, my wife had to go to the hospital in South Carolina. I had creekers all up and down helping me out during that show.
And that's a
Like
fact.
and that's something that I have to band together and say, look, bro, that's my fucking people, bro. At the end of the day, I might not get along with some of them. I might not agree with some of them, but those are my people, bro. Like, and that's what it boils down to. Uncle Ray is my people. Uncle Ray could fucking react to Tom McDonald, every reaction from here on out. Tom McDonald and then Upchurch when he drops. And guess what? Uncle Ray is still my people because I know why Uncle Ray does what he does. I know why Uncle Ray is here. It's for the music. Period.
Point blank.
Frederrico,
There's
let
no
the
other.
motherfucking beat.
There's no other agenda. There's no other anything. I'm
Yep.
here strictly because I was in a box for a long time listening to just one specific type of music and nothing else. And now that I'm open, I was like, let me be open-minded with this music shit. And I started to tap into all different type of music. And I fell in love with music all over again. All
Ain't
over
that
again, I fell
wild?
in love with it. And it's just like, I don't care about what politics is what. I don't give a fuck if these motherfuckers go at it in a parking lot at Kmart. I don't give a fuck. What track are you going to get? How are you going to knock my socks off this time with whatever you dropping? That's what I am only worried about. I don't give a fuck about Tom McDonald, what he does behind the fucking camera or away from the camera. I don't give a fuck what Adam does, and I don't give a fuck what Upchurch does. I give a fuck about, I'm going to play this track, and I want to see
Sometimes I
how
go,
these motherfuckers go nuts. That's
so
what I'm worried about.
sometimes I'll be listening to your reactions and I'm like, in the beginnings, when you get carried away and you really start fucking going on a Ray rant and really telling people how you feel about a situation,
Mm-hmm.
I'll even, sometimes I'll do this for you. Like, oh, like, hey, Frederrico, cut the beat, bro.
Cut the
But you
mic.
just stick, bro, you just stick to it and you roll with it, dog. And I got a lot of respect and love for that, man. Like that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And yo, I
What did I
feel
say?
like
Remember what I said in the beginning? Simplicity. I'm here for the music. Leave
yeah,
me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
I
Don't
don't care
let you
about
get
any.
ranting.
I don't care about. Don't do that.
No.
I'll be here for an hour and a half just talking shit.
Bro,
But
we tried to end the
it's
stream an hour ago and look at us.
it's just that I am so passionate about it, and I'm so passionate about how music has really helped me. That when I see people starting shit for no, like when you plainly see people doing shit for no reason just to start a problem, it makes no sense to me. Like, why are we here then? Why the fuck is this the new soap opera? Are we trying to get acting jobs or some shit like that? Like, fuck all that, man. Listen to the music. That's it. People say Tom McDonald raps too much about politics. Well, you know what? He doesn't drop like that a lot. And when he does drop, maybe I needed to hear some of the shit that he had to say about what's going on.
We don't want to go down that. Yeah, but everything. Okay, hold on. He doesn't drop that often, but when he drops political music videos, and then he puts all of his music that has any substance onto an album that you can only listen to if you pay for it. That's where I lose connection.
That and all that what Tom's doing, that's his business.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm not, how that man makes his money is his business.
Hey, I think you even did it in the video when you talked about this in the video. I think you even did that because you talked about that.
I probably fucking did.
You did.
That's his business. That has nothing to do with me. Of course, he's gonna go out there. He's gonna want to get money for what he does for a living. That's stupid for us to think that he doesn't get paid for his way he's going about it. I'm not. I don't. But how is that my problem? How is that going to pay my rent? That's not going to pay shit.
No, but that I hear that. But that's why I got love for you, dog. Because when you say that, I know you're okay with me saying, yeah, but I ain't gotta like it.
And no, absolutely. And like I agree. I agree. For you not, I don't. That's on you. The way I see it is, it's a hustle mentality. I'm gonna make my money no matter how I'm gonna make my fucking money. I gotta get paid. That's a hustle mentality. Cool. Do I agree with it? No. Because
I miss the competitive spot of life though. Like, don't you remember back in the day, bro, kicking it with your boys? I'm like, man, church is gonna fucking body Tom. And you're like, man, Tom's a fucking go to this shit. And we can have this conversation and laugh about it and fucking cut jokes about it. And then maybe I get educated on your topic and you get educated on mine. That shit don't exist no more, dog.
Nope. Now, do I think that that Tom McDonald could beat Upchurch in a rap battle? Fuck no. 100%.
No, I know that. I know, but I'm saying
but I'm not. I'm if it's all depending on the situation. If a rapper is going to go into a battle, he is going to have to understand that whatever you're normally doing with your music needs to stop. This is a completely different situation. You have to get on the ball and you have to get on like this other person with anything that you think you have as facts. Now, what do I hate? It's false narratives. In a battle, when a person says something false that is not true about the other person, takes away from the bar. So why rap with lies? So when certain people don't want to fucking battle, why do you think so? Because what do they have? There's a fact. Nothing. They don't have anything that's a fact.
Yeah, but I wish, and sometimes I've thought about it, like, there's got to be a way to do this shit, right? What happened to, like, man, the same beat, whoever makes the fucking dopest track, that, you know what I mean? Like, why does it
went out the window with the whole growth of the ego? It went out the window with that. That ego got too strong that you can't separate a battle with it. Do I think the Tom Upchurch will be a battle? I don't. So because I heard Tom McDonald rap, not about politics, not about nothing. I've heard him rap. Like rap, and he could do it if he wanted to. Do I think it's going to be a dope battle? I think it will be an amazing battle if it stays as a battle, but it's not going to, because it's going to be polluted with a bunch of people with their own opinion. Not all Crease Squad, like I said, like 5% of Crease Squad. These niggas are insane. They go too much in. They're like stands, and it's the same way with with Hangover Gang. And once they get in the chat, it's over. It stops being battle, it stops being rap, and it becomes something else.
Do you think that's what destroys it? You think that's what destroys battle rap is the fans?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because we can't go into a battle with a clear mind, not understanding that this is a test of the pen. This has nothing to do with anything else. It's a test of the fucking pen. I want to hear you rap, and I want to see if you're better than me. That's it. I believe wholeheartedly that Ryan Upchurch would not go at Tom McDonald if he didn't think that he had some type of a talent to rap. Why would he? Why would Ryan Upchurch want to go at somebody that he thinks can't rap? He may not agree with what he's rapping about. He may not agree with his style of business or whatever. He may not agree with him as a person. But when it comes to rap, it's because the person's got something in there that's going to show them, hey, I want to call you out because I want to see what you do with this pen shit. Fuck that political crap. Come at me.
And not only that, I feel like, bro, steel sharpens steel, right? I think, in my opinion, Ryan, I looking back, he ain't took the first shot on any battle. Everybody's usually come at him, so he takes the first shot at a dude that's got a big following. Like he wasn't doing anything that rap ain't about, bro. Like rap's about calling out the folks that are either there with you or above you. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's gonna go at somebody that he's like, yo, I think this could be some type of a good competition for me.
Yeah.
But the only reason why I say that Upchurch will wash Tom McDonald is, when was the last time Tom McDonald like that? When was the last time? Upchurch, every fucking track when he's bored that he puts out, he's going at somebody and he's talking his shit. So he's been testing his own pen, putting out the shit that he puts out, because he wants somebody to come inside the ring and go for a 3-round bout to see who the fuck is the best with this pen shit. Everything else that these people talking about is irrelevant. That's not what's going on right now. What's going on right now is, let me see what you could do with me in these bar shit. Fuck everything else. So he's going to be petty, and he's going to keep on talking the shit that he's talking to get this person to come the fuck out. Tom is not going to do it because Tom knows he can't. And that's the only reason. Tom is not going to do it because Tom knows that he can't go face to face with Upchurch because he hasn't battled in years. You can't come out of retirement from battling and think you're going to take somebody out like Upchurch. No, it's not going to happen.
So you have to have. Then essentially, you're saying you don't blame Tom. Tom just.
Oh, I don't blame Tom at all for not fucking going at Upchurch, because he knows better.
Yeah.
You have to think. Stop thinking. Let's stop thinking about.
Yeah.
It being a personal issue. Let's start thinking about it being a common sense issue. If I haven't worked on a car for 20 years, are you going to let me change your fucking alternator? No, you're not. You're going to get somebody that did it yesterday. So in a battle sense of it, if Ryan Upchurch has been battling throughout the last 3 years on and off, but still putting his pen to the test and still trying to get these niggas the fuck out of here, and Tom McDonald has not been doing it for years, who are you going to go with in a battle? I'm going with Upchurch 100% of the time.
Yeah, but I think, that's the cool thing about rap, bro, is Tom actually impressed me what he did against Mac Lethal. I thought those tracks were, really well put together.
That's what I'm saying. Tom had the potential of this being a great battle. Fuck all that personal shit. Fuck Creek Squad versus Hangover Game. Fuck all that. Who is the better at this rhyme shit? Now, I believe what Tom McDonald needs to do, Tom McDonald needs to get a couple of sparring lessons before he goes at Upchurch. He needs to start taking some of these smaller motherfuckers out that been going at him and get the ring rust off. And then when you feel confident, okay, I think I could go with him. Then go with him. And I guarantee if we keep it rap, the best battle in YouTube. Period.
Yeah, but is that okay? Is that ego that pushes that out though? That wants that, or is that competition?
Scared of losing what you have. If Tom McDonald goes right now at Upchurch, Tom McDonald will lose.
Right.
And some of his fan base will dwindle because they backed him up for all these years to lose. Some are going to be ignorant and say, he won. He killed them with this and he killed them with that.
Okay,
Of course, you're
question
gonna have
for you.
those.
If Upchurch loses, you think he loses any fans?
If Upchurch, no, not at all. Because Upchurch is Upchurch. Upchurch, it's going to be Upchurch, and I'm just gonna say whatever the fuck he wants to say. So even if he loses the fucking battle, he's gonna
Yeah.
say it was a great fucking battle. I got my shit off, and he's gonna
Yeah.
move the fuck on and keep it trucking. He's not
Yeah.
gonna dwell on it too much.
He's not gonna sit in the
He's-
corner and pout.
No, if you lost, you lost. You know how many fucking battle rappers I've known, and how many times they've lost, and it comes to a point where they're like, "Yeah, man, I battled yesterday, and yeah, I fucking lost. Oh, so what are we gonna go eat?" It comes to a point that they don't give a fuck. They did their best, and they didn't come out the victor. It is what it is. Hip hop will never get to that point. Why? Because the majority of these fucking people that are controlling the comment sections and saying the reckless shit that they're saying to cause conflict is not going to let it happen. Because now the artist has to prove them wrong, right? Now the artist there's a bar that these comments set these rappers on. Now they have to meet that bar because they don't want to lose what they got. They don't want to lose a subscriber. They don't want to do everything. The ones that I'm talking about, the ones that are going to walk away if this battle ever happens, are the ones that are going to slowly, quietly, just not say shit no more.
I get what you're saying.
And then, but we're never going to get to a point to hear music or hear two rappers battle and say, you know what, it was a great battle. They both went in on it. I got Upchurch winning. You got Tom McDonald winning. Okay, cool. I could see why you got Tom McDonald winning because he did do crazy shit with this. His cadence was crazy in this part and cool. And then you'll say, yeah, I could see why you have Upchurch winning because Upchurch did do a triple and double entendre. He did this and he did that. And we could find what we liked about each battle and just talk about it and just leave it for what it is. A beautiful part of culture. And that's it. And leave it for what that was. A part of history that we all had fun. It was amazing lyricism going on between both of them. And leave it in the history books. It's a classic.
Do you think it's passion? Do you think it's like, because it's got to be something that drives that? Because I get what you're saying. Like, if we could go back to those days where it was just the rap battle, it was like a game of 21, a 1v1 of 21, or a backyard wrestling match, whatever it may be, bro. Do you think it's do you think it's the fans' passion for the artist, or do you think it's the fans' passion for
I think for not and very clear it is. It's not all of them. A few people could talk and cause a ruckus. So I believe more is an obsession with this person because either this person is somebody that they want to be, either this person is somebody that they look up to the point that they believe that they're an entity and they're not even human anymore. And then the brain starts making you believe these things because everybody needs something to believe in. So when you find an artist that and you never had no faith in your whole entire life, and you've had a shitty life growing up, and you find this person that to you found this connection, you're gonna latch onto that connection, and you're gonna be a complete addict for that person. So no matter what you say on the comment section, you're gonna think it's justified, and you're gonna think you're right, no matter what facts or what anything you tell them. They're talking to them. There's no with them or nothing. And I think issue. And it has to do with mental health. And it has to do with clearing out all the problems that you used to have and talking about it and everything like that. Because now you're going to latch onto this entity that you're putting up here. And then when that entity drops, you're going to lose your fucking mind because where's my leader at? Where's the person that showed me to be the person that I am? Where they at?
So you think it's okay. And that's interesting because I see a lot of people in music, especially in this genre, that go through substance abuse, loss. There's a lot of different things. Life, people go through a lot of stuff in life. Do you think it's more of the fact that people lose a lot in their life and they find these artists and they find comfort in these artists? That's what you think drives a lot of this chaos, is
yes,
they look up to them so much. And you're right, because there is a fine line between looking up to somebody and idolizing somebody. Like, it is a very fine line.
Like I told you earlier, Ryan Upchurch to me is a role model because of the things that he says in his music and the way it resonates with me. Do I agree with everything that Upchurch says? Absolutely not. I know how to define the line that at the end of the day, Upchurch is a human being. A smart one, a person that I can learn from, but at the end of the day, he's a human being. So he's not going to be right 100% of the time. The problem with some of these people is they're taking every word that these rappers say as gospel. So every word is right, just like the religion. You read that Bible, these religious nuts, they're going to read that Bible, and every word is right. There's no wrong in the Bible. It's the same way that these people are looking at these artists. They do no wrong. They say no wrong. Nothing you could say to me is going to convince me that they're wrong in any situation. And that is unhealthy. That is you latching on to something that you deemed to be the most important shit in your life. And it's not, and it's not good health-wise for you, and it's not good health-wise for your children. Because your children are going to see that. Now they're going to learn how to idolize a figure and not find themselves.
Do you think that, but do you think that that is, see, I have a hard time with that because what is the difference between being a fan and idolizing? Like,
I just told you the difference.
Yeah, I know, but
being a fan is knowing when that artist is wrong, or not even knowing when that artist is wrong, not agreeing with that artist on everything that he says or does.
Okay. You mean okay, I got you. You mean like on the internet leaving comments, agreeing. You mean because I'm trying to picture it as like,
so for example, let's say this never happened. Let's get this out now. It's never happened. But let's say Upchurch puts out there, I hate black people. Let's just say.
Right.
He puts a big, huge comment out there like that. That person is going to start looking into what he said. And you know what? I don't like black people either.
You think so, bro?
Just because they said it. They may not feel that way.
Yeah, there's people that
they said it.
Yeah, you're right.
And those that get in the comment section and start saying all this crazy shit that we need to learn how to just say,
yeah, hey, you're right.
Keep on talking to yourself, buddy, because you're losing it. So that's why all this whole beef shit with everybody, I'm not gonna waste my time with it.
Dude, I don't understand that, but that's crazy that this is what we're talking about. So there's a group of people that tell you, hey, you shouldn't agree with everything that somebody says. Then there's another group of people that tell you you should call them out every time you don't agree with them. It's like, bro, so what you're saying makes the most sense. It's you don't have to agree with them, but you don't have to put out a whole fucking
exactly just because
you don't agree with them.
Just because right now, me and you, if we're online and we're live and we're doing a debate, of course, I'm going to state my facts why I don't agree with you, and you're going to agree with me
because we're right here.
We're in the right setting for it.
Yeah.
What am I going to win by going in there and saying, I hate this fucking song. This song is trash. I'm gonna fuck this mom watching it. Why is this video 45 minutes on a 56-second song? Why is this? Why is that? That's why those type of people have other issues than what's going on right now.
It would be like you going in my comments tomorrow and talking shit on one of my videos rather than just fucking hitting me up at this point. Like, I get what you're saying. Like,
there's a certain time and place for everything. If I have an issue with something that you said, I'm not going to go to your comment section and say, man, Kurt, you know what? I thought you were a real one, but now I see how you think, and I don't agree with it, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Or I could do this. Yo, Kurt, you got time to talk? Yeah? All right, cool. Listen, you did a video yesterday, and you said some shit, and I just need a little bit more clarification on what you said, bro, because it sounded crazy to me. And then you're going to explain
the difference.
Yourself.
Yeah, that's the difference, though, because I can't do that with everybody in the comments. But if I can't that's why what Wolf said made me really think about that. If I can't pick up my phone and call you for your comment in my comment section, it shouldn't matter to me.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't
If it's
matter at
not
all.
somebody I could call on the phone personally and say, "Hey, why did you say that?" It shouldn't matter to me.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. These people nowadays, they're taking this shit way. They're taking it to the point where it's not even
It's
fun
not
anymore.
fun. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say
It's
that.
it's so like so toxic and so like I don't know, man. I don't know. It's sad, but at the same time, I do see a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to what we can control
Yeah.
instead of everything else. And I do see a lot of these artists coming up, and they're stepping out the normal, and they're coming into themselves, and they're becoming their own artist, and they're rapping and singing and doing all these things that is making somebody's day a little bit better. And as long as that's the main goal,
Yeah, then nothing else matters.
because you know what, once you get to that point where you're doing shit to help others, and you're feeling good about, seeing somebody win, and you're humbled and everything, all that money and all that stuff is eventually going to come to you. You don't have to run and chase it. It's going to take a little longer doing it this way, but at the same time, not only are you going to have the money, but you're also going to have the peace of mind that you worked your ass off to get it. And that's the best feeling that you could ever have in your fucking life.
It's just wild, bro, to think like, and I'm sure maybe you can relate to this a little bit. When you first start doing YouTube, you realize your opinion really don't mean shit, right? And then as you go, I don't know when it changes to where your opinion starts to kind of hold some sort of weight. But if you don't realize that, like I didn't, bro, I'll be honest. Sometimes I'll say shit and I don't realize I got anybody that's gonna watch the shit. I weld for a living. I'm a fucking, you know what I'm saying? I don't even think sometimes it don't even cross my mind what I'm saying. That's different than typing something, right? I feel like there's a lot of thought that goes into when you type something, and I think that's the difference for me, bro. I think it's hard for me to understand typing something because I feel like that's like the biggest form of hatred because you have to take the time to think about what you're typing and then type it and say it. So I can't hold any value to comments, right? But I know deep down inside, like when you say stuff, sometimes you don't mean it how you say it or you don't realize it. And especially
Right.
early on in any type of content creation or an artist, I don't think people realize uh your opinion changes pretty quickly once you get, a little bit of people watching you.
Oh yeah. And that's the way I feel how this will ever work is killing people with kindness. And what I mean by that is the same way they're saturating the negativity, use the same amount of saturation to pull out the positivity.
That's the only way.
And that's going to be the only way. And then at the end of the day, guess what? You're a little bit happier. You got a little extra pep in your step. You're a little bit less stress. Because once you pull out so much positivity out in the world, and then you start getting all that positivity back, you're gonna feel like you just smoked the fucking blunt laced with cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna feel like you went sky nine because that positivity hits you different when you
Do you
work
think
for it.
do you think if every artist, if we go back, we flash back to like the early 2000s, maybe the 90s even, and every artist only put out music, do you think it would change? Like, say no artist went live and talked about anything in their personal life. They simply just come on here and drop music. Do you think we would still have the hatred that we have in the comments?
Nope,
Why not?
absolutely not. There's a thing out there that if you seclude yourself away from, let's say, your Eminem, and you're secluding yourself from the rest of the world. You see how much hate Eminem has? Even when he secludes himself, you see how much hate Eminem still gets throughout all these years. He's still getting the fucking hate, and he's still getting the hate. Right now, I guarantee that if you ask Eminem, this is the most happiest that he's ever been in his whole entire life. Because he
He's
learned
staying
how to
away.
not, because he's staying away from it. It is
Yeah.
what it is. I'm going to tell you how I feel on my time. You're not going to make me get on this phone and start typing a whole bunch of stupid shit to get into a battle back and forth through Twitter and Instagram. I'll
Yeah, but
talk
he's got the
about you.
worst fan base. Eminem fan base is
No,
among
we're not.
no, like hardcore wise,
Oh.
y'all. Yeah, no, like meaning like if you give some criticism on some Eminem shit, you better be ready for some backlash for what you have to say about it.
I said something on one of my Eminem reactions. There was a Dono, it was an older song of his, and he was singing the hook. And all I said was, I paused it and I said, I love you, Eminem, but you could have gotten anybody to sing that fucking hook. That shit was horrible. The first 20 comments was, you are a piece of shit motherfucker that doesn't know how to listen to music. It was all just bullshit. Just because I said I don't like Eminem singing.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I think the speculation will still be there because I think the speculation in that the idolization of the person will still be there, right? So that's why I like what Ryan does. I think it's dope that he still shows all of his shit. He'll show his trials and tribulations through all of his problems in life.
Because
and people,
you know what, and it's smart because it's like, what are you gonna say about me that I haven't said about me already?
Facts. He
rabbit the fuck out of everybody. I'm
Diss
gonna
me,
tell you,
right?
I'm gonna tell you everything that's going on. So like that, when you say it, it's not gonna hit as much. It ain't gonna hit hard because I already said it 300 times. What are you saying that's gonna make a difference? Nothing. So when you do that, you're kind of unstoppable.
That light bulb video proves that, bro. Because I laughed at that more than I fucking took offense to that. Because that was funny. Like it goes way deeper, bro.
Literally just passed out because you didn't.
You probably did. You probably did. That fucking light bulb video goes. Anyway, Bulldog, I got you, bro. Bulldog, we'll play it here in a second on the way just to leave because I gotta go to work in 4 hours. I gotta do that though.
Fuck! It's 2:30, bro.
Yeah, we chop it up all the time, and we got to figure out when we're gonna do this. I know we got to do this again recent, and we still got to do it on your. This is the one on your channel. There we go. We did that, bro. No, dog, I like chopping it up with you. I could talk to you for another 2 hours, but then I'm gonna be tired of shit tomorrow.
Yeah, you're gonna be welding your fucking boot to the fucking side of a boat or some shit, man.
Well, my luck, bro. When I go to work and there's not a lot of shit to do, I slept great throughout the night. I didn't have nothing to do the night before. The day that I stay up all night and have all types of crazy shit going on, or I'm having a good conversation, or I'm busy doing something, dude, the work will pile up sky high. Like they've just been waiting for the fucking day. And it ain't easy out here in this Florida heat with that welding helmet on and that torch, bro. Oh,
I bet, bro. That's horrible, man.
Listen to this shit too. You know what an intake is? Okay, like not like an intake, like I'm not talking like on a Honda Accord intake. I'm talking like a big block Chevy intake that's built for a carburetor to go on top. So we take a lot of those and we drill them for an EFI conversion, so you could put the electronic fuel injection in them.
Yeah.
But it still looks like the old custom big blocks or whatever, right? Well, some guy brought one in, and I'm telling you, bro, he must have gotten to a head-on collision. But all it is the intake. And he's like, I got a crack. He said, I got a crack on the inside of the intake. Can you do it? I'm like, yeah, I just grind it out with a die grinder, open it up, clean it out, and I'll weld it. He's like, yeah, it's just the inside. So I get it there. I look underneath it, there's like this much room, and it's cracked under the bottom, but it's not that bad. So I start welding the bottom. I get that welded up as much as I can because I can't grind it. I weld in the inside, dude. This thing breaks in like 4 different spots all along. Yeah. And he's like, oh, I don't know what happened to it. You know how much it takes to crack an intake like that?
Boy, it takes a lot. I've thrown intakes through the shop and not one fucking crack on it. It takes a lot to crack that shit.
UPS ships them and they throw them across the fucking floor. No problem.
That's crazy.
I mean, this dude's intake was completely cracked all the way through.
How rusted was it? It's
aluminum.
So there was no rust at all. How the fuck did he do that?
It had a little bit of surface rust on the water jet where it has the water flow and the water jacket and stuff, but I don't know. I've never seen. That's what I'm saying. And yesterday I didn't get much sleep. I had all types of shit going on. I show up there and that's sitting there looking at me. And
Oh
you
fuck
in the
that.
inside of it's only like this big around. So you got to have a flex head welding torch go upside down, and basically I'm welding without looking, and then the bottom is all mirror done. So in mirrors, when you go left, you're really going right, and when you go in, you're really going out. So to go up, I have to go down and in because I'm looking in a mirror. So it's
Fuck
like
that.
fucking yeah, it's ridiculous. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Tomorrow I'll probably have a huge list of things to do. But it is
If
what it
you
is.
if Kurt's boss is on the chat, my man can't make it in. He coughed up. There's a little bit of green mucus in it. He can't make it. He's taking a day off.
Hey, do you know what's crazy though? I love that job for the simple fact of the dude's cool as shit. If I called him right now and said, "Bro, my back hurts. I'll be in at noon," he would be like, no problem." I mean, I don't do that because I feel like you're taking advantage of that situation, but
Right.
it's good to know that I got a boss because I've worked a lot of jobs here as a welder, and this is probably the best, most comfortable job I had. And I'll tell you why. Corporate, dude. It's not a corporate job.
Yep.
Corporate jobs suck.
Yes, they
If you
do.
work a corporate job, when I go lay down, I'll say a prayer for you. Uh, I I understand.
That's a
I
fact.
get it.
That's a fact. Corporate businesses are a pain in the ass to work for, bro.
Dude, I got fired from a corporate business all because of this fucking YouTube shit. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, policy violation. You got a shirt
Policy.
on. Yeah, I had a shirt. I was stupid. Like I'd go live on the way home from work and I had a shirt on and it
Oh,
had the logo on it, right? And I said some stupid shit. I was saying I was live, bro. I'm on the way home from work. I'm talking my shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, then you got the trolls that are super fans that are would you say they were loyal I forget what you call it. Anyway, they didn't like me because they liked somebody else that I liked. So they started calling my job and reporting me. It's like, what? That's
that's
why
crazy.
yeah, and you know what it made me think about it? I'm kind of glad that was like a blessing in disguise because I learned something from that. Don't ever put yourself in a situation in life that you can lose your livelihood because of somebody else's opinion, right? So
Right.
I won't ever work a corporate job again because I like doing YouTube. And as I know if I'm doing YouTube and working a corporate job, that's not going to work because there's a good chance that the corporate job is going to change corporate people that are working there. And one day what I was saying is okay, but then next week it ain't because we got Bob that works in the department that goes against everything that Kurt believes in and says,
Right.
fuck this dude, he's fired. And now my life is changed all because of my opinion. Never again will I do that.
Never.
That's why I got a
Ever.
lot of respect for what you did, Ray. You're brave, dog. Like I don't know how you do it, knowing that you go from one to another and you didn't do it and you didn't look back, dog.
I never will. The best thing, I've worked for corporate businesses for 20 something years, and they were all corporate. And it was hard financially to leave, like a little harder than what I thought it was going to be. But I've never been happier than I am right now in my whole entire life. Just because, like, I'm able to pay my bills and still have a little cash in my pocket, and I'm happy. I'm doing what I love to fucking do. I don't have to worry about what the fuck I say. I can wear whatever the fuck I want. Nobody
Yeah.
can tell me shit. They could try
Yeah.
to tell me something. It ain't gonna get. I'm not gonna register it. I'm just gonna have fun with it, and I'm just gonna do what I do. And it's still scary to this fucking day. I'm just like, did I do the right decision?
Well,
Did I?
you're letting talent speak for itself. Like that's what I figured out that in life is that as long as you can have a talent that can override your misfortunes in life, then you're good.
Right.
Like that's what you good thing you had a talent. Good thing you have a personal understanding of people and you can carry conversation and you can be entertaining and you can have humor. Because there's a lot of people that aren't blessed with that ability and they will never be able to leave the corporate job and do what you did. So like, yeah, I get what you're saying. And it probably was hard But it goes back to what you said earlier. You know yourself better than you know anybody else. And this is kind of what it sounds like early on you were destined for. You know what I mean?
In a way, I feel like I'm starting to realize it a little bit more as I keep on doing this, that I am here for a reason. And
Yeah.
I do my sobriety, and I got to where I'm at right now, and it was for me to do this, because the amount of love that I get, and the amount of stories that people send me those and DMs and everything about how I'm helping them every single day when I'm doing my crazy shit on my channel, and acting the way I act and just being me, and that helps them after a long day at work, or they've been going through something and they put a video of mine and I say something that makes them, even if it's for that 1 second, it helps them forget about whatever issue they were thinking about before they play. And I didn't know. I don't like to read email because there's a lot of spam and shit, and going through it, it's too much. But when I do, I'll see all these emails pile up, and just people with their life story and saying how it helped them. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm over here being a fucking, in my mind, I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be an idiot. I'm gonna laugh, I'm gonna make jokes. I'm just chilling, I'm cool. I'm trying to help myself fix what's going on with me, not knowing that I was gonna end up helping a lot of other people that watch me. I never even thought that was even a possibility for me to do that, because I wasn't too sure of myself. I wasn't confident when I came into this shit. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But all I know is that as long as I stay myself, it really doesn't matter anything else. I'm going to be happy with myself, and that's the only thing that's really important, is how do I see myself and how do I feel about myself? Worrying about how other people view me is a gift that I never thought that I was capable of receiving, because I never thought that I will be able to impact people, period. I never thought that I was able to come out and be this person and be this comfortable talking to these many people on a live or on my videos and in the comments and wherever. I never thought that this will be a blessing for more than just something that I could do as a career, but something that I could build a foundation of positivity from. So it's more than just doing reactions. I mean, that's what I do, but it's a little bit more of, I want to build a community around me that not only are positive people, but could also spread it out to the world and bring more positive to whatever it is that we're doing with this. Because at the end of the fucking day, take all the money, take all the jewelry, take all the house, take everything away. The only thing you have left is yourself. So the minute that you start not understanding what you're good at and not understanding how to receive the love, once you start understanding all that shit, your life is going to be a completely different fucking story. Your life is going to change completely mentally, and it's going to change everything about you, because now you have a purpose when us addicts didn't think we had one. My purpose
That was
is
what
to
I
bring,
call that was my spiritual awakening. Like people say, that was what my understanding of my own self is, what connected me with a higher power. Like I was like, oh shit, you really do have a lot more control of yourself. And I found, that's what I'm saying. If addiction wouldn't have been in my life and recovery wouldn't have been a part of my story, I don't know if I would have completely understood that. I don't know if I would have understood it at the capacity that I understand it today.
see, one of my boys hit me up when he found out that I was doing reactions, and he peeped my shit out, and he called me and he was like, bro, you're gonna make yourself look like a clown to the world like that if you keep on acting the way you act in your videos. And then it kind of threw me off a little bit, because I was just like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, really got me really confused. And he's like, people are going to portray you as a person that is just a joke, is a jokester. They're not going to take you serious. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. And then it showed me two things. One, this motherfucker doesn't know what my channel's about. Two, why would you, as my boy, come and call me and give me that type of negativity, knowing what I'm doing, what I'm trying to do with this? Why would you even come and do that? Because my page, yes, the majority of the time, I'm trying to have as much fun as possible with this music shit. But when it's time for me to come down and talk about a subject or talk about what I feel about a certain subject, there's no joking in when I'm talking. I'm talking to the camera the same way I'm talking to you right now. And so when people put me in this thing like, oh, I'm just a comedian and I'm just trying to make people laugh and that's it, I don't take nothing serious, those are the ones that I have to ignore. Because obviously you have to open your mind and understand that person obviously doesn't see my page. So they don't know what I'm about and they don't see my videos. They just see the person they like me to react to, and that's it.
Did you get a lot of support from the people you know outside of YouTube?
My family, absolutely.
Friends?
My kids' friends, I don't have friends. I have acquaintances. I have people that I know, but friends to me is a false word to use. If you close with me and everything, you're my family. You're not my friend, because a friend is somebody that you should have their back. You should back them up whenever they need you. Let them know when they're a fucking idiot, when they're acting like it, and praise them when they're doing something good. That's family. That's not a friend.
Well, I asked that because like my mom and my wife and my kids were like, yeah, do your thing. We believe in you. But I had a lot of people outside of my immediate family that were like, nah, yeah, that same thing. You're a joke. That's gonna be a joke. People are gonna laugh at you and be like, ha, what are you doing up there? And I, for a moment in time, I listened to it. Like in the immediate time, like when your anxiety and your doubts start to set in, those are the things you start to hear, right?
Right?
Like that's what fed my addiction to YouTube. That same thing that fed my addiction to drugs would be those same people saying those same things. Like that's where I started to put the connection together that YouTube could become very dangerous for me. Anything that, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where it's like an epiphany, bro. It's like in my family, my immediate family supported me, but the rest of them didn't. And that's kind of how it works. That's why I asked you. I've heard a lot of people that are content creators and artists that say that their immediate family didn't believe in them, or their immediate family did, but outside of that, they it was like a joke, like they were never going to do it. And I find that's pretty common in a lot of these stories that people have. So when I heard you say, I think you said you told one of your friends you were going to start doing reactions, or a buddy.
Well,
Of you,
he hit me up. He found out that I was doing reactions, and then I guess he saw a couple of them, and he hit me up, and he hit me with what he said. And
yeah,
then I all I told him was, I was like, bro, it's as simple as you don't have to watch it. Whatever happens with me in this YouTube shit, it's gonna happen to me, whether I try to stop it or not. So why fight it with it? Enjoy it. But when it's time to talk about some real shit, I'm front and center. I'm gonna tell you how I feel about certain situations, and going in understanding that a lot of people are not gonna agree with me. But that's why you can't put stock in what people think about you. You do that shit, you're gonna go bankrupt, and you're gonna be in the middle of the street running around butt ass naked like a crazy person.
Yeah, but
If
you
keep on
gotta
trying
look.
to,
Yeah, but you gotta find something in it though. That's the thing for me, bro. It's like even when people come at me with pure hate, I try to find something in it that I could take from it, a lesson from something. If I read, see, I try not to read the hate, but if I do read the hate, the only way that I can eliminate that hate is try to find a positive in it. And I think that's why you're absolutely correct when you said the only way you get rid of all this is overload it with more positive than there is negative.
facts.
That's
That's
simple,
the only
bro.
way. Make
Oh,
every
correct.
aspect of your life somewhat positive as much as possible. I mean, you're not going to get everything. It's not going to run 100% of the time. But the more that you do, watch how better your lifestyle changes, how your mental changes, how everything else changes. By just trying to load as much positivity as you can physically, and that'll change your perspective in a lot of things once you're used to you being that way. It's a learning thing. You have to learn how this positivity shit works. And you have to learn how sometimes you have to not give a fuck about what people think, no matter how hard it hurts you in the comment sections, no matter what mean things they say to you wherever. You have to learn that it doesn't matter. That person is going through something and you're the victim. That's all you are. You're the vessel of their anger. And they're just going to attack you because they're angry themselves. And then try to separate that from what your feelings are telling you to feel. Your feelings are going to tell you, oh, he's saying this shit in the comment section. I'm going to blow up on him and I'm going to do this. That's what your feelings are telling you. But what's your brain telling you? We know this.
It's so crazy because that shit's so basic, bro. Like I keep telling myself that it's so fucking, the answers are so basic.
What did I say in the beginning, Kurt? Simplistic is key. Yeah. Simplicity is key. Stop overloading yourself. Not you, but stop over.
In general.
We need to stop in general. Stop overloading ourselves with a bunch of shit that at the end of the day, really, if you really break it down to a science, it really doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't. Why worry yourself with all this bullshit? Don't you think that we have enough negativity in our real life? Then we have to come to this place that we call YouTube and then still deal with the same type of negativity, but more 10 times more amplified.
Yeah, that's facts, bro.
Fuck all that bullshit, bro.
You know what's crazy, dog? I got a message that British Bulldog has stolen an airplane and is en route because of this fizzy tundra, bro. He is mad, bro. Mad, dog. We done dumped him. He said this is the most illegal pause during fizzy tundra I've ever seen.
That is illegal. It was illegal. We completely paused it halfway and said, fuck it. And just started talking for another hour.
It's like 6 a.m. there, bro. Like where he lives, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. He's probably on the way to work mad as hell.
British, go get a coffee, brother, and enjoy the rest of it.
Yeah, where do they go in England? They go to the cafe. Go to the cafe and get you a Joe. He wants to transfer to Dancing with the Stars Go Blue. What do you think?
Whatever you want to play, but it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, my guy.
I know.
And you got to go to work.
Yeah, here we go. Uncle Ray, I appreciate you, dog. We will do this again soon, bro.
Absolutely. I'll be here.
Let everybody know where to find you.
Vibe Reactions all over, everywhere. Our Ray Vibe 9 on all my platforms, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Vibe Reaction 05 on YouTube.
Yeah, go over there and check Uncle Ray out, man. I appreciate you. You staying for the song, or are you gonna go? Because I'm gonna
head out because I gotta go and do a couple of things before I go to bed. But I'm gonna head out, guys. Thank you so much for joining the chat. I appreciate all of you, Kurt. I always appreciate you getting me up here. Thank you for the platform. Thank you for the great conversations that me and you have. You're a real one. You family.
Yes, sir. Blank. Much love, Uncle Ray.
I love you guys. I'm out of here. Good night or morning, wherever the fuck you guys are at. Good morning and good night.
Much love. All right, y'all. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry Church couldn't make it tonight. He had some weather issues with some power. Had some power issues. There were some pretty brutal storms out in Tennessee, but we will be back. If you're out in Tennessee experiencing all that rain, stay safe. I appreciate everybody that stopped in. Thank you again and much love. We're out. Bulldog, sorry we had a pause, dog, but we had things to talk about. Dancing when the evening falls. Dancing in your wedding shoes. In a wedding gown. Dancing when the stars go blue. Dancing when the evening falls. Dancing in your
on vinyl. Going down the grade, I'm a Tennessee Titan. Tell them put my DNA in an airlock vial. Remembering the soul of a Southside rider in the SRT, burning keep on flower. Up in early 2000s in the nighttime hours, soul searching like my heart froze on the web browser. But the devil down under can't match this fire. Yeah, this level of an artist don't get much higher. Put my plain face on the plane, tell them go fly. This backwood magic, a lane with no traffic. Texas Cowboys and them Tennessee Bandits. I died trying to live through the FM static. Us covered in the attic, so the future gon' jam it. We immortal through the sound of a down south spirit, so the next generation can remember how we live it. Dance with a pioneer, let it play forever. Heart bumping to the bass, a downhill legend. Got Kalani on the beat in a smoke field session. When we gone, I hope we get the tip bowls in. Blood raps in gold, blowing smoke so electric. Ganja so gorgeous, call it 24 karat. Couple lone stars leaving on the dust trail. Balance 808 to the kick H-Town apparatus. Colors on point like a needle to a cactus. Caveman slab at the Chevrolet Palace. The sky's the limit, we the hip-hop atlas. Hometown all around us like a high school jacket. Turn the record to a black and let the black be silent. The giant's always quiet, never beat for advertisement. Till the beat drop out at sauce. No diet, wrapped up into a science. It's a heartstring aligned. In the spotlight of a super moon, under the stars like Daniel Boone. Get it how I got it, yeah, we got it, no spoon. So sick with it, I became immune. Got too much shine, my mind a saloon. Like a blue bonnet, I vividly bloom. Forever at the bottom, entangled in rum. From the 615 to the
3. Freak Squad. Much love, y'all.